Greetings, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are, wherever your time zone is. I just want to give a little brief introduction of what you're about to see here, because this will be a little compilation just to past videos, nothing new, just more of the replays. So this will be a special replay going over all of the latest documents and photos and videos, which I feel like we haven't really spent too much time on the new photos and videos, so hopefully we'll have more time to get back to those. But you will see it's about a 13-minute video of the crime scene video from the BCA, labeled by the BCA, and the autopsy photos as related to this case as well. All the stuff that we originally saw on Tony's website, which we still have not received yet. As far as I know, I have not received it yet. So we're still waiting, and as far as I know, everything is still in progress, and the documents are promised. Some things are promised. They're saying, according to the lawyer, the Apple Valley City lawyer. So we'll see where that goes. And we want to make sure, obviously, everybody's getting the same documents. Things aren't being withheld, or they're not picking and choosing. So that's what we'll be looking for. We expect to pretty much get at least everything that Tony got. And that should be it, except for the fake document, obviously. But you'll see all that. So, yeah, this will be a little long replay here, but I figured I'd jump in and give you a little brief of what you are about to see. So it starts with some of the first records that we got, David Crowley's electronic records, then goes into Tony Floyd posting on the group, posting in the group, and pretty much doing a little data dump and kind of explaining everything from his point of view of why he is even sharing this stuff that we did not have, that we didn't know about. But it sounds like he may have gotten it in June, and we got ours in August, late August, I believe. So anyways, you'll see all of that kind of real time. Then obviously at some point we will have to come back and do some more videos on it and kind of go over that once we get all of the data, and once the Apple Valley lawyer says, okay, this is all we're giving you, then we'll go from there and see what the next step is. So we're kind of in that waiting moment here now, so I figured I just would do a little live stream, a little compilation to kind of show everybody everything that we have so far, in case you just want to get caught up and just want to quickly watch everything in order. And yeah, that's about it. Hope you all enjoy, and of course don't forget to check out every month there's a new podcast that comes out on the first of every month. So this will be for November 1st. This will be the second and final part of Tom Lydon, and this will be the last part of the chapter closing the case. And after that we move on to Detective Jim Gummer, and shouldn't that be fun? I think we'll have some good roundtable discussions for the podcast as related to the 21 questions for Detective Gummer. So hope you'll all join us for that. Wherever you listen to podcasts, type in The Gray Stage. I'm sure it'll come up. My interview with Crip Rick went very well. I'm looking forward to that. That should be up within another week or so on his channel, Crip Rick's I've Been Thinking. So make sure that you subscribe to his channel. Also, William Rail with Strange Investigations has been doing some new videos on the Crowley case too. I think he just put one up on Twitch yesterday about some of the phone records. So he's been taking a deep dive into those phone records. And man, Catherine, Sophia, I mean, everybody is just kind of working different angles, working different aspects of this case. And yeah, I hope to share some future things, future projects and stuff like that going forward. But we'll keep that just private, just between us for right now. But eventually we will have some good news to share about some future things. So I look forward to it, and I really hope that it all leads to the goal, which is to get justice for David Crowley and his family. And at some level, obviously, we already have justice, right? Because, well, I mean, depending on how you look at it, I guess, partial justice, keeping the case going. Hundreds of thousands of people, if not more, probably know that that the official theory is not the final word, is not the last word, is not closing the case, that the case is not really closed, and David Crowley has been accused, but that's it. That's where it pretty much ends, with the accusations, but nothing to back up those accusations. That's where we are. That's where it stands. Looking at the facts, you can clearly see that. There's just nothing there to prove David Crowley guilty. If anyone does have the proof, make sure you share it with the Apple Valley Police, because obviously they don't have it. And so we don't want people withholding any information that may help them finally bring some closure to this case. So then we can really have a case closed. But yeah, going forward, not sure how many episodes we'll spend on Jim Gummer, but I'm looking forward to that too. But I figured this will kind of tide everybody over for people who haven't been able to see it, or who just want to see everything that is related to the Tony Floyd saga. I'm putting it all right here for you. I hope it helps. Hope it helps your research. Hope it helps with whatever angle, whatever your view is on this case. Wherever your research takes you, that's it. Just go where it takes you. Don't let anybody stop you. Don't let anybody change your mind. And that's it. And God bless you all. And thank you again for watching this special presentation, the compilation of the Tony Floyd saga. God bless. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. All right, greetings. Well, here is some new and brand new document that we have here regarding David Crowley's MacBook Pro search. So this is related to the MacBook Pro that was found in David Crowley's kitchen. And I'm just going to make sure everybody can hear me okay on YouTube. Why not, right? Just bear with me 1 second. Test 1 2. All right, sounds pretty good. All right, so this is a brand new document that we have here. It's 317 pages, and this goes through all of David Crowley's MacBook Pro search history. Lots of stuff here. It also talks about any device that is connected to the MacBook Pro, and there is a lot of interesting stuff here. One thing that's really interesting is this right here, that the root file was accessed on 1/14/2015 UTC time. So still trying to understand what that means, because obviously nobody should have accessed this on 1/14 unless it's related to an auto backup or something like that. Doesn't really make sense to me. Not really sure where that's coming from, but there's a lot of data to go through here, and I can tell you I have not gone through all of this data yet, but I'm sure that I will, and I'm sure that all of you will too. So there's a lot of good stuff here. It looks like this was created 8/8/2014. I'm sorry, 8/18/2014. And the last modified date, root modified date, is 12/25. So that is December 25th, 2014. That's the last time that anything was modified. But the last time that anything was accessed is 1/14. So who's accessing this at 1/14? Unless it's some type of autosave or something like that. Obviously, there's a big problem there. So you can see this is a 700 gig hard drive, and they're using a lot, about 500 gigs. And a lot of it is movies, more of it is graphics, emails, a lot of emails on here too, and a lot of documents. The disk images is also interesting because there are 7 of those disk images. Let me just try to make this just a little bit bigger for people to see. But for anyone who is a hacker or knows about computer software, all of that good stuff, Let me know what you think about this root file access date. I think that's going to be a big one that we're going to go over in the future. I've already talked to a couple people, so I'm hoping to hear some more views on that. But if you look at the application artifacts, you get a pretty good idea of some of this stuff, and the archives too. And when the iPhone was last connected, and of course we need to cross-reference to make sure that this is they're talking about David's iPhone and not Kamel's. But you can also see when that was last connected was in October. There you go. So a lot of good data here. I've skimmed through a lot of this. There are some very interesting searches. You finally will see David Crowley's last searches, what he's searching, what he's looking at. Obviously, one of the things that stuck out to me was the paranormal psychology. I found that pretty interesting. He's looking at things about how to delete a Facebook page, how to edit it, who can see it, who can administer it. And he's looking at Kamel's page at the same time, so I'm not really sure if some of his searches are related to looking at the access for Kamel's page, which it seems like only he and only David and Kamel would have access to. But he is really looking at the Gray State pages and looking at who has access and what they're doing. So he's looking at a lot of that stuff, and I'm just curious if he's wondering about the admins for the Gray State pages and how to get rid of some people. Can only really speculate on that one, but let's look at the most recent documents. So the most recent document is Crowley Memory, and then the myth. Now the myth one, and again, this is for David Crowley's laptop on the kitchen island that was found in his house that said, "I have loved you with all of my heart." It was open, etc., etc. So it was open to this Word doc, not really a Word document, but the equivalent of a Word document on a Mac. And the title of that document was called Myth, and inside of Myth is where he writes, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." Now, I have still not seen a clear picture of that text document, but it's definitely there. It's definitely here. So you all have access to it now. If you want to get access, I'm going to add this to the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group as soon as I can. You can also go to my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. Scroll down, it'll be the first document that you see there. And you can access that document at any time. Again, just go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, scroll down, and you'll see it. I've now added it. It's the very first one here, David's MacBook Pro search history. So please feel free to go through that. Let me know what you think about that, what you think about these documents. But looking at the most recent documents here can also tell different, you can get a lot of interesting data from that too. And of course we have the 725, the Gray State deal memo. That's another big one right here. The Gray State, the Rise co-production agreement. Wonder what that one is more about. I'm not too familiar with that one. Final Clean GS FMF change contract. So another change contract. And then BGS, not really sure what that is. Another change contract. Hothead Gray State Danny Mason agreement. So that's pretty interesting. Then there's this one called Mythos, which is pretty similar to Myth, but it's Mythos. So I wonder if Mythos is like an earlier version of Myth. I'd be curious to see what's inside of there. So again, this is the search history, not the actual documents of it, but just looking at this, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to dig a lot deeper, and hopefully you can find some things. And please share those in the group. Please feel free to share those in the comments too. I just thought that I would break in here live for a couple minutes. I know there's some people in the chat room, so thank you all for joining me. If you have any questions or anything like that, we'll be doing a few more live shows just like this. But again, I just wanted to just kind of break in here for a couple minutes and just let people know. If you don't know, if you haven't had time to check the Facebook group, Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, you will be able to find those documents in there as well. So that's what's coming out next. The Crowley memory is pretty interesting. This one here too, MS Word doc with listing link. So I'm curious what the listing link kind of makes me think of, like a real estate listing. So I'm curious to hear people's thoughts on that one as well, because I don't know. Now the application artifacts, you can see lots of documents, lots of things. So we'll see what comes out of that. But lots of good stuff in here, and I know the more people that are looking into it, the more we'll be able to really go through this stuff and find anything, find a lot of stuff. I believe we'll find a lot of stuff that will help prove David Crowley is not guilty, simply by the fact that you're not going to find anything in here that shows that he is. I mean, that's clear. The police have made that clear. They went through all of this through his MacBook Pro, didn't find anything that would help them understand why David Crowley was guilty. So the last running apps is also pretty interesting. The preferences, the Apple preferences to be one of the last things, Apple Mobile Mail, and then the Apple Camera as well. That's pretty interesting stuff. So lots of stuff related to the mobile phone, the Dropbox as well. Those are the last things that were running. The top 10 contacts, you can see it's all blacked out, but you can see there's a lot of messages there. So, and again, if this is only from the last couple months, there's a lot of messages and then a lot of calls that are there too. So it would be interesting to find out who those people are, what all of that is. But please feel free to go ahead and check all of this out. You can find this on my website, and I will be adding this to the group. Now the last searched item is pretty interesting too, that we see here. This is from that song Up Up. This was a guy that David Crowley actually recorded. Looks like he recorded the music video from this guy, and this was a guy who had cancer. I think he died. They've made a film. You can find it on Disney Plus. So that was very curious that was the last searched items, pretty much. So the map search is redacted, so we don't know what's in that map search, but searching for something. It's on some type of map search. So the internet history here is from 1218 to 1225, as you can see. And again, there's just a lot of data to go through, and a lot of stuff may not make sense to some people, and to other people they will be a very good cue. So just going from here, starting at, if you start at page 7, then you can kind of go through the internet history from 1218 to 1225. And yes, there's some very, very interesting, creepy stuff here, in my view. So I'll be curious to hear what everybody thinks about this. But yeah, the Stalin execution, the Soviet Union, so videos about soldiers, dead soldiers, soldiers, fed up soldiers, basically, fallen soldier with the bagpipe tribute. And it's nice because it gives you the date, and then most of the time it gives you a real link that you can go and actually look at. So there's a lot of homework for us to do. Thankfully they add the title, so if you don't want to put in every single YouTube URL, generally you'll find whatever the title is, and that's usually what it is. And several of these titles will be the same, but the most important thing here, pay attention to the title, pay attention to the URL, and pay attention to the last visit. And that's going to give you, and also you have to cross-reference UTC time to Minnesota time, because there is a difference there. And a lot of A lot of interesting stuff here. This is another good one. New release tapes reveal 9/11 horror. Is this real? I mean, it's just on and on and on like this. Soldier dies. Little brother, sister, mother, dad sing. Beach Boys, Dylan reference. So, and it is all kind of in order from that point as well. But, I mean, just look at all this. Look at all this, even if you just go down to the very, very, very last page here. It gets into things that were created and modified, but then accessed. So you can look at with this day one journal here between August 12th to September 4th. You can see the created date 9/4. The modified date was 9/4, but the access date is 12/25. So you're going to see a lot of that type of thing with the day one journal that is mentioned here. So I don't know. A lot of these things are accessed. I don't know what that means. That could be a backup. You know, obviously, to back these files up, they have to be accessed at that time. So maybe that's what we're seeing here, why we see dozens and dozens of pages of all of these day one journal files that are created and modified at the same time, but the access date is 12/25, 1935-07. 1935-07. That's a sync, is what it looks like to me. I mean, 1938-08, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see about that. But some of it could be a sync, especially if there's things happening at the same time. But we'll see. So there's there's a lot of data to go through. A lot of this day one journals that are mentioned here too. It is a big part of this whole file of this document here. So I do hope this helps all of you fellow researchers. I'm going to go ahead and jump off here, but just wanted to let everybody know who hasn't had a chance to look at the group yet. These files will be added there. These files are on my website, and you can access these files there. These files are 317 pages, so check this out. Let me know what you think. Leave some comments here, leave them in the group, and like I said, we'll definitely be doing some future shows on all of this data. Going through this, imagine going through 317 pages of data. A lot of it, I think, is just going to be the day one stuff. So it's just accessed, modified. It doesn't really say too much, just an entry, but it doesn't really say. It doesn't really give too much data. Things that we would want to look for are things that were edited, things that were removed, that were put back, stuff like that. But look at the dates, look at the times, look at the titles of these documents, and that should be enough to keep us busy for a little while. Alright, good peeps, God bless you all, and thank you again for joining me live here. Again, you can access these documents on my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. Hopefully we can get this up at Dan Hennon's site as well, uglytruth.info, and we will definitely add those to the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. I'm almost certain that probably Dan, Catherine, William Rail, Sophia, I'm pretty sure they're all going to want to do their own videos on this stuff too, because there is a lot to go through. So that's it for now. Be live in just a minute. Testing 1, 2.
Sophia?
It'd probably help if I unmuted myself. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Not bad. We're live on YouTube here.
Okay.
Yay! So I'm just doing a little sound check. Sound check.
Let me log into the free conference call. Do I have this on this phone? Yeah, I do. Okay. Go that way. That way I can see your screen.
Okay. That would be good.
No. I can go there.
I mean, it's on. Oh yeah, I should probably do a screen share. I don't even think I have the screen share on, actually.
Join the meeting. Let me turn down my volume.
Yeah, your audio sounds pretty good.
Oh, I was turning down the volume on the other device.
Okay.
So I could see your screen. Okay.
It might be good to follow on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't think I'm doing a screen share. It's just audio for the free conference call.
Okay.
It's going to take us a while to go through all this, I think.
I can do it on the TV. The YouTube.
Okay.
Turn down the volume. So there's not an echo. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't receive a notification this time either.
Yeah, I didn't receive anything. There we go. Let's check on that. Okay, I see it.
All right, so I'm going to go up, back up here. All right, well, I've shared a few things earlier. Why don't you give us some thoughts on this 317 pages?
There's a lot of thoughts. What I did notice is that it doesn't prove guilt for David or Camille. I think that actually both of them were using the computer and doing searches. That it's very possible that it was Camille that was doing the search to delete her page. But was that a business? Because she had already canceled her dietitian's license in November, so maybe she was trying to start up something new and wanted to cancel that page because I don't know.
It could have been.
I just found it interesting.
It's still active, right?
And,
the page?
Oh, I honestly don't know. I've never done a search for it.
Yeah,
Is that bad?
I think it's still active.
So, what I really found interesting is what you found, the root file being backed up after they were dead. And I really wish that we can get to the bottom of that, because if it's just, something that the computer does once a month or whatever, then that would be a great answer. If not, then that means that somebody was backing something up. on that computer after they were dead, but before the bodies were found.
Right.
And that's alarming. So, and what was it that Mason Hendricks said that David was searching on his computer? Because he had asked you several times if you had seen the searches.
Mm-hmm.
And was it Viking searches or?
Yeah, it was like the occultic stuff is what he said, if I remember correctly. So lots of occultic things, and then he was basically saying if you look at David's last searches, you'll pretty much know what happened. Obviously, well, we've looked at the last searches.
So I watched a bunch of videos on YouTube. He did research on self-help and for a possible movie script, and a whole bunch of day one journal searches.
Yeah, the day one stuff, that's, I don't know, if you look at some of the times, it's like, there's no way to access two files at the same time. But that's kind of, the exact same second, so that's a little odd. I don't know. So they're not all like that, but there's a lot that are. It seems like it's just some type of backup for these files or something. That's the way it looks to me right now. I don't know. Still need to think a little bit deeper.
There's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, and this is coming directly from the Dropbox app, and you can kind of look at. I think I'm just kind of scrolling randomly here, looking at page 231. And so there's one here that shows the date and the time, but it's the access date, right? 1935-17, and you kind of see that 1935-22. I guess it could be scrolling it too. It could be just somebody scrolling down, so that makes sense as well. There was a few that I found that looked like it was at the exact same time, but maybe I was reading it wrong. So that's why it's good to go over it over and over again. But yeah, it's kind of weird. This is what someone is accessing. Why all the day one journal stuff?
That's a good question. I guess we'll find out. Well, I don't know if we'll find out why, but
yeah, and I want to understand the conflicted copy. So if you look at the path, like I'm looking here at page 233, and there's this path, and it's ends with David Crowley's conflicted copy. So I'm not exactly sure what the conflicted copy means. Is there a different copy? Is this like a deleted copy? That's some of the stuff that I hope that maybe somebody can help us with too. So
I wonder if that's what he called it.
It could be, yeah, conflicted. Maybe that was the name of the day one journal, kind of.
Gave it a title, yeah. But
it's pretty. That's pretty interesting. So 1935-22. This one is 9. Yeah, it's probably scrolling. Unless the autosave. See here, maybe here's one that I was looking at. Unless these are the same thing. So looking at page 234, there's two. If you look at the date accessed and the time, 1935-22, and then 1935-22. And that will make sense if these are the exact same thing here. And they should be. So 451, yeah, source file, one of the source file is 450, and then the next one is 451. I don't know. Stuff like that is what kind of makes me, wonder about the whole backing up thing. But it's really interesting stuff here. But for Mason Hendricks, I think some of the stuff he was talking about, what he was really talking about, is the searches like I think the first 30 or 40 pages really have the searches. It seems like the rest is just like the day one journal.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he was talking about David, looking at let's say satanic verses, the Dark Lord or something like that, right? I'm gonna go to some of that stuff.
Yeah, the something about Lucifer or something like that. And it was funny because it came like right after searching for Danny August Mason's Facebook page. So maybe he was referencing. But he also did a search for, gosh, what was that? 1 second, let me go to my messenger because I downloaded it. It's an article from Revelations. And it was the woman with the 12 stars.
Really? From Revelations?
Yes, Women with 12 Stars is rapturechrist.com woman, and that was one of the searches that he did. And then she is giving birth to the Messiah, Revelation 12:2. And she was with child. She cried out, being in labor and in pain to give birth. She was going to give birth to the Messiah.
Jeez, the Antichrist.
So, I mean, it was just interesting. The dragon is Satan, as explained in verse 9. And it's just going through all that stuff, explaining Revelations. And it was just interesting.
So it's like a book on Revelations, or
it's a website.
It's a website.
And then you look at the rest of the stuff that he was looking up, and to me it looked like it kind of reflected back to the 2013 script.
Mm-hmm.
I know I harp on that so much, but it really did. And maybe he was doing adjustments to that script and bringing in some stuff because of the TV series. And that would have been an interesting twist, just adding in the kind of whole rapture thing and Revelations. But yeah, he had several searches for Danny August Mason.
Yeah, I see one of those here from his Facebook, it looks like. He's looking at his profile. The Mind Unleashed. Yeah, I looked at some of that. Go ahead.
And that post, there were several of them that Danny August Mason made in December. So I don't know exactly which post he was looking at.
Oh, on the 21st?
Let me go back and I can tell you.
I mean, it gives a time. See, the thing is, it's UTC time, so I always have to remember that. You still have to adjust for that.
So he made a post. He didn't make one on December 21st, unless it's not public, or unless he took it down.
Well, I mean, this also just shows this is when David visited his Facebook.
Mm-hmm. So there is one that says irrefutable proof that Santa is Odin. And that was December 3rd, 2014. And then he has like another Odin picture for December 3rd. And then December 10th, he has something about 16 reasons Lawrence, Kansas is the best college town in America. December 12th, he has nothing like going to an audition and sounding like Kermit the Frog because I had cold. December 10th is this house is a prison on planet bullshit in the galaxy of the sex camel dick. And it's a quote, so I honestly don't know what the quote is to.
Be from a movie or something, maybe. He's known for
Probably like that vacation, Christmas vacation one or something. Also, December 17th, he has Michael Keaton puts all other Batman actors in their places with 2 words. And then the quote is, "No, do you know why? Because I'm Batman, and I'm very secure in that."
It's true.
Then December 16th, 2 commercial shoots, a feature film shoot, and another commercial audition. My kind of week. He could have possibly been looking at that. Then December 17th, he puts a post up, and it's about the director of Bad Mother Upper. I'm not saying the whole word out loud. So, and it's a pretty bloody film.
That's all Danny Mason stuff. Danny Mason's posting in December. Yikes.
Yes, and then there is a December 23rd post too, but there's nothing between December 17th and December 23rd.
Yeah, I think if I remember right, December 16th is when they had one of the email exchanges. So I mean, if he was going to the messenger, it would probably it may show that, it may not, but I guess no, that wouldn't have anything to do with the profile. No, he's going to Danny Mason's profile for something, obviously. But it's just the timing is weird because this is right during the whole, the whole not lawsuit, but the whole trying to get Danny Mason to sign those forms. So.
And it's very possible that he saw that Danny was working and did commercial shoots and a feature film shoot and was actually working. So I don't know exactly what that means. But
I was looking at this one on page 28 here from David Searches, and this one is pretty interesting. Cracking code, fooling nature, Oscar winner approach, screenwriting. Cracking the code and fooling nature, and Oscar winner's approach to screenwriting, which I thought was pretty interesting. I mean, again, this all just kind of shows David Moore planning for the future, planning for getting ready for his fame and fortune, which it really sounds like he felt like it was coming. All of this stuff, there's no posts in here that make it seem like the script is dead, everything is dead. There's nothing in here like that so far, right?
Yeah.
Nothing I can find, I mean, nothing like how do you deal with failure of having your script turned down or something. It's just a lot of this stuff just all looks like he's on his way out. And Craigslist too. He's on Craigslist a lot. Looking for sale silver coin. So I wonder if he's selling stuff. And we know about the Craigslist killers and all that stuff. That's some pretty crazy stuff. But it's always been curious. Well, there's very few reasons you would let somebody in your home, obviously. I mean, a car sale could be one. Somebody's stranded. Somebody, is a friend or something like that who really needs help, got kicked out of their house or something like that. But another one could be if you're making a sale, right? If you're making some type of a sale. I mean, it's possible you can meet anywhere, I suppose. I really don't know how Craigslist works, but so I was just wondering if he was looking at buying or selling this silver coin. And it's not really sure because it's just kind of, I don't know. I can't really say for sure either way, but I just thought there's a lot of Craigslist stuff on here, it looks like, too. And
well, the police talked about silver or gold coins, but I don't think that they mentioned silver.
Oh, that's
and he's looking at a whole bunch of silver stuff on here.
We should go back through the photos in the basement because if there's silver, it may be down there. Of course, anybody could have broken or just walked in through the rear slider and taken the silver if they wanted, I suppose.
That 500-ounce box silver, that's super duper expensive. I mean, I buy silver. I know the prices.
I wonder how much that would be. Yeah, because that's...
Well, it depends on the day. Like today, it's at 23 something.
So we would
I
have
don't
to
know what
go
it was
back.
then.
There's probably websites where you can go back and kind of see, okay, what was the price? I mean, geez, I should know. I was probably buying silver then too. I haven't bought any in a while, but I remember I was definitely between 2012 and 2015. Yeah, I was kind of into the whole silver thing. Couldn't get into the gold. It was just way too much. But
Yeah, but
yeah.
yeah, I do have some, but it's just small pieces. So we're looking at the highest. Okay, let's do 16.
Monster box. Wow. Yeah, that is big.
Yeah, it's a really huge box of silver and
See,
500 ounces. That's a lot.
yeah, what's really cool about this document is that it has the URL, so we can really go and probably find out if he's selling or buying. We can definitely find out if he's selling. If he's not selling, then he's thinking about buying. But either this is his thing, or and you know what? It says DT. Is that? No, it says CLT, not DT. Yeah, I'd be curious. We could.
That's about.
Go ahead.
Oh, that was $8,000 worth back in 2014.
Okay, that's a good chunk of change there. So I wonder if if he's thinking about buying, there would be some withdrawals or some transactions, something like that you'd see, right?
I don't see any transactions after.
November?
Oh gosh. No, he did. He took some out in December, but I think it was only like $200, and I think it was the 19th or the 18th, something like that, when he took money out.
Oh, interesting.
I have the bank statements.
Wonder what he's taking that out
But he
for.
took it out at the it was an ATM withdrawal on the 19th.
Wow.
For 200. I mean, that could have been groceries or a Christmas present or something.
True.
Could be anything.
True. That's pretty
And
interesting.
what else? He did some self-improvement searches too. Either he did or Kamal did, one of the two. But a lot of these things, it's pre-planning for the future.
Yeah. The Gadsden flag, that's a pretty interesting one. Logging into his Gmail, 12/21, on 12/21, into the inbox.
He's probably hoping to hear from either Jason Allen or Danny. Keeps logging in to probably look. And he's looking at cartoons.
Realistic cartoon
And
character.
scrolling down.
Yeah, that will change your childhood. Answers.com. What's that one? Oh, okay. Realistic cartoon characters that will change your childhood. The Mind Unleashed. There's a few of the Mind Unleashed. And it's nice that they have the title because they have a blog. It makes it a little difficult. But if you put in the title at the end after the blog date, it makes it a little easier to find. That's 12/21. Yeah, I mean, this is why they would have to say that David Crowley snapped, right? I mean, there could be no other thing here. Here on page 31, this is the one where somebody's logging into the Mind Body RD, which is Kamel's page. All right, they're logging into the man. I mean, that could be David, but that could be Kamel, like you said. I mean, this would be some proof where you would think, yeah, maybe it was Kamel using this. She has her own Surface Pro, but I don't know. I mean, who knows? So they're going into the messengers, into the messages in that Facebook page. And going into the settings, then on page 31, setting it public or something, looking at the public options maybe, and then go into the help. How do I see what role is on a page? And that's kind of weird because I don't know. I mean, there's no way for us to tell how many admins are on a different page or whatever, but it's, if that's Kamel's page, if it's her dietitian page, this would make me think that this is more related to one of David Crowley's pages, but maybe not, because a few seconds later they're back on the Mind Body RD, Mind Body Registered Dietitian. So that would,
And it's,
yeah.
I'm on that page right now. So she's just talking about how she's a dietitian, eating psychology coach.
Can you tell when the last one is, when the last post is?
October 24th, 2014.
Yet they're logging in here looking at the admin roles for the Mind Body Registered Dietitian, specifically on page 32. Wow. How many admins are there? Why would you need to change an admin role? I mean, oh, that was weird. Just lost the whole thing.
I don't know.
Alright, going back to page 32. That was really weird.
Mm-hmm.
The whole document just went kabooyah. Yep.
A glitch.
Yeah, it's
A glitch in the matrix.
A glitch in the matrix, apparently. Because then, yeah, no, I mean, they're logging in to the Mind Body RD and checking all that. But it's not a group, right? It's a page.
It is a page.
Can you look up, if you're in Facebook right now and you type in this Facebook group number, can you see if this is what group this is?
Are you on it right now? Facebook group.
Yeah, 6777 444.
I tried.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I tried doing that before, and Facebook just glitches out on me because I did it for something else. And
Let me see if this will let
what
me
is
do.
this? Grave state derived.
There should be a way to tell what the name. Every group has its own number, and I do believe when you go to the page, at the URL shows it. So if it's the Mind Body RD, if you're on her page, it should show this number. But that's a page. Maybe that is a group. No, that would have to be a group. Yeah.
There is the Rise group.
Is the Mind Body
Although
RD? Is the Mind Body RD a group? I'm starting to think it's a group now.
There is a Mind Body Soul group.
There should be one called Mind Body RD. Of course, it could have been changed, but that's what it should be. It's hard to look that up on my phone.
I'm looking. There's mind.body and bony. I don't know. Mind body exercise. Mind body spirit. Mind body wellness.
That's weird. That's pretty weird. But anytime you go to a group, it should have the actual number. So I'm pretty sure we can find that out. Okay, so this one does say it's for the rise. So he's looking at the group privacy for the rise here on that one. I have to come back to the RD. I think the mind body RD is a page because I can't find it in the groups. So then all of a sudden they go from that, looking at that on 12/21, and then about 3 hours later they're looking at the rise, the privacy, the group privacy on 12/22. Nobody sees. See, what's weird about all of this, and maybe this is why they focus on just these dates, is that nobody sees David or Kamel, after what, the 19th, the 18th, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I am not seeing anything for Grace State the Rise for groups. So he could have put it private.
Yeah, there's definitely a group. Of course, there's two numbers here, so there's a 6777 number, then there's a 923. But we should be able to run these numbers through Facebook. You may have to copy and paste the whole URL, but that should, I don't know if you've done that already or not, but I haven't yet. Maybe tomorrow I can. But a lot of this stuff is, when I'm looking at it, I was like, oh, this is gold, because it gives you the actual source. This is stuff you can look at in a way back machine or something similar to that. I mean, there's definitely a lot of internet. There's definitely a lot of computer hacking. Not hackers. I don't want to call them hackers, but people who have knowledge about this stuff, a lot more knowledge than I have. I'm pretty sure they could probably find some interesting data based on these 317 pages. I'm pretty sure they could find some interesting data that to my eye may not be that visible, or it may be easier too, because what might take me a longer time, they may be able to look at these documents and say, oh yeah, this is what this means here, or maybe even look some of that stuff up. There's a lot of ways to look things up, so that's an interesting one. Looking at the group activity, so they're just looking at, I don't know, Gray State the Rise. I thought it was a page. It's weird. It's a group. We'll have to also look at the first big set of documents that Dan Hinnon got, because it does have a lot of David's social media posts in there, and we can see if there's anything in there or not.
Yeah, I'm definitely matching up. God, that's going to take forever.
Yeah, I know.
So much information.
We need some help. We need some help. So here's another one where on 12/22 he's going back to Danny. He's looking at Danny Mason as a part of the group, as a part of the. Oh, that's interesting.
I'm thinking that maybe Danny August Mason was like one of the admins
for the group, for the Rise. That makes sense.
Possibly.
Yeah. Is that a group? Maybe it is a group. I don't know.
Or the page.
I always thought all of those were. I think everything I've commented on and got kicked out of, I think they were pages. Maybe they were groups. I don't know. I wasn't in there that long. I know that, but these are definitely groups here. Some of this stuff is groups. Interesting.
Yeah, because it says group number was. So yeah. I'm willing to bet that he was an admin for that also with David, and he probably was getting removed off of it.
Yeah. David could have been making it private, like you said too. Maybe that's why I'm having a hard time finding some of that stuff. That's some pre-planning. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. But it's because it's not just with the Rise; it's also with the other, the dietitian one. That could be why we can't find that one either. Running a search, you could have made them both private.
And then the Prince. Yeah, and then there's the Prince of Darkness search after Danny August Mason.
Yeah, it's like maybe 20 minutes, maybe like an hour, right? About a little over an hour later. There's this search on here, WebHP, on Chrome. Okay. Prince of Darkness. That's kind of a weird thing to just, hey, I'm just gonna search for Prince of Darkness.
Okay, let's Google search it.
Please, I'm afraid what'll come up here. That's pretty creepy. I don't know.
Like, totally.
You have to do it on Chrome. Make sure you're on Chrome. Yeah.
On Chrome?
Yeah, make sure you're on Chrome, because he's on Chrome. And then first start at google.com and then put in Prince of Darkness and see what comes up. Obama. No, just kidding. 1222. Wow. That's weird. It's so odd. So he's probably searching, scrolling, looking, different things. I mean, this isn't just a few. This is extensive. Let's see, 2057, 35. That's the same time. 39, 58. Yeah, these are all different searches. It's crazy stuff.
Oh, it's a movie. It's actually a movie, a horror movie.
Prince of Darkness? Well, he's big into movies.
A 1987 horror supernatural film on YouTube.
1987, you said? Oops.
Mm-hmm. And he had looked up the wiki on that, I think.
Yikes. I would play... Oh, it's a John Carpenter. Interesting.
No, it's not the first John Carpenter thing he's mentioned.
Donald Pleasance, wow. Well, that's pretty interesting, for sure. I've never seen that one. I mean, based on the title, you can pretty much figure out what it is. Right. Alice Cooper is in that. Wow. Okay. They Live, which is one of my ultimate favorite movies. They Live.
What time was it that he searched for that?
So
it's possible they could have.
Okay, so
been watching that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of searches though. There's a few different times that the search happens. So the first one looks like 2057, but that's UTC, so you'd have to convert from UTC to would that be Central? I think Central Time. Let's see. Central Time. Hey, Beatrice?
3:57 p.m.
3:57 p.m.?
Uh-huh.
All right. Beatrice says, Strange Times, Prince of Darkness, 1987, horror, supernatural. Creepy. Okay, so UTC. Okay, that's interesting. I'm just going to keep that open in case I need to look back at that. So that's an afternoon search? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like 1, there's 2, there's 3. So what is he looking for? Like video, the actual video or something? Or hard to tell on this.
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. It's
Prince
hard to
of
tell.
Darkness.
It's a lot of coding.
Maybe he was playing on some of the videos or looking deeper to see what the movie was about, the cast.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. Parapsychology, WordPress, Prince of Darkness. Right there. Right where your mouse is.
Oh,
a little bit further
paranormal,
down.
right here. Paranormal psychology. Paranormalpsychology.files.wordpress.com.
And then the Prince of Darkness there. Interesting.
International Library of Paranormal Psychology. Is there a search here? Special report. Okay, so I'll keep that open for a second. Prince of Darkness.
Search this dictionary. And I think just type in Prince of Darkness in that one. If you go back to the other screen.
Okay. So let me try that. See if that works. Prince. See if that reveals anything. Prince of Darkness, title, the devil. The International Library of Paranormal Psychology. Title of the devil. So what is title? Is from the Catholic belief system. It is a title of the devil. I don't know if he's looking at the movie. There's really nothing here though. Devil, Prince of Dark, Prince of Air. Title of the devil. Interesting.
Darkness is the opposite of light. God is light. Huh.
Maybe there's an older. Yeah. Maybe there's a different. We would have to literally copy and paste this whole thing, and it probably would come up.
Can we do that?
This computer is not allowing me here from where I am here.
Yeah, I can't do that on a cell phone. I would have to get on a computer and try.
I don't know if I can or not.
And that's a lot of typing.
Yeah. I think I can.
It is fascinating to see what the searches were, especially since people made it sound like he was researching writing on the wall and stuff like that, and but you see, when you look at it, he was just planning for the future and just doing regular searches, like lyrics to a song and watching videos, just typical everyday stuff.
Yeah, I've never heard of the azlyrics.com lyrics. Not a Surf, Killian's Red. Not a Surf, Killian's Red. What the heck is that?
It's a song. I briefly looked at it the other day.
Not a Surf, Killian's Red. I don't know if I can play this without getting another YouTube strike. In the sunshine. Definitely can't play that. Kind of has David Crowley feel.
I haven't heard the song. I mean, I probably have. I just don't recognize the name. I wish we could play it, but YouTube would ding us so fast.
Yeah, I know. I better not play it. How dare you? Okay. Well, we'll have to. I don't know. Sounds like another rock band or something. Let's see. Beatrice. Is it Beatrice? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Is all of the search made by David Crowley truly something? Tells me that maybe some things have been removed. Interesting. Yeah, that's what we're kind of looking for, is for somebody who would know, like a hacker or somebody who knows more about that stuff, knows coding, to see if there's anything in here that would tell us what type of software would they need to kind of for the police to kind of do that, which I do believe, Sophia. Don't they say that they were able to find anything even if it was deleted?
Yes, that's what the search warrants cover. Like deleted text deleted apps, just all kinds of things they
Okay.
were looking for.
I wonder if that would include searches though, and things like. I guess if it's a history, it could, but then they could be wiped from the history that they have here too. I don't know. They'd have to really do some deep diving.
I'm not even sure how to do all of that to completely erase a search.
That's pretty easy. You can. I can do
I
it right
just
now. I can go these three dots and clear it out, but I don't know if that's if whatever software they're using, if that will take it out. You know what I mean?
the blacklight software.
Yeah,
Let me Google what it does.
because it's coming from their computer, but it's not coming from the internet. I don't know. I don't know. That's beyond my it's beyond my knowledge, but it's something to think about, and hopefully somebody out there kind of knows and can help us with that. So satanic verses. He's looking up another. Here's another Google search. So you were talking about satanic verses on Wikipedia. What is that? Satanic. I thought that was that one from that one book. Satanic verses.
What are we looking at now? The
The satanic
yeah.
somewhere. So he has this book in his house, the satanic verses, which people tell me it's not really about Satan. It's really about Muslims, right?
Yes, that's actually right. Catherine and I were looking at that the other day.
Interesting.
And yeah, it even on the screen that you just had up that showed that.
Yeah.
And that was the 23rd. Did
Yeah.
he ever go back to it?
I don't know. He moves on from there, or whoever did this moved
then,
on from there, and is more about the satanic verses on this website, answeringislam.org. Han satanic verses. So he's looking at that. It's kind of diving a little deeper. And then CNN. Why? That's where to go from. What's the time difference in that? 6:27 UTC time. And then an hour later, you're looking at it. He's brave. I can't stand CNN. I couldn't even watch it.
I know.
Even if it was just to see whatever they're doing, whatever they're up to. So it's CNN World News. Interesting. Trying to keep up with the news, the mainstream news, which, I mean, in his line of work, he definitely should. New contribution to Gray State. So they're still getting contributions up until the 24th? Wow. Well, that should clear in his new contract. Well, I guess that.
Bank account?
Yeah, if it's money. I mean, I guess that could just be somebody contributing, not necessarily financially, but if it's a financial contribution, I wonder how all that works. I don't know. How far back do the financial records go? Do you know? It's still kind of a mess to me. It doesn't seem like it's in a lot of order. But
I think July.
okay.
Okay, and what day was that? That was the 24th?
Mm-hmm.
Not sure it's going to be on that account.
This is an email to him. Looks like. It doesn't really say who it's from or anything. Oh, well, here we go. Ego. Let's see. That's 12:55. That's a few minutes later. So I'm curious what the contribution is. If that means, financial contribution to whatever they had going on. Was there a Kickstarter? Was there something like that? Is there a place where people can donate to Gray State? That's pretty interesting. Egokick.com. Realistic cartoon characters that will change your childhood. Looking at that again on the 24th.
I am not seeing anything. And his hothead, I think, was zeroed out. I'm not exactly sure. Wait, all I'm seeing is just reoccurring transfers all around that time.
It could be money coming in, money coming out, maybe. Are there any deposits with solid numbers, no decimal points?
I'm not sure. Hold on a second.
Could be one of those.
They have several different accounts to look at, all with this one with Wells Fargo, so
right.
Scrolling through it. Okay, this is just transactions.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the chat message, in the chat, the live chat right now. So if anybody wants to go and check out this document, I really think, I felt like this with the crime scene photos. The more eyes we have on this, the more answers we'll get. And something like this, I think, is it's going to be pretty much the same thing. We may even get more answers. So the more people we have looking at this document that I'm going to post in the live chat here, the better, I think. So let me know if you can receive that.
On the 19th, he did a deposit from Hothead Productions for $250. And then he deposited $200 online transfer from David Crowley Savings. That was deposited into their account. There's like 5 different pages I'm looking at, so give me a second.
Yeah, if there's nothing for the 24th, I mean, it should either be the 23rd, 24th, or 25th. And that's if it's going directly to his bank account or something too. The donations could be going to a shared account. I'm not sure. I don't know if we tried if we tried to donate to the Gray State today, if they had that option, where would that go, But I do believe that their channel is actually a monetized channel, so that's why I don't really encourage people to go there, to their YouTube channel. Because I know who's running those channels, and it's the same people who think David Crowley is guilty. I wouldn't want to give them my clicks, my views, so give them my money, pretty much. No thanks.
I'm just not seeing anything for that time frame.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know there. So, anyways, it may not be a financial contribution, but who knows? We will find out for sure. Here's another interesting one. If you look at page 38, 12/24 on 12/24, Christmas Eve. So 3:42 UTC. Because if I don't figure this out, it's gonna drive me crazy. 3:24. So what do? I put in 3. I don't know if UTC is AM or PM. It doesn't say. Well, no, that would be AM because it's military, right? So 3:24 and to CST time 12:04 convert. Okay, so that would be
9:24 p.m.
9:24 p.m. Okay. I mean, this is. Sometimes I'll do this on YouTube late at night and just kind of watch. I stopped doing this about a couple months ago, but I used to, if I was really bored or couldn't sleep, I'd watch some of these paranormal videos, ghost videos, things like that on YouTube. So he's doing that. I mean, that's obviously not that late, I guess, for him. But abandoned places that will make your skin crawl. That's pretty
Yeah, I'm
interesting.
good on that. I don't, I'm just good on that. I really don't need it in my life.
I have no idea what would ever prompt me to do that, but I did it several times, and finally I'm like, why am I doing this? This makes no sense. It's just, I don't know. To me, it's just like, yeah, I don't know.
It
A lot of that
it
stuff does not
seems
seem real that I've seen on YouTube, by the way.
well. It just seemed like Camille and him liked horror movies. But they also liked comedies too.
Right.
So, I mean, maybe that was just something that they do. I know my daughter and her husband, they watch the weirdest crap. On YouTube. They spend all afternoon watching it. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm going to my room because some of it is just so dumb. It's like paranormal stuff, but it's like obviously fake.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just having a deep conversation about it. It's so weird.
Well, here's another one. DogTube. I've never heard of DogTube, but I guess if you go to dogtube.us, 20 things dog owners do that cause their dogs to misbehave. I mean, there you go. But it's not 20 things dogs owners do to try to shoot their dog before they kill themselves and kill their family and kill everyone else. But they miss the dog somehow. It's pretty crazy. Like, I don't know. Yeah, there's so much here that it's just when the police are going through this. I wonder what detectives are actually, who they are. Man, I'd love to get some statements, some quotes from the detectives that had to go through this. And I guess it would be the one, maybe Brian Bone. I think he's the one who said we looked at everything and couldn't find anything. But whatever detective was tasked with actually going through the internet log, and then logging all this stuff too, doing all this stuff. At the end of it, they got to be like, wait a minute, there's definitely something wrong here. And I mean, how could they not know? That's pretty interesting. It's a liability issue at that point, I guess. But
And so, as everybody can see, there's just this normal search history, and it goes all the way up to the 25th, late on the 25th.
Napoleon. Napoleon Hill? What the hell is that? Self-help author. He's a writer. He's known for books Think and Grow Rich, 10 best-selling books. Interesting. Improving One's Life. Interesting. Wow. Good stuff there. It's got his quotes, so he's looking up some of his quotes for something. Then it's back to the Rise group. After that, that's page 40 that we're looking at here. Back to the group activity to see what the group is doing, pretty much. And then, okay, here's the one you were talking about. rapturechrist.com/woman. Oh, we're gonna need the Wayback Machine for this. What that? Is that secure? That's okay. Yeah, we need the Wayback for that one. Unless it's...
Which one is that? Because I might have been able to find it for you. The Rapture Christ one? Yeah, I have that. I'll send it to you.
Okay. Just curious why it's not coming up unless I'm not doing it right.
That's the one with the woman with the 12 stars and...
That's weird. I can't get
that we were talking.
Yeah, I can't get it to come up. HTTP semicolon. Did you look at that recently?
Yeah, I was
Jeez.
just looking at it just now.
What? Why is it not coming up on mine?
Here, I just sent it to you on Messenger.
Okay. This here, I think my browser doesn't want me to go there.
You can't look at it.
Possible causes. It doesn't like HTTP, I know that, but so what? Who cares? Yeah, it doesn't like Rapture. It must be something else. Okay, I have to go here because it's a non-secure site. Which is stupid. The Rapture, is that what it is, or just Rapture? Let's see, this takes me to Rapture 2. I guess my question is this like a Christian site? What's going on here? What's their mission? Let me look at their mission statement here. Mission is to alert people that there is not much time for preparation before the rapture occurs. Christ told us that his coming would be like in the days of Noah. Like in the days of Lot. Noah warned people, while he was constructing the ark, Lot had less time to warn people of Sodom and Gomorrah. Oh, when I hear this phrase, like in the days of Noah, this reminds me of people that predict the end of the world. I used to work for a place like that. I think that was the title of his book, In the Days of Noah, like the Days of Noah or something like that. And he made a lot of...
But that's not actually what he was looking at, though. That's interesting, though. If you could just send me that link, please. Just send it to Catherine and I, please.
Okay. All right.
Because this is interesting.
Okay. We'll come back to that. I know I can't stay up too late. I know you probably can't either. But...
I'll circle back.
There's a lot here. Where is Spartan Fidelity? Okay, and that's 1224. Yeah, to me, like those last days, because Mason Hendricks kind of set up the anticipation. You know, if you read the last searches, look at his last Google searches, and of course he was acting like I had already done that, or like I would be able to. It only took me 7 years, I guess, to look at it for somebody to, you know, and show me this, but I don't know. It just sounds like another rabbit hole, another dead end from him. You know, not really a dead end. I guess a misdirection, maybe. I can't think of the right word. It's too late. Justin Kinsey. I have no idea who that is, but that's interesting. And we also have Old Chick has joined us. Is it just me or is it blurry? Let me know if it's blurry. It could just be the document. I'm looking at. I mean, on my phone it looks okay, I guess. If you're on your phone, or if you're make sure that the quality setting for YouTube is also set to the highest quality. That could be it too. So just make sure. Make sure that that's the best setting. But yeah, it does kind of look like it's maybe photocopied or something, or scanned. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that they sent us was scanned, and it's kind of blurry and crooked and, you know, just low quality. I am grateful for it, though. I mean, so I won't go and be too harsh. Justin Clancy, he was looking at a Facebook page for that, and I tried to put the address in, and it did nothing on my Facebook.
Okay, you put the whole thing in?
Mhm.
Yeah, I wonder.
And it just
And nothing happened, huh?
yeah.
No. Interesting.
And then I tried looking him up, and there's a lot of people with that name. So I honestly don't know who he was trying to find.
Yeah, or why? Because that could be a key there. This is another good one to put in when you're logged into Facebook, obviously, you know. But this photo one here too. What do we see? There's a few photos. I was looking at some photos at that time, 1920. So let's see. Was this 24 hours? So 1920, and that would be 13. Okay, so 1:20 p.m. daytime. Lots of daytime stuff here on Christmas Eve, and nobody's seeing them.
And it's weird because the police said that he was staying up late and on his computer late. But these were a lot of daytime searches.
Yeah. The Guardian.
Does it look like he's on the computer a lot? I mean, or is he like doing a search and then leaving and coming back and doing another search?
It's pretty regular. Some of the stuff is pretty regular. I mean, some of the weird things you have here is where you have the visit time. Is the visit time last 1926-14, and then it's not really in order. It's kind of backwards. Bader. That is familiar. I think I'd look that one up. Bader Airlines. Battle of Bader. More Muslim ties, Muslim searches, things like that.
And I have to wonder if that just goes back to what was going on in the world at that time. Maybe there was an attack or something, because he seems to be circling around those churches. And just a thought. If we can Google that.
Bader. So this is what he was looking at here.
BADR.
Wow, there's a lot of them though. So it could be, it could be any of it. Look at how many places there are. They're all kind of in the Middle East. Even in Jerusalem though. That's interesting. Egypt, Libya, Saudi Arabia, where Kamel was born. I think Sidra was born there too. Forget. Battle of Bader. Interesting. Could be a lot of stuff there. Something here they're looking at. Bashir Bader. Why does that sound familiar? Urdu language. Yeah, there's something there. It's pretty interesting. The problem is there's too much there. So what you would expect next is to see, okay, Bader, Iraq. Okay, page 43. So something to do with Iraq and Bader. But on here, there's no Iraq. Bader organization, a political party in Iraq.
Iraq divisions will delay counteroffensive on Islamic State. That was December 1st, 2014. Uh, I'm looking still. There's one for December 26th. Are the U.S. and Iraq on the same side in Iraq? Middle East.
Yeah, so it's probably related to that. Here's something on the Drudge Report, too. He's just looking at the... Yeah, because you can go to the main Drudge Report page and just... He didn't find anything, whatever he was looking for. Then the next day, 1225, okay. Spirit, science, and metaphysics. Top 5 things you didn't know about Christmas and probably should. Oh, great. I can imagine what that is.
I tried to find that article and could not.
Top 5 things
so we
you didn't
need to do
know
that
about
on the Wayback Machine.
Okay. We're going to need the Wayback Machine for a lot, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should know. Christmas. 10 things you should know about Christmas. No top 5 things. Yeah, way back. Way back. Alright. Aleister Crowley. I mean, there you go. We've been, he's even commented on that too, how people try to connect him to Aleister Crowley because of his name, and maybe he finally started looking deeper into it. But I think that's a pretty weird one. And the witchcraft here too. And this is, let's see, 2317. 2317. Alright, so that's 5:17 p.m. A lot of this stuff is all daytime stuff. I mean, it's weird because you're like, okay, he's looking at Aleister Crowley, but then you look at the website, and the website is called JesusIsSavior.com. So... And then Wicca, witchcraft, Aleister Crowley. I mean, why? Aleister Crowley exposed. So it's kind of like exposing Aleister Crowley. Well, yeah, because you know what? If he's going to be rich and famous, if he's going to be out there, once people, if he's at these Hollywood, LA parties, etc., once he says his last name, that's, everybody's going to ask about Aleister Crowley and all that stuff. So, but that's pretty interesting that is that day. So he's alive at this time, or somebody is alive at this time, working on this computer here on 1225. And then that's basically it, right? I mean, that doesn't...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. All right.
So he's looking to expose the truth about Aleister Crowley, basically. That is the last search. And then he does the myth doc. And, well, if he did it. And then that's basically all the activity. The other stuff was going through the journal, but like you said, it could have been backed up or somebody just scrolling through it.
Yeah, here was another good one about the myth, where he wrote, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." This is part of a project. It's not a suicide note. It's not something that he just write. This is in new projects. It's in Dropbox. It's backed up. Boy, that size, 361 kilobytes. That's small. I don't know if that would be... I wish they had a word count. The word count should just be a few. I'll have to look that up. That's bytes, though. That's big. That's a little bigger. 361 bytes.
He was working on the script. It's in one of the photos next to the computer on a clipboard. stand.
There's the Hera thing, right?
I
So
think so.
yeah, so it's like, okay, so what was written on his laptop, I have loved you all with all of my heart, could be, like you said, it could be part of the script, be part of the story here.
Mhm.
Nothing more. Curious that they don't really mention that. Um, but whatever. It's not their job to point out every little detail that helps prove David Crowley innocent, apparently, just to point out any speculation that would lead people to falsely believe that he's guilty. So that would be a great document to have. It was created on 12/15. I mean, that's a long. Created on 12/15. Sitting there for days. I don't know. For another 10 days, just sitting there with nothing in it. That seems weird. But this is a project. You can clearly see that. It's something that is backed up to Dropbox. It's not something that he just randomly wrote on his laptop. I think that's pretty clear. Look at page 45 and decide for yourself. Let's do a few
Yep.
more. Unless you have anything else, I'm going to close this one out here. Just check the comments too. We do need a time. Yeah, we do need a time machine for sure.
We could make that a different show.
Okay.
Put everything through that, but I'm gonna have to wrap this up soon.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I need to. I need to. I was supposed to be in bed like 20 minutes ago. So, all right.
Yeah, me
Um,
too.
a new
But
project
this
means he
is
was planning for the future,
interesting.
not planning to end it all. Exactly. It's a great place to end it. Yeah. Yep. And we'll come back. We just went through quickly some of the first 45 pages. Sophia, any final comments?
When we come back, I will have a photo. Well, actually, I'll send it to you so you can show the listeners of his script that's next to the computer.
Nice.
And it looks like there was a bunch of papers behind it. So he was working on an outline for that. So,
Interesting.
anyway.
That's great. Interesting how they would try to use that as one of the quote-unquote notes that doesn't explain anything, but then some people still believe that it is a suicide note. I think this pretty much puts that to rest for any of us doubters there.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, my friend. Good to chat with you, and I am going to end this live stream here. Are you not snoring? There we go. Going. Let's see. Believe we are live.
It says waiting for.
Yeah, I see you.
Okay. Why do I hear myself?
It says waiting for. Okay, there we go. Autoplay. Wait.
I see you.
Okay. Why do I hear myself? How's it sound on YouTube?
Okay, there we go. Sounds like Charlie Brown.
Does it? Yeah, why do I hear myself? Damn it. Okay. Let's see what to do this here.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear you before on YouTube, of course, with the delay, you know.
Okay. It was just weird I could hear myself.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear you before.
See, now I can hear you for some reason.
We should start this earlier.
Just wondering if it's because.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear you before.
Testing, now I can hear you. Testing 1 2 1 2.
Yep, you're there.
Okay. I hear me. Everybody hears me. I can hear all of you. Welcome.
Hear.
How do we sound?
Welcome. I hear you fine.
How do we sound? See, I hear myself.
Okay, now you're muffled.
I hear everything
Yeah,
just fine. Yeah, I mean, it sounds just clear on my end.
It's just weird. I can hear myself in a delay or something. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 and 3. We will begin here shortly. Just verifying.
Mary says that she can hear all of us just fine.
Just fine. Okay.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay. Alright, as long as it's coming through YouTube, fine. See, now I hear myself. I'm on YouTube.
Well, you're gonna have, or don't you have to mute your YouTube to turn your sound off because you're gonna hear the delay.
I thought I did though. It looks like it's off.
Oh, okay.
See, I'm looking at it here. What happens if?
Yeah, because I don't hear an echo or anything. I hear just you talking. Well, I've muted YouTube as well, but yeah, I only hear you.
Okay, so just testing to see my audio.
Did we lose you, Greg?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna run with it. As long as everything is okay in YouTube, as long as anyone in YouTube is not hearing a delay or anything like that, I think we're good to go. So please, if you are, please let me know. Or else, here we are. How's everybody doing?
Tired.
Cool. Glad to hear it. Stay tired. It's gonna be, yeah, pretty interesting. Interesting thing here. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start. Thanks to everybody who has joined us, everybody in our chat, and everyone that is watching this on the replay. Everybody around the whole world. I know this is a different time zone, so we can never, there's no way we're ever going to match it up where everybody's time zones kind of match, but we're going to do the best that we possibly can. So this is late for the USA and very, very early for our UK listeners, and I know we have a lot of UK listeners. UK is number 2, Australia is number 3, and then there's just a ton of other places that kind of, Canada too. So, Canada. I know we have a lot of great people there. So, tonight we are going to be talking about the Ballad of Tony Floyd. Now, if you don't know who Tony Floyd is, that's exactly what we're going to talk about. And how does Tony Floyd relate to the David Crowley case and the accusations against David Crowley? And if you want to go directly to the website that we're going to reference, just go to crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. Lots of documents, lots of things that we found there. A couple days ago, Tony posted into the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, and that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. Obviously, one of the first things at the very top, he wants to make sure to stop playing detective, which is a very good quote, so I wanted to add that in here as well. And this is what he posted. I believe it was Monday, if I remember correctly. This past Monday, he posted the link and he said, "File dump of public records as people like to play games and get territorial. I don't support your cause." So at first I was a little confused about what this was, what I was looking at here, so I was very confused about this whole thing. Now, Tony Floyd had joined the group maybe couple,
a day
it
was a day before.
Was it? Yeah, and he had created this is a fake account, obviously. This was created like about maybe 8 minutes before he tried to join the group. So usually I don't do that. Usually I'll kind of, I'm a little skeptical, but I figured, no, let's see where this goes, and I'm glad I did.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is what we got here. So, this is also... Go ahead.
I'd like to say something.
Yeah.
For the record. I'd like to thank Tony for this website. It's eye-opening, to say the least. Mm-hmm. I also want to say that we, admins and myself, received everything except for the ME photograph. We received it all a couple weeks ago, and we were releasing it a little bit at a time. And I know that we were redacting some things from the journal that Apple Valley had overlooked. And that's the only reason why we hadn't released it yet to the group. But we already had most of this stuff, and we're still waiting for even more records, like over 7,000 pages worth.
Wow.
So, and when that comes in, that will be available to the group once we go through it and make sure sensitive material like addresses and certain phone numbers are redacted, and sensitive in the nature of personal. Is that the right word to use for this? Intimate.
Intimate
stuff is redacted. There we go, intimate.
And I know you and Catherine have a different view on that than I do. Catherine, any thoughts on
that? Yeah, I mean, I am probably the farthest thing you will find from a prude, but what was in there, because it was so personal, and I mean, what goes on between a husband and wife is nobody's damn business, and not even my own. And so that stuff, it added nothing to the real context of what David was saying and the parts that mattered. So what they did, how they did it, all that's, it's none of our business, and that really, it should remain private. And again, because how many of us want prying eyes, in your bedrooms? And that's pretty much what's going on. You might as well just open up, your entire house and do whatever it is you do with windows wide open and everybody can stare in. And I don't think anybody wants that. So yeah, I would never be okay with releasing those intimate details. I just never will.
And I know that we had debated within ourselves about releasing the journal itself because it is so highly personable. But we knew that real researchers who care about this case would want to know certain information in regards to what David wrote. I can tell you right now, it doesn't show him spiraling into darkness like the documentary says or all the news articles says. He's writing about deeply personal things. And if I ever kept a diary, I wouldn't want it plastered everywhere. So I feel very conflicted about having this put out. It does help, but I feel very conflicted about it. Yes,
Yeah.
Jared, we received these by FOIA request.
Who do you think did a better job at redacting? Tony or the AVPD?
Tony. Without a doubt, it was Tony.
And that's why we didn't post the one that we received to the group, because we weren't done redacting, and Tony's is redacted, so we were like, okay, well, we'll just let the one that's on his website be available to everybody. So
Yep, and that website.
we had wanted to redact the addresses, like the GPS stuff, and like I said, a few things, intimate details that Apple Valley had overlooked by accident. And so those were the things that we were still trying to get taken care of. But we had released the internet searches, and that was really helpful because that also showed that David was not Googling the things that Lisa and Hendricks said that he was Googling.
Oh, yeah. And that's why I think, when we get to that point where the journal actually is going to set a lot of things straight, and it shows, just the amount of lies that were told by the Gray State guys. And David explains in his own words what he did, why he did it. And like you said, it wasn't a spiral into depression and all that garbage that you hear from everybody else. But, again, I can't stress this enough. I think anybody who puts the personal stuff online needs to have their personal issues and their intimate details and everything photographed, videotaped, recorded, and then stuck online. Because then how would, that, yeah. I feel strongly about it. I guess that's enough to be said.
That's great.
I mean, he was conflicted in a lot of ways, and he struggled. But what person doesn't?
Exactly.
And what person isn't conflicted about certain things?
Yeah.
But this is being used against him in the worst way. I mean, they have totally flipped this around and said, okay, this is what proves his guilt. No, it doesn't. It just proves he's human.
Yep.
So, okay.
That website.
Shall we get on with the website?
Yeah, that website, anybody can go there. Go to crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. So I got the link up here, and that's what we're going to go over here. But everybody can go there and check it out for themselves. I don't think there's any malware or anything like that on this website. So we were able to download all of this stuff. So if you're not comfortable downloading it there, we will have it to where you can download it in other places. But because Tony put this out, please think about downloading it there. Hey Defro, I want to say hey to Derek, and I want to say hey to Mary as well, and everybody else in the chat. Defro says, Tony Floyd, my hero. Shout out Tony Floyd. Yeah, yep, I was thinking that too. Defro, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, okay, first it was Red Ron. He was my hero. Then it was a soldier who served with David named Mac. He was my second hero. And then we have Tony Floyd here. So all different, all talking about different things, different data and stuff. But it really shows how deep that this goes, regardless of your view on David Crowley. And we're going to see how different Tony's view is from the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. This guy is a class act. Whoever this person is a class act. And I don't know. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to echo what Sophia was saying and what you just said. Even though Tony is on the opposite end of the spectrum of this from us, it takes someone of class and someone with some ethics to be able to say, you know what, I don't agree with your stance, and in fact, I will vehemently disagree. However, everyone should have the same information. So that truly is a rarity these days. So thank you so much, Tony.
Yeah, and I mean, why hide information?
Right.
If these people actually believe that this information proved David guilty, why not put it out there to shut us up? But instead, they greedily held on to it.
Yep.
Like even to the point where they watermarked information and said that they owned the rights to these.
Yeah, which you can't even legally do. That is against the law, what they did.
Wow.
And that they're they are treading a fine line. You can't take a photograph from someone else's work. Especially the BCA, right? This is their work, and then put your watermark on it. That is actually illegal.
So, I mean, anyway,
Yeah.
If they had really wanted to prove David's guilt, and they thought for 100% that this proved his guilt, they would have shown it to everybody to shut us up. But instead, no, they wanted the drama.
It's the secret
anyway,
knowledge, huh?
The information's here now, and we're going to go over it with you guys. Yep. So, Greg?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the secret knowledge, or we have the data, but you can't have it. I've never really been a fan of that. Those carrots have been dangled before us since the case really first started, and it's sad that some people actually fell for it and took it, and then just kind of sat on it. I don't know how long this information has been sat on. It sounds like a very long time, and that is not good. That's not cool, and that is probably the most frustrating thing with me. That's my real big beef, is how long this information was sat on, and why we're going to talk about this too. Why only certain, Derek brought it up too, why only certain people are getting certain data. That is not cool either, right? Because the Apple Valley police, and they know this, that's why they're being pretty quiet right now. They know that they cannot pick and choose what type of data that they get. So, I don't know I don't know if you two have reached out to the Apple Valley. You're definitely free to talk about whatever you want to talk about there. But when I reached out to them, and I'm still expecting some more data, I wanted to make sure that what they're seeing here, what I'm seeing here, what we're going to talk about, should be included in the data that we're still waiting for. So let's hope it is. It should be, or else there's some legal problems there. There's some, not only fairness, whatever you want to say, but again, it's like, You either give it, it's either public or it's not, but you don't get to say who gets it and who doesn't get it. That's just not how those statutes work, and I think even Tony covers that. So then a few days later, this was yesterday, Tony Floyd wanted to correct, so he posted in the group for a second. I think he's only posted twice here in the group so far that I've seen. And so what he posted yesterday, to clear some things up, I don't agree with this group's theorization of what happened. I originally sided with facts versus fiction because of aligned beliefs, even regarding the disclosure of materials and lack thereof. After dealing with their lies, he's talking about the facts versus fiction. After dealing with their lies, exclusion, and patronizing tones, I eventually got sick of them and have published these materials as I disagree with their hypocritical attempt at a virtue signaling, especially, I lost my train of thought.
Virtue signaling monopoly,
Virtue
especially
signaling
after
monopoly.
receiving threats and attempts at slander.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Attempts at slander. Okay, here we go. This is a gross oversimplification, but I doubt anyone cares much. If the blame is to fall on anyone, it was their responsibility to not start a game of chicken with the release of materials under quote-unquote my name. Lots of stuff to cover here. What do you guys think about all of this?
He's very frustrated, and I see it as a man. I'm assuming it's a man who, you know what, they pushed him too far, and he's like, you know what, you don't own me, and I'm not going to hide this because this is what I feel everybody should see. And so he just said, up yours, I'm doing it. And then, you know, he did it.
I have to admire him because he's actually calling them out for who they really are. I mean, these people, they will slander you. They will threaten you. They will threaten your family.
Yep.
You know, and they feel that they have the right to do that because we are looking into this case.
Do you think the family has told him to do that, to do those things?
They claim that they are protecting the family.
By
I don't
slandering
know
us?
if the family has asked them to do it or not. And honestly, they're liars. And even Tony will say that they are liars. And the fact that they claim that you and Dan hide evidence of David's guilt, but in reality, they're the ones who are hiding evidence from other people. I mean, how hypocritical is that? That is their one reason for why they don't like you or Dan, and why they turn other people against you guys, is because they're saying that you and Dan have evidence. And I know for a fact that this is not true, because I have been submitting FOIAs to Apple Valley, to the BCA, to the Sheriff's Department there in Dakota County. And everything that I have received back does not show guilt for David. And there is nothing that we have hidden from the group. We have posted everything once we've gone through and removed sensitive information. So it's complete and utter BS, and it's a tactic that they're using to turn people against the justice group. It's a very shady tactic.
And it's not working. Let's be honest. It's not working. It's only helping us. just like Eric Nelson.
Can I also I wanted to say that you know, yes, we did receive a lot of this information about a week or so ago, maybe a little bit longer. But again, we weren't holding on to it because we don't want to share it. We are holding on to it to make sure that nothing inappropriate gets out. Anything and everything that is absolutely pertinent to the case needs to stay in, but, we're not trying to hide information. We're just trying to redact the stuff that didn't quite get redacted very well from the police department. Now, if they're redacting it, that means they don't want anybody to see it. Unfortunately, we could still see some of it, so and there's the difference. We don't, as far as I know, our group is not about hiding information. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. This data, I just received the documents here personally. I just received them a couple days ago. Yeah, maybe yesterday, Wednesday, whenever Wednesday. I don't know what day it is, but I'll be honest with you. If I would have received it first, I probably would have just put it out the way it is, with everything the way it is, and maybe I would have regretted that 2 days later, 4 days later. I mean, who knows? I don't know, but it's not. I don't want to withhold any information. There's no need to withhold anything. If people don't have it. If I haven't put it out there, it's because I don't have it yet. What I get, I usually just want to just put it out there.
And I guess that's where you and I kind of split hairs, because if it's not, for me, it's not withholding information. It was redacted, but it was poorly redacted. And just because it was poorly redacted doesn't mean I should go and let out another person's mistakes. So we're not asking, and I've never, we've gone back and forth over this. I'm never advocating redacting what was not originally redacted by the police department. Again, they just failed to do a good job at it. So, we're taking out what they should have taken out and covered up better anyway. That's not the same thing as withholding.
True.
Yeah, and this is just intimate details that we were trying to redact to. It was to put in the addresses or GPS locations, only to protect certain people and to, I guess, not put embarrassing stuff out there for the internet to read. I mean, it's really not the internet's business.
I mean, it gets.
I don't want anybody ever reading about that.
I know it's a really tough one, because obviously, I was on a different side about the whole the one photo that we had of those bodies, and that was a big issue then, because I was not for releasing that. But at the same time, if I knew somebody else had it and they're just holding it, I can see the other side of it, and I can see how that would bother people to hold things. So I have no interest in withholding anything. I've never withheld anything except for that one photo there. But we've never, we don't, I'll say this again, and I want people to know it's a fair question to ask me, and I know many people have, and there's nothing wrong with asking those questions. If you ask me anything, I'm going to tell you my view. I'm going to give you my thoughts. There's no games. You're not going to get any games here. I'm going to give you my direct thoughts. As long as you're honest, as long as you do it, just in a regular human way, hey, Greg, do you really think that David is guilty? And I will keep saying this. I do not believe that he's guilty. 100%. I believe there is no evidence to back up the theory that David Crowley is guilty. I know Dan Hennon feels the exact same way. We do not have any evidence. We have not seen anything to lead us to believe that David Crowley is guilty. We're looking for it. We've been looking for it. It is not there. It is simply not there. The Apple Valley Police, the BCA, they've told us we've given you everything. Obviously, here we have another case where that is not true. Okay, so unless they're withholding something from us, the smoking gun that will show us David Crowley is guilty, it does not exist. I just want to say that one more time. 100% I believe David Crowley is not guilty, based on the evidence, based on the facts, not based on the fiction. The stuff that has been told about us is fiction. If someone was using David's Day One journal to say that this proves he's guilty, that is 100% fiction. Anyone that believes David Crowley is guilty and says that they have the evidence, that is 100% fiction. The police are very clear that everything that they have, everything shows that they could not find any motive and no reason why David Crowley is guilty. That's why the million dollar question has always been the same. Well, what does prove him guilty? Fiction. So
yeah, they came up with their answer because they couldn't come up with a different answer. I mean, with what we've been presented, there's not even circumstantial evidence that he did it. They have nothing. Right. So it would never stand up in a court of law. They couldn't even, get him arrested. So, but because he wasn't here and there wasn't a person to charged with this crime, then they were forced by law to close it. What was that term you used, Greg? Exceptionally clear. That's it. So to exceptionally clear something is when you have nobody that around that you think they did it, but they're not here. So in order to close it, it's quote unquote exceptionally cleared. Well, that's not okay with me. That's not good enough. They always said that if you see the documents, you'll understand. Well, the more I see, the more I'm like going, nope, not getting it.
I know that each of us read the journal individually, and each of us all commented that it did not prove guilt.
No.
No,
and the same thing with the searches. Before we even had posted them that night, we all had gone through it, and each one of us said, nope, this doesn't prove guilt either. So, I don't know why this information, why they hold on to it, Apple Valley, for as long as they did, because...
Well, we don't know when Tony got this information, right? But we know that he's been sitting on it. We know that this fiction group has it, but yet they're saying that Dan and I are withholding stuff, but here we have the real facts that show that they're actually the ones who have been withholding stuff from the people. You don't withhold stuff if it, like you said, you don't withhold stuff if it will help your case, because all that we want to do, is either say, look, if there's something that proves David Crowley guilty, show us so that we can, like Dan said, close down the whole group, move on to other things. That is not what's happening. What is happening, like you said, are same thing that's happened to Tony. It's probably happened to many people here, and it's just pointless because it didn't stop Tony. It's not going to stop us. It is only going to make them look foolish, and it's going to come back and bite all of them. Anyone who is playing games, anyone who is doing the things that you're doing to Tony, you will pay. God sees everything. You are not going to get any further away from that. Justice will come to you too. There's no reason to play games. There's no reason to slander. There's no reason to do all of these things that you're going to see that happen to Tony here. And it's just dumb. So it's whatever. The thing, go ahead.
I was just wondering if you had wanted to move on to the next slide,
slide,
because I think that explains a little bit more about what Tony is trying to prove.
Okay, so this was added to Tony's website. So if you go to the website, he has added some things there, and he makes it clear that he does not support our group. He does not support a gray stage, which is me, apparently. He does, or any other representatives who claim David Crowley was not the perpetrator of this crime. He has viewed many of their videos, read the Gray State, read my book, looked at all of the documents, and has viewed everything, and he still believes David Crowley is guilty. Okay? Through this, I have come to the same unbiased conclusion as the AVPD MNBCA, and other agencies involved in the investigation that David Crowley murdered his family before killing himself. Context. I see the name cow. Now, this is, I'm not sure exactly if he's talking about us. I don't think we've called him cowards, attention seekers. I don't know who he's talking about.
No, that was the other group. I believe it was either Louise or Joe that called him a coward. I think it was Louise.
He's a coward for releasing the data to the public, data that the public should have had 6 years ago. He's like what Defro says. He is a hero. He's not a coward. Definitely not a coward. No. And attention seeker. If he wanted to seek attention, he could have done this at any time. And he could also say whoever he was to get the attention to him. And evil for being thrown around. Okay, so that's not directed towards us or anything. It's just. I mean, I was just baffled by that, by some of the allegations that were tossed to him.
Yeah. These 3 points, he is discussing the other group. He is calling them out for what they have been posting about him since you posted the website and the group.
Okay.
That's when they found out about it, is when you posted it in the group. And they got livid, threw a temper tantrum, and this is his comeback to them. Or, excuse me, his clap back to them.
Who's clap back?
Hey, William.
Hey, William.
Tony.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Hello.
We're just talking about what's happening between Tony Floyd and the fiction group.
Those jokes. Yeah, my fans.
Your fan club.
All of us.
Oh man, yeah, those guys are hilarious. I mean, it's so ridiculous. They're just.
What do you think about all this?
Frustrating.
What are your thoughts on this?
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the fact that they're claiming they own the image, that right there is a huge red flag. I don't like that. I mean, I don't think they can claim ownership, for one, but
no.
But for two, the fact like they want to go and prove us wrong, right? Well, then why would they withhold anything? You know, I mean, the thing is, I think they withheld this because, from what I can see, this proves our point even further. So, I mean, from the clothes, then you've also got the photo of the gun. I mean, all this is already proving our point a little bit further. So, I mean, the fact, like I said, they withheld that, I think that's just mainly because they knew they're wrong. And they're trying to go and keep everybody basically in the dark and just let everybody think that we're wrong. But when they come over and they see what we have to go and offer, you know, what we explain, and then on top of that, then they get to see this now. It's just, everybody can see it for what it is. And AVPD obviously they made a terrible, terrible call here. And the fact that also that photo, as you guys probably already seen, well, I of course you guys already seen it. You know, obviously somebody took it with a cell phone. That was not done with a camera, like one that you would see crime scene investigation use. They would be using a DSLR, hands down, just because that's going to give you the clearest possible photo. You know, but I mean, you can definitely see there's graininess there, which, I mean, I like I said, I can't blame anybody for thinking it's Photoshopped to some degree, but once again, you know, I enhanced it to show it's not. It's absolutely not Photoshopped. Because if it was Photoshopped, you'd see that the grain would be way off. So I don't care how good somebody's at Photoshopping. There's no way they're getting that level of grain like that to replicate that perfectly. So.
Well, you can if you fix it, you Photoshop it, and then you take a photo of the Photoshopped photo. There are ways to go about that. I've done it, but you know, however,
I would like I said, I would love to see somebody do it. I am 110% they cannot perfectly replicate it.
But the whole thing is, though, is that like how I guess I want to know, how do you know Did you look at the metadata? Is there any metadata to see on how that photo was taken and with what it was taken?
Oh, like I said, I only looked at it from the Photoshop aspect, and I didn't get a chance to look at the metadata. I've been kind of like running around with like a chicken with his head cut off all day.
Yeah.
Join the club, William.
But I did, like I said, I looked at it through Photoshop. But I'm assuming it is, like I said, it does appear that it was done with a flip phone.
Wow. So maybe somebody
because
took
once again, it like I said, it had to have been a flip phone, because if you look at smartphones, their cameras they're way better than that. That was not done with a smartphone.
Well, did they have smartphones back in 2014? I know it sounds like a stupid question, but I don't know. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, they totally did.
I think there is a photo in either the Apple Valley PD or the BCA that shows one of the detectives with a flip phone.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And I mean, the thing is, this is the other thing. I'm not sure if you guys have talked about this yet, but really, this had to have been done. I mean, I think I already posted that. Maybe it was on the infographic, but this had to have been done by one of the officers who entered and cleared the house, because they would have picked the gun up and everything. That would have been done in clearing the house.
Well, could it have also been someone who legally or illegally had access to a crime scene photo, was able to see the photo and snap the real crime scene photo image with their phone?
You mean like somebody got into the crime scene and used their phone to take a picture?
No, like somebody was shown crime scene photos, a friend,
Mm-hmm.
An alleged friend, and they were able to just pull out their camera, pull out their phone, and snap a photo of it.
I don't believe so. There would be, like I said, I'm going to be doing some tests this weekend, just to go and double check, able to actually get a hold of a flip phone. So I'm going to go and see if I can actually go and run some tests with that. So I don't believe so, because once again, there would be things like gloss. If they're taking a picture, let's say on another phone, on a computer, something like this, there would be some glare to it. You definitely see some, like, for instance, if you guys have seen the pictures, I take a picture when I'm working on my tablet. I'll just take a picture of what's on my tablet, right? Or monitor, graphics monitor, whatever you want to call it. And you'll definitely see there's like some lines coming down. That's all just, I mean, that's standard when you got like electronics and stuff. You're taking pictures of, you're going to see that kind of stuff. And there was nothing like that. This is just pure grain, which, like I said, that tells me, A, there was bad lighting, which once again, we know there wasn't great lighting in there. They didn't do anything, to lighting so that way they could see everything clearly. On top of that, this had to have been done with a really cheap camera, which once again, we know flip phones have. They're really, really crappy. And then, of course, if you go with a smartphone, you're going to have a higher quality.
Well,
and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we do know that they were using professional cameras. That it's evident by that. However, you have to also consider that it's possible that someone had a printout of this photo and then took a picture of the printout of the photo with their flip phone as well. I mean, there are so many ways to make a really bad photo. However, I think it still comes back to the point of that is the gun on the floor. And I had to eat crow and admit I made a mistake. That is the gun on the floor. But even though that may be the gun on the floor, it doesn't change the end result of the case. True. That being there, it's like, so what? Now we know that, a gun was on the floor. Big deal. What does that matter?
Well, I think what matters to me the most looking at that photo is, was that photo given to the public or was it not? If it was, then, we all should have access to it. If it wasn't, then the two people who are claiming property ownership of it have a big problem, a legal problem.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't necessarily have. They wouldn't necessarily have the legal problem. It's whoever gave them the photo. If it wasn't meant to be public, and I don't think it was.
Right. Well, they would still be. They would know who that is, and they would be part of that legal problem. Definitely. They
could be, yeah. They definitely could be, but I would definitely say it'd be whoever the clearing officer was.
Their best bet.
And like I said,
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, go for it.
I was gonna say their best bet, if this photo was not obtained in a legal manner and they were given it, they need to go to the Apple Valley and they need to tell them where they got that photo from. And that person
Absolutely.
something needs to happen to whoever did that. If it was not legally obtained. If it
Like
was
I said, I don't
legally
think it was,
obtained,
and
then, if
I mean,
here's the other scenario, because there is a scenario C, that it was released but it was not supposed to be. That's on the Apple Valley then.
yeah,
That's on them, and
yeah.
that makes it public. If they released it through a public data dump or a public file request or something like that, that's on them. It's public.
I mean, last I checked, I mean, they're not supposed to be taking photos with their phone, the crime scene, something like this. You know, so any photo is supposed to be taken. I believe it's through the crime scene investigation, or they're supposed to have a camera on hand. Which, like I said, this is where I think it's kind of problematic for whichever cop took this. This had to have been done by, like I said, it had to have been one of the clearing police officers. So.
Yeah, I don't.
But
I
last
don't
thing
know.
before I gotta go is I
Go
do
ahead.
gotta go in like
Go
a
ahead.
second. But
No.
the other thing I really wanted to go and mention that's actually really relevant about this is we also get to see the positioning of the gun, which
Yes.
once again, I mean, I feel like that's really, really relevant when it comes to trying to say David's guilty or not. And I think the way where it's at and everything, I do think that it does show a little more innocence here than it does guilt. I see no guilt here.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
So, I got to bounce. So, thanks for having me, guys, and I will talk to you guys later.
Well,
Thank you,
thanks for
brother.
dropping in.
We'll talk to you soon.
Of course.
Have a good night.
You guys too.
You too, man. That is Mr. William Rail. He is. You can catch him on Twitch. He does a lot of Twitch videos covering this case. Whether you agree with him or whether you disagree with him, he and I disagree on a lot of things. Where you can see we're still able to have a cordial chat here and just talk about this stuff. And that's what this really is. A lot of the stuff that happens in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group is a think tank. We're trying to figure out what is happening. We're not acting like we know what really happened or we have it all figured out, but we're just going to play games with other people, ha ha ha, all this stuff. Like, that's not the way that you get to the truth, and that's not how you help people, including helping this family. If you're playing games, you are not helping this family at all.
Right.
If you're withholding things, if you're making threatening comments to other people, if you're attacking other people, that is not helping David's family or Kamel's family at all. And you should be
counterproductive.
ashamed. It's very counterproductive, and it also, does not help them. It doesn't help their cause. Unfortunately, it does help us because it helps us show why these people are liars and frauds and just fiction writers. That's it. So, and that's time that obviously we don't want to be spending on this, on talking about them. And maybe that's what they really want. And that also is not helping the family, So nothing that they do is helping the family. If you want to help the family, let's find out what the truth is. Let's get some solid facts of what will prove David innocent or guilty. We have thousands of solid facts of why he is not guilty. We have not seen one fact to show that he is guilty.
Okay.
Go for
Next
it.
slide or
Next slide. Let's see. Did we miss anything? So he had 3 points here, right? He says, yes, I am. And I think he's being facetious a little bit here.
yeah,
Possibly.
sarcastic. I
Yeah.
guess, smartass kind of way, which is okay, because it's the only way to deal with these people.
Yeah.
So
You're right. He does seem frustrated, and he does seem like he's just, fed up. I mean, he does not support our cause. He does not support what we're doing, but at the same time, he also makes it clear that, he posts in the group and gives us all of this data. So there must be something there. there must be some common ground that we've been able to find, and we found that with. I mean, I've spoken with many people who believe that David Crowley is guilty, and we've gone back and forth on private chats and things like that, and that's fine, you know. So
he just believes that everybody should have access to information in regards to the state.
Yeah.
And a decent human being would believe that. So.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I didn't like about what he posted yesterday was he said, I don't agree with this group's theorization of what happened. And I think that's a very general and broad statement because obviously, you know, we all, and I think, Catherine, I think you commented on that too. You know, we all have kind of our own views, our own things. I've made it very clear that I do not have a theory. So when I hear people, you know, telling me that, you know, about a theory, it's like, wait a minute, I don't have a theory. I've made it very, very clear. I've made 2,000 videos, you know, making sure that, you know, people understand that I do not have a theory. I do not have one working theory. I will entertain many, many theories, and I will keep going back to several theories. Maybe there's I think somebody even asked me one time, you know, if you had to like rate different theories. I've been able to really do that, but they're just theories. But I don't think that the group itself, the Justice for David Crowley Family Facebook group, has a theory. We have not come up with just one theory and then just kind of ran with it. Whereas this fiction group has a theory that David Crowley is guilty, and they just kind of run with it and just, you know, have the blinders on to anything else, to thousands of pages of documents, photos.
And that's the frustrating thing is they spend their time slandering anybody who says David is innocent, and they go through all this effort to rip and tear them apart on social media in their videos and all this other stuff, but present not one thing to back their position. But we are trying to back our position with evidence, stuff that is given to us by the police themselves. Right. And like you were saying, there isn't one theory. I think I've read, it's like everyone who looks at the case and then comments on the group page, everybody has a different idea of what they think happened. You know, so it's people, they're, you know, you're throwing out ideas and talking things over. Well, what if this could happen, and what if that happened? And I mean, that's a good thing. I think, you know, to throw and toss ideas out is how you can get and whittle things down.
Right. What else? Okay, so we're gonna look at some of the files that are included in this quote-unquote data dump. The image of the gun found at the crime scene, which this for me, like I said, this is the big one, because I've been asking for this. I know I'm not the only one, but we've been asking for this for six years. And I believe in the 21 questions for Detective Gummer, this is one of the questions that I asked. I said, hey, give me a censored photo. A censored photo. I don't want to see the bodies. All I want to see is where the gun is. I want to see where the butt of the gun. I want to see where that gun is facing. That's all that I wanted for 6 years. And it took our hero, Tony Floyd, and his data dump to get that. And again, people have been withholding this photo, have been withholding this thing, and I do hope that this was legally obtained. And if it was, then Detective Gummert and I are going to have hopefully we're going to have a chat here in the very near future to figure out why I was not given this photo when I specifically asked for this. Now, Detective Gummert has been nothing but professional. The Apple Valley Police, same thing. The BCA has been more than that, as far as my personal dealings with them. But it's kind of weird. The BCA has given us so much stuff, and the Apple Valley Police, you know, I did 2 or 3 requests, and I got 464 photos and 94 pages of police reports. That's it. That's all I've ever gotten from them until a couple days ago, until Wednesday. All of a sudden, there's all of this other data. Whatever, that's fine. Whatever. Just as long as you give it, you know, just Just give us the public data. This is stuff we could have had 6 years ago, and we could have gone through all of this and a lot of the speculation, a lot of the things. Well, maybe he did it because of this. Well, the David's journal, his day one journal shows this. None of that turns out to be true. I mean,
Greg, can I interrupt
please,
for a second,
please
please?
do.
Okay, because some in the chat are asking. When I sent my FOIA request this last time, I was extremely specific about the things that I wanted. I gave item numbers. I gave the name of the files that I wanted. So when you send your FOIA request, you have to be extremely specific. Otherwise, they'll just say that they don't have the information, or you'll just get the regular 93 pages, I believe, or is it 94 pages of the police report that's redacted, and just the photos, just like 400 and something photos. You'll
we
get that every
did
single
that.
time.
Well, we did that. Dan Hinnon specifically asked for certain things, and they didn't give him. It looks like the video that is on this list is one of those things that we should have been given.
Yeah.
The gun photo, I mean, I asked Detective Gummer specifically for that. So now what you're saying is, okay, and I'm going to do this probably Monday, hopefully. Or maybe we'll see when. I'm going to do this very soon. But just like you're saying, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to request a photo of the gun as it's found. I'm going to give them the actual freaking photo and say, I want this photo because it's out there. You guys have given it to somebody. And if you have not given it to somebody, please let me know that. Because then maybe I won't put it up there if it wasn't legally obtained. Or maybe we should look into how somebody was able to get this. Maybe there should be an internal investigation or something. But I think the very first step, like you said, I have to be very specific. I'll give you the model number. I'll give you everything that I know about this gun. But it's just very frustrating.
Also
Go ahead.
Yeah, and you have to say that as it was found in situ, not when it was being taken as evidence.
Right.
Because I guarantee if you're not specific, they will send you the evidence photo.
Yeah,
so,
on the living room floor. How about that? I have the coordinates. It's because it's in Joe Cooksley's notes of how the gun is found. These coordinates, this day, this time. What do you guys need? You know what I'm asking for. They know what I'm asking for. But okay, fine, whatever. But that's all that I want. I want that photo, and that does tell me a lot, and it does. Well, we're not there yet. We'll get to that photo, and then we'll kind of go over that a little bit. But so that's the image. David's Day One Journal, which is a redacted version. This is not the same version that we have. Tony did the redactions. A very classy person, because he redacted more than I would have. It sounds like he redacted what you and Catherine were kind of having to do, and that was going to take a while. And it's like, well, he's already got it, and it looks like his version is actually a clearer quality version, which does make me think that this was an older version. On his website, he also talks about things that he took out that was given to him. So there are things that he has that he is not even sharing on his website. That is technically public data, whatever they have given him. But then there's some electronic reports. I believe that's the 360 or 317 pages of David's searches and what is in the Day One Journal. The medical examiner photos, which again we do not have. We only have 464 photos. Thanks to the BCA, we have over 700 photos that at least give us some, it gives us a lot more than what the Apple Valley did. Where did these photos come from? If these were requested, if these were given, through a FOIA from the Apple Valley, then why it doesn't make sense why some of the photos are given to some people and some aren't. Are they given photos to if I were to say that I believe David Crowley is guilty, would I have received thousands of more photos if I would have lied? So and then we have this crime scene photo here too, that, like I said, Dan Hinnon requested. I know he requested audio. He requested other things too. We wanted photos. I mean, and so, like you said, maybe we didn't fill it out right. Maybe we weren't specific, and this person was. Whatever the case, the main thing is that the public has this data. That's what matters. Not my feelings about this. Not because, oh, I didn't get this or that or whatever, which does frustrate me, but it's not about me. As long as this stuff is out there, we're going to make sure that the public will have access to it. This is public data. This is not my public data. This is not public data that some people get and other people don't. That's what Sean Wright, that's what people like that were telling us. They had things that proved David Crowley guilty, but they couldn't share it with us right now, back in 2015. But if we just kept our mouths shut, if we didn't act like David Crowley was guilty, then at some point they were going to share it with us. That's total BS, man. I mean, that is just total BS. That is not something... And those were red flags, huge red flags. And when I posted the text messages between me and Sean, people could clearly see that. I didn't have to leave any comments on it. A person like that, you just let them talk. And this is a known felon. This is someone who has a criminal record. And this person, who David in his day one journal talks about, and not in a good light, this person is acting like he's David's savior and David's friend, and then you have this fiction group that has this criminal in their group, and people are supposed to take them seriously, and you really think the family really is going to side with them? With known criminals?
Oh, yeah, he's not the only one in there that's got a record.
That's crazy.
Anyway.
It's crazy. Any thoughts on that before I move on? I know there's probably some great comments that I'm totally missing in the chat room. I do apologize for that.
They're just talking back and forth about the case and how Tony, I guess, released it and read it too, all this information.
Oh, great.
So
That's
he's
great.
making sure it gets out everywhere.
Get it out there,
they
Tony.
must have really pissed him off.
They woken the beast. Go get him, Tony. And
I'll upload the electronics crimes report and Detective Vaughn's report. Basically, it's just saying what types of tests that they ran, forensic tests ran on all the electronics.
Mm-hmm.
And Greg has already released the blacklight report to, I think it was item 5, which was the searches. The other one really didn't show anything, so it's not of use at all. And I think that's the only reason why we never posted it.
Okay.
But that would be the laptop that was on the island.
Okay.
And so we'll make sure that everything is in the group for people. And do you have it all on your website too?
Currently I just have the journal and the 317-page electronic report that we covered. But if you could get any of the stuff that you have, if you could add that to the group files, that would be very, very helpful.
I'll add everything except the journal, only because we have not redacted those sensitive.
Can you...
But they could get it off of Tony's website. So.
Yeah, that's the one that I have on my website too. Maybe you can download it from my website and add it to the group files. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can do that.
Okay.
And Shall we move on to the next slide, or?
I think so. If I have another slide, is that it? Oh, I was like, wait a minute. I thought I had more. Okay. Oh, maybe that is that all I have? I thought I had one more. Maybe not. Okay, I guess that's all of the slides that I have, but we do have the actual website here. And I'm not sure what this video is here. I don't want to get a copyright strike or anything. I have no copyright strikes on this channel, which is really weird.
Could
but
we
great. Go ahead.
move past the photo? Because I don't want you to get any strikes on your YouTube channel.
I'm not worried about that. Actually, I actually do want to talk about that. Well, I guess I did already talk about it. So I don't know. I mean, this is all I wanted right here. I just wanted to see which way the gun was facing. Okay, a guy shoots himself with his right hand, and the gun ends up here, where his left hand is, and you look at where his... No. This is exactly the whole thing. Now, that is just really weird, because we were kind of told the gun was kind of down here where this lemur was. And then...
Are you going to show the photo? I'm not seeing it.
Are you not seeing it?
It's there. I see it.
Oh, okay. There it goes. I'm sorry. Yeah, for some reason
Greg,
my laptop was slowed down. Okay, now I see it. Thank you.
Okay.
Greg, you can actually enlarge that part so everybody could see the gun.
Okay.
I know that I can do it on my phone.
Yeah, it is kind of blurry right there. So I don't know if that's... But, yeah, it's just such a bad image right there.
There you go.
Unfortunately. So that's it right there. That's where that gun was found, as far as I know. I mean, this is where the gun is found. You shoot yourself with your right hand. The gun is found here, and the police are not disturbed by that at all. At all. I mean, it speaks for itself. If I wanted to hide something, and if I was a part of some fictional group, I'd probably hide this too. Because words, the images speak for themselves. That's why we weren't, we just wanted the photos. We wanted, all of this stuff that would show whatever that they're saying. What did you guys see when you walk into this house? Because we asked Detective Gummert, I asked him, when did you realize David Crowley was guilty? He said, as soon as he assessed this scene. So based on what he's saying, he walks into this house, and this looks like a double murder-suicide to him. No. Sorry, just not buying it. He's a police officer. It's not his job to do that. First of all, to just walk in. Oh yeah, double murder suicide. Cool. Okay, done. It's a big problem there. Anything on that photo, or else I'll just keep moving on here. I'm a little frustrated.
They were asking if the gun could have been moved by the dog.
I don't think so. I mean, anything's possible, sure. I mean, it's possible. It's possible.
I mean, anything's possible.
Yeah.
He did things at the crime scene. We know that he did chew on bones. We're not denying it. We can see the proof of it in the photos.
No,
he destroyed things.
I do think that's a question. I don't want to act like I'm belittling that question, because it is a very valid question. It's a question that we all ask. We all will ask at some point. But then you have to just kind of, okay, that's a great question. Let's look at the pros. Let's look at the cons, and you kind of just go from there. Have you ever seen a dog move a gun with this much weight? If the dog did move the gun, would there be, other blood, or would there be other dog saliva or something like that? How would that affect that whole thing too? So I guess you would have to look at so many different things. I would kind of assume that if he shot himself with his right hand, which David was right-handed, the gun should be closer to his right hand. So for the dog to have moved it from where his right hand was over to where his left hand was is also another. It's like you said, it's possible.
Joe,
But
sorry. Joe Howard would like you to zoom in on the gun again, please.
I'll zoom in on the gun. I know it's not very good here, so let me know if you want me to zoom in a little more, and I can do that. I know there's a lag on the YouTube site.
And Derek says, even not fully loaded, it's not impossible, but the dog has been blamed for everything. Come on.
Yeah.
And he's so right. The dog has been blamed for everything. I mean, not like it's not impossible. I mean, but he does have a point.
Yeah. And even when you look at the gun, when they put it on the table next to the Christmas tree, next to that front window, it has hair on it. It has blood on it. We know that there's blood on the magazine too. If I remember correctly, it's David's blood on the magazine, Kamel's blood on the actual gun. I mean, and then hair. Why would there be hair there? It's very, very odd stuff about this gun. So this, to me, for the gun, is pretty much the final piece of the puzzle. This is just more proof to me. So I don't know if that image is clear. On my screen, it looks very, very fuzzy. So I see what William is talking about now. When I zoom in, yeah, it's like, whoa, that's grainy. Because when you're not zoomed in and you're just looking at it from the website, I was like, well, that looks like a pretty decent photo, actually. But the more I zoom in, yeah, the more it does not. So I hope that helps.
Greg, please go to the red on David's leg.
Okay. Let's
I guess it's right across from where the gun was.
Okay.
On his leg.
Yeah, so there's
right there.
There's a big red spot, flesh.
Yeah, and this is interesting because there is no wound on David's leg, as the ME states.
They don't mention any wound, anything. I mean, they do mention, quote unquote, evidence of animal or possible evidence of animal scavenging.
And that's in relation to his neck, face, and his hand.
Oh, interesting. So they're actually specific about the animal scavenging and where they think the animal scavenging is.
Well, because the rest of his body was intact, so they don't mention any other injuries to his body. So I'm saying, I mean, people are more than welcome to read the autopsies that are either on your website or in the group, and they'll say for themselves.
Yeah, this makes me want to go back through David's autopsy to see if when they mention animal scavenging in relation to David, are they specific about where the animals... I don't think they are. I think they're very, very vague. And that's just the final report, right? There's obviously notes and there's recordings that they're doing as they're looking at the actual body, which is the real stuff that we really wanted. Again, I'd rather just have what the medical examiner is seeing. I'd rather have a recording of that than really see the actual bodies, but whatever. This is what happens when you have to go digging for things. You end up having to exhaust all different scenarios, possibilities, and that's exactly what is happening here. What we're looking at here, if it's not specifically mentioned in the autopsy, why not? Why not? If they thought this was animal scavenging, then they should say possible animal scavenging on David's left leg. Or I don't know.
It does say with defects on left front and left lower pant leg. Pants are covered in dark green to red stains are present with numerous short white hairs. And
Can you read that first part again about the left leg?
And where is that located, please?
it is David's autopsy report, page 3.
David's
Okay.
autopsy report.
Thank
page
you.
Clothing and personal effects. And I believe it's bullet point 4. One pair of Nautica jeans company brand black and white and blue striped sweatpants size medium with defects on the left front and left lower pant leg. The pants are covered with dark green to red stains are present and numerous short white hairs. The staining is also on.
Yeah.
The staining is also on his boxer shorts. And
Yeah.
the staining is also on his black sleeve. No. On his shirt. On the left, on the collar in the left side of his shirt. The black shirt, they said. And then, I'm looking over his body.
Yeah, there's no mention of the wound on the leg. I can't find it.
Mm-mm.
Interesting.
No.
Very disturbing right there. No head. No head. Gone.
They said they also found red-brown blood-like material on the dorsal left hand between the thumb and the first finger.
Anything else on that image? Really want to move on from that image.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay.
We can move on.
Okay, the photograph was obtained through Luis Gibson and Joe Tomaso, at the Crowley case Facts versus Fiction. So that's the group, right? That's what that is? That's a Facebook group.
It's the group.
So they obtained
The
this.
We Are David Guilty group.
Is this the image they try to copyright? Is that what happened here?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
that's the image that they try to copyright.
They wouldn't copyright it if it was legally obtained. I don't know. I mean, that would be weird. Well, here's what he says. Let me keep reading on. They initially claimed that they obtained this photo through a source at the AVPD who was assigned the case in 2015. But after building a relationship with them, that's not... I mean, Luis was in our group at that time, and she was one of the big, one of the people speaking up that David Crowley was not guilty.
Who?
Miss
Louise?
Gibson, yeah, for years,
Really?
for years, yeah, for many years, up until she got booted out. Oh yeah, she was, anti-Judy, totally thought David didn't do this, etc., etc.
Anti-Sean, too.
Anti-Sean, they were all crazy, talking smack about all of them, and no, something wrong there. So it sounds like Tony doesn't believe what they're saying either. I mean, geez, look at these. This is crazy. The lies.
Well, Louise used to tell me stories about how she owned Judy. Judy would say that the couch was in one position or something like that, and she had this huge argument with her. I don't know. It was just, and now seeing her all buddy with her, it's like, okay, whatever.
Oh yeah,
But she's very proud of that,
Yeah, she's told me that for years, for many years. We have a lot of data backing that up. What she really thought about Judy back then. So that's kind of
Mhm.
weird.
Or Rob or Sean. There's lots of proof.
Yeah, Rob
It's
Rob
just
Rob got caught. He got caught in some lies because he was yeah, he definitely got caught. So he was probably not being truthful for a very long time, and maybe other people were too, but it just shows that they're not interested in truth, because
see,
if
and
you are, you
I
don't act like
came
that.
into the group at the tail end of that when Rob finally got booted or left.
He got called out and could
And
not answer a couple questions, simple
hmm
questions, and then backtracked,
and
and
it,
then yeah.
yeah, and that was interesting. And he was the first one. He and Mark Anthony were the first ones who were claiming that you and Dan were withholding evidence, and that is still the mantra to this day with the other group. And we
Like
know for a
what
fact
type
that
of
it's
what
BS.
evidence? What evidence do they think we're withholding? Evidence that the police doesn't
That
have?
David's guilty and that you guys are milking this for all it's worth.
But here's the thing: though, the cops don't even have that evidence.
I
So
know,
how would
right?
how would
They,
we have it? I don't get it.
I mean, the cops even say it throughout the report, even at the very end, even the ECU paperwork. We have no proof. We have no motive. But because they don't have, I guess, quote unquote, proof of somebody else,
Hmm.
David must be the guilty party, even though the backslider was unlocked and slightly opened. And, you know,
No
there's
signs
so much of
of
stuff.
somebody forcing their way in, though. That is a fact.
Yeah, no proof of forced entry.
No forced
You don't
Why
entry.
need
was it
forced
just
entry with an open door.
I know,
Well,
right?
Come on.
or no proof of missing items for that from the household.
right.
Well, you don't need to steal anything to kill a family.
No signs of a struggle, even though there is a
Yes,
knife. There is a knife on the living room, but
you know,
no signs of a struggle, people.
and yeah, an open
An
knife
open knife,
and
right there.
bullet holes in the floor and casings on the floor that, or like an unfired bullet that had jammed. More shots to Camille than needed to be.
Hmm.
Just,
No struggle, though. No struggle.
and and the crime scene is chaotic, but yeah, there's no sign of a struggle.
He says, although when I later confronted them about the legality of obtaining this photo after being lied to on numerous occasions, I want to hear more about that from you, Tony. They
Hmm.
changed their story, because he probably has all these screenshots too. He probably has all this stuff. They changed their story and claimed that they obtained it through a legal records request, meaning that apparently anyone could obtain it. This is a lie. He's got them right here. He's got them
Yeah,
right where he wants them. This guy's really really smart here. Um, he's got all of this there, and the fact that they changed their story. There's no need to change your story if you're telling the truth. So
the truth doesn't change.
no, truth doesn't change. But he's really got them in a legal bind here, because either they legally obtained them or they didn't. So when they first say that they didn't legally obtain them, which is what it sounds like in the first sentence here,
Hmm.
and then the second sentence, it sounds like now they're backtracking and saying that they legally obtained them. That's something that we can definitely figure out, that you can definitely prove. And it sounds like that's pretty much what Tony said is, hey, this statute, the Minnesota statute 13.82 subsection 7, boom, right there. And it's a simple question for the Apple Valley. Was this image legally obtained or not? That's what all I've asked them. I have not heard back from them. I'm sure they're getting their lawyers and, have to pass it up the chain, blah, 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 whatever. I know that they may even be listening. They may even be watching. They may be watching the group, whatever. We're only looking for the legal stuff here, the stuff that the public has. Based on what the public has, there's no way you can say that David is guilty. Even this image here, but now you have something here where you're talking about things that are being given to people illegally, possibly. Why? You know, it's really really odd. This is, I mean, when I'm reading this, it really just he opens up a can of worms here. He really does. So, it says, I believe that is a lie, as I have been denied access to much less graphic photos pertaining to the case. We've all gone through the same thing, I'm sure. Images. So here's the statute: images and recordings, including photographs, video, audio recordings, which are part of inactive investigative files and which are clearly offensive to common sensibilities, are classified as private or non-public data. And that's, again, that's backed up by, what we asked Gummert, is we just wanted an image of the gun, blur out everything else, and all of a sudden other people have it. I mean, that's too coincidental and just too shady. It's just, I mean, it just adds to the shadiness of all of this case, and it doesn't need to be like that. It never did. Just give the public the data, and you guys, obviously the Apple Valley, the police think that they have it solved. Well, fine, think whatever you guys want, but give us the public data. Don't withhold the stuff. So I hope that they haven't been. But if they haven't been, then that means that that photo, and maybe other stuff too, was not obtained in a legal way.
I'm going to put this out there.
Yes.
I'm not saying this happened. I'm just saying Sean, Wright, and Judy are in that group. And they both have had access to the files and to things that we didn't have for the longest time in regards to this case. Well, it's very possible that, and I'm assuming here, that things were shared with the other group that weren't shared with us. And that's why the lies were happening. But,
well, they should not have.
Now it's out there.
They should not have access to anything that we don't have access to. They're public. We're public. There's no difference.
But the thing is that Sean and Judy were both involved with the documentary. And we all know that Eric Nelson and Sean had the files. Even Mason had the files. Mason Hendricks, I'm fairly certain of that, because he was asking long ago if you had seen the data searches, and you told him flat out that you hadn't. But obviously he had that information at that time.
And that would have been
and then when you said that
maybe, yeah, 2017.
Yeah, and then when you said that you hadn't seen it, that's when he lied to you. And he told you that there were certain things on there near the end that David was searching for. But he didn't. So, I mean, this is just, I'm doing deductive reasoning here.
Yeah, I think he also said one of the last things that David posted or commented on was one of Hendrix's posts. So I don't even know if that's true or not. Whether it is or whether it's not.
He didn't go to Hendrix's page on Facebook. We would know because it would be in the data searches.
Well, that's similar. Go ahead.
No, but he did go to Danny August Mason's Facebook page several times. So.
Yeah, and there's no reason to withhold any of that stuff. If anything, they would black it out, similar to this blackout thing here. If they didn't want Hendrix to be mentioned or anything like that, it would be blacked out or something. But that could have been a Facebook. I think it was a Facebook post too. So I don't know. But you're right, because there are Facebook posts and things like that in there. So again, unless the police are picking and choosing, which it doesn't look like they're really doing. It looks like it's, I mean, with the 317 page thing, maybe because it looks like it's on a spreadsheet. But with the phone calls, with the phone records, it would be really hard for them to kind of censor that and kind of make it look like they didn't censor it. So we're talking about some of the phone records, calls that people say they made the call, and then the records say something completely different. I mean, what other conclusion could you come to? So, I mean,
well, I'm waiting for the Celebrate files, and once I receive those, I'll compare them to another spreadsheet that I made in regard to people saying that they either text or contacted David, and it doesn't show up in the AT&T report. But if they show up in the Celebrate report, then obviously it happened, because those are legit. So I'm going to hold off on that.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been one thing where, and here's where the Day One Journal kind of ties there is that, we have the police are saying that the Day One Journal ends in September. Obviously, now that we have the Day One Journal, you can clearly see that it doesn't end until November 5th, right? November 5th.
Mm-hmm.
So there's obviously something going on there. Maybe the file that they had was the stuff that was not deleted, and somehow doing the whole, pulling everything out using special software, they were able to find other posts past September. And so maybe they'll do something, maybe with these records that you're talking about, maybe we'll see something with those phone records too, whatever it is. But
because these are text messages, and I'm not sure exactly whether they're emails, but definitely text messages from David's cell phone.
Right.
So we'll definitely be seeing if he was actually contacting. But they should have shown up on the AT&T record. So I'm a little confused about that.
Yeah, only if they were taken off. Only if what we're seeing on the AT&T records for the text messages is, I don't know how that works. I'm just trying to think of scenarios, I guess. If it was a deleted message, would it still show up there?
I have AT&T. I will look at we just had our phone bill come in, so I'll take a look at it and see.
Yeah, try to have somebody send a text, try to delete it and see if that still comes up there.
It should still come up because it got pinged. So it should come up. You sent it through the service, it would come up. Even if it was deleted off of your phone.
Yeah. It
still went through AT&T service, that satellite, and got pinged. So yes, it would show up. I'm not a techie, but common sense would say that it would.
Sure. Well, and he has the Day One Journal, 162 pages there. He says, I obtained this via records request a while ago. And we just got this a couple days ago.
I received it on August 4th.
Okay, I just received mine on Wednesday. So, I mean...
Well, I gave it to you to read, but you just received your copy.
Yeah, I received my copy. I've been asking for this for years, but whatever.
For 6 years?
For 6 years, but all of a sudden, it's. I guess I just got to keep asking for it and keep asking, which I don't want to do. I know they have other things that they have going on. We wouldn't even be in this spot now, going back and forth. The Apple Valley Police probably feel like we're just wasting their time. And it's like, no, man, if you guys would have just given us all of this stuff way back when, there would be no need for us to contact you. Yeah, we wouldn't be contacting you about any of this stuff here. Why are we just receiving this all of a sudden? Yeah.
My contact with Apple Valley, who's been fulfilling these my FOIA requests, has been very patient, and she has answered my questions, and I am incredibly thankful. for her time and her patience. So.
Yep, I am too.
And maybe we're just not asking in the right way. Or maybe they finally decided, okay, you can have those. We've given it to other people. So, I mean, it doesn't matter now. We have it.
Yeah. I'm not trying to go back and, woulda, shoulda, coulda, whatever, I think you're right. It's on me to just take that responsibility. Maybe I just wasn't filling it out right. Okay, whatever. We have it. So there's going to be a lot more requests that I'm going to try then. And I'm going to try to fill it out right. Okay? Maybe I'll wait another 5 years before we get more. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So he says I obtained this via a records request a while ago and gave a redacted and compressed copy. So he redacted this, a redacted and compressed copy to the clowns at the Crowley case, fact versus fiction. So yeah, he's not really too happy with them. He's never called us clowns, and he doesn't agree with us. So like you were saying, there's definitely some other issue going on there. Their claims of obtaining it months prior are yet more lies, visible by how compressed their photographs from it are. So he's saying something similar to what William is talking about, how the photo is very compressed. And I think that's why William thinks it's coming from a...
What does that mean, compressed?
You save it...
Mine was.
It just looks to me like they're saving it at a much lower resolution.
Which is...
You can compress it too, which will shrink it down as well, but it's not a very good resolution file.
Yeah.
Okay, because when they sent it to me, it wasn't compressed. That's why I was asking.
Yeah,
as far as I know, it wasn't.
I mean, I think the one that you got looks... the quality is a lot reduced than the one that Tony has. So yours could be a compressed. I don't know. I can't prove that.
Okay. But. Once again, I'm not a techie.
well, here's what he says. He says theirs is 100. His is 107, and theirs is 4. So all you have to do, and we can do this later. We can look at it and see how big is that file that you have. If it's 107, it's not compressed. If it's 4, it probably is. I won't do it here because we're live. But if you want to go, if you want to look at that, go to the file, do a right click, and go to the properties, and you can see that.
Oh, I don't have it on the computer.
That's
I
okay.
have it on my cell phone.
Okay. Yeah, but we can definitely do that.
I mean, could they have removed information from their journal?
Yes.
That they're showing people?
Yes, but if they're showing it to him, and they're saying, obviously he's seen theirs, so they've compared files at some point. He would also know if they've removed anything from it. If it's the exact same file, there's many reasons why they could have reduced it to 4. One could be because if you're going to share it with people, most like Gmail and things like that, there's a maximum thing. It's like 25 or something like that. So obviously they would have to lower it in order to share it to many people. So there could be many reasons why.
Yeah, I just automatically save it to Dropbox and then share the files that way.
Right, and that's the best way to keep the highest. I know. But if you did try to share, like if he tried to share this one at 107, he wouldn't be able to unless he went through like a Google Drive or something like that. So, but it's possible. Back then it was still possible too. He says the reason why they're taking so long to publish is because they need to get their own copy and want to because of the following information. So that's pretty interesting too. So
They want their own copy.
Yeah, so it's like,
Well,
I
what
thought
copy were they using? His?
they may have taken his and lowered the quality, compressed it, shared it with a bunch of people, and then
Remove stuff.
showed him, hey, we have the same copy too, or something, and probably took out things where he had redacted. They probably just said, oh, we're just gonna redact that whole thing, and that's all speculation. I really don't know. Really does not matter. What matters is what he's saying here. This is a very articulate person who is making a very strong case to let anybody know why this group is completely fiction, no facts. They are challenging facts because they're fiction.
I don't understand why he wrote the original file is 107 MB. I mean, I don't understand the point of that, but obviously he's making a point.
Yes, that is a big point, because that shows how big that file is, and that will also help us too. Now I can go look at my file and make sure mine is 107, because it should be. So that is a big point. Right. Yeah.
Maybe the email will tell me.
It may. I don't know. You'd have to download it somewhere, but you still have to look at the properties to see. He says the reason why they're okay. We already covered that, because they want their own. Because of the following information, are redacted very small portions of the journal, as it sometimes detailed the couple's intimate life, and on 2 occasions with photographs that should not have been provided to me. So these are the ones, obviously, that I'm interested in here. 2 photographs that should not have been provided to me. I'm curious about that in the journal. So it sounds like it's just stuff that's in the journal. So it's not like any crime scene or anything like that. But it's like, okay, what was in the journal that would need to be taken out? And maybe it's not relevant.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead. That's okay.
My day one spreadsheet, redacted copy .pdf, is 7.35 MB.
And that's small. It's very small.
So, I guess it was compressed. I apologize, Derek. My mistake.
Yeah.
So.
And later I'll go look at mine. I doubt mine was 117. Mine is probably the same as yours, probably about 7.
Okay.
Now we can always go back and ask them why. Why did we get a spot? Is it because you had to compress it? I don't believe that that's the case, because the way that it was sent to me, at least, was through a secure server, where I know that they could have uploaded it at a much bigger rate. So we'll see. It seems like he says, as such, I notified the AVPD of this and will not be sharing these files, although you can find the aforementioned copy of the journal and original uncompressed copies and images contained within it at the links below. So the only reason I'm curious about what those photographs were are just because, what is the proper context of those photographs? Was it more of the intimate stuff? Was it something else? So that would kind of be the only thing. And obviously that's kind of a little everybody's reading this, we're all gonna kind of wonder, oh, what is he talking about here? The mind wanders and wonders, etc. But hopefully maybe Tony can kind of clear that up to just, I know you can't say exactly what it is or whatever, but maybe you can at least give us some proper context on that, to just let us know kind of what it had to do with. Is it personal stuff? It's just stuff between them. I don't know. I don't need to know too much. I don't need TMI or whatever, but it would be nice to have just a little more information about some of the proper context of that. So anyways, if not, that's cool. None of my business. Not really obviously not relevant to this case, like you and Catherine have both talked about. The stuff that was redacted is not really relevant. So there's the two documents if you want to see them, if you want to read them. I do have the Day One journal on my website, so you can go to thegraystage.wordpress.com and you can check that out. And you can probably figure out what size it is too. I can guarantee it's under 25 megabits. So the original metadata from the spreadsheet suggests it was exported from Day One into a PDF by David on his iPhone and had been completely unchanged. The photos embedded had no discernible file names or metadata. I don't know if you two have had a chance to compare those either, but if you compare them, some of everything on Tony's PDF has all the dates in blue. The one that we have does not match that. It looks like it's like photocopied or something, like it's added back in. So it does make me, based on that, maybe you can kind of see what stuff, where, you won't see what stuff, but you'll see where some of the redactions were done by the Apple Valley after Tony let them know that, hey, you gave me this stuff, this stuff should not be here. Maybe. Let's see. Okay, there's that. The electronics report. So that's the big one. I believe that's the big. Or no, this is just like one page here, maybe 1 or 2 pages. But we'll make sure that everybody has access to that as well. She says this page was obtained through Joe Tomato at the Crowley case, Fact versus Fiction. As you can see, it clearly reads not for public release and was redacted from the copy of the full report I have provided below. So even Joe Tomato had something here that Tony did not have, is what it sounds like. How would he get that? Better have been legally.
Well, no, go ahead. I'm not gonna.
I mean,
No,
if it's
I'm
not
just gonna keep
legal,
it.
and this is that pretty much says it right there. He says this is more evidence of a shady, less than legal methods to obtain these materials. Right there. And of course,
he often brags about having a special relationship with the Apple Valley detectives. And so, I don't know, maybe they told Tony that that's how they got this information. But they also said that I would never get this information, that I guess, barred from getting anything else from Apple Valley. Obviously, they're wrong because I have it, and I have the email to prove it.
I mean, a quick search on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Would the police could have done a very quick search on this guy and found out a lot of information on him, and it would not have been, I don't know what cop would want any relationship with him, knowing some of the stuff that he's done.
Joe P is the one you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about this guy, Tomato Head. I'm talking about this guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to elaborate?
No.
Okay.
But I will, since you asked.
I mean, people who are listening need to know what these people are like and who they are.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, this guy has been known of filing lawsuits, fake lawsuits that get thrown out of court. Frivolous lawsuits, I think, is the proper term. The police can figure that out. They can see this guy has no money, cannot even pay his own bills, and has many times filed frivolous lawsuits. So why would they want to deal with a guy like that? So maybe they did. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't care. But I kind of find it hard to think that the police would really want anything to do with a guy like that. But you never know.
Yeah.
So there's the reports. There are the photos, the medical examiner photos. And so you can download all of those directly from here. We will make sure that if for whatever reason you're not comfortable downloading them from here, we'll also make sure that you can download them other places. And there's also a video that we have here. So he says, so this is right here.
Yeah.
These were obtained through the AVPD through several records requests. Photographs such as bone frags near ME 0367 were denied and were not withheld. So I was a little confused about what do you mean they were denied but not withheld? I was a little confused by that phrasing there of what that meant. So because obviously there is no 0367. So what is in 03?
No. That's
that
Kamel's number, her case number. It ends in 0367. I believe David is 66.
Ah, okay. Photographs such as
And I believe that Kamel's family has said do not release maybe anything of hers, because almost anything that we do of her is redacted, I guess. I mean, I know that we have some bank account activity, but a lot of that's redacted. The only thing that isn't is her credit report, because we have both hers and David's.
Well, I mean, we see her tattoos here, and this is what bothers me about this part of it, is I specifically asked for photographs like this from not only the AVPD, but from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office, and I was turned down both times. They wouldn't give me anything, because I specifically was asking too for where you see on the bottom one where it says skull frags near ME15- that's David. Those are the ones that were collected near David, sent with David, because I wanted that photo of that skull cap, and they said no, we're not releasing these to you. And then look, they give it to him.
They were obtained.
Yep.
Through a records.
I was denied, and they were granted to him, and that, I'm not happy about that.
No, I mean that doesn't make sense, because again, they don't get to pick and choose. Now, they have said that there's still data that they're waiting on. When I spoke with them, or when I when I conversed with them, they were not specific as to what data. So I let them know what data, at least what data needs to be included in that. And when they fulfill that request, I am expecting all of this data that we're looking at here. Nothing less. I'll take more, but nothing less. Or else there's some legal issues there. And they know that. I don't have to tell them that. They already know that. So they know that they have a problem here. Unless they're going to say, no, this was not legally obtained. Which, if they say that, okay, then, I understand why you're not giving it to me. But it has to be one or the other. And then the photo here, then the video, which is about, 9 minutes long? Well, it's about 13 minutes long, I believe. So that was the other thing. I was like, we've been asking for a video, and you guys gave it to this person.
Yeah,
why?
I got flat out denied twice for that one. And I was very specific in both times. So, okay.
Yep,
I'm glad to have it now.
Yeah, I did create a video that has this video and these photos, so if you do want to just go and watch that, obviously you can download everything directly from here too, But again, if you're not comfortable with it, we'll make sure that there's other places that you can download it. But if you just want to view it as a video and a slideshow, you can go to my website or to my YouTube channel, and you can look at that now. And it's public data, so anyone can take it and also, do whatever they want with it too. I'm not copywriting it. It's nothing for me to copyright. Okay, so all I did was.
That's a whole freak issue for me, and
I know I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh at it, but it's just so ridiculous.
Like, how anal can you get over that crap? You either trust your people or you don't. But
well, and I want
there was full evidence.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Those who are listening right now, I wanted you guys to know that on my YouTube channel tomorrow night, I will be premiering a video I just did covering the bloody clothes from the new data dump right there. So I'll be going over that in detail. Only for David and Kamel, I will not be covering Rania.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was going to ask you more about that. I'm glad you're using that function, but I was going to ask you more about that. What can we expect to see from that video? So I'm glad you covered that. And I hope everybody here is subscribed to Catherine's channel, because she has a lot of great data there, a great reach, and make sure that you are subscribed to that channel. She posts all of her videos in our group too, but if you want to see it first, if you want to see it quick, if you want to make sure that you don't miss anything, that is the best way to make sure. So if you just go to YouTube, search for Catherine, Michele, 1L, and you'll definitely find it. I will be watching that too. I may have to sneak away for a few minutes. Can you tell us about how long it is, Catherine?
It's about half an hour, almost about 30 minutes, I think. So it's not too long.
Okay, and if people go to your YouTube channel right now, will they be able to set their reminder?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. Is it in the Let's Get Ready to Rumble? Derek, it is not that one. It's the one right underneath it. I think it's just called David Crowley Crime Scene Video and Photos, if I remember correctly. That's the name of the video that has pretty much the 13-minute, 14-minute video, which we could always play here too, and then it has those photos. But I know it's late for both of you, so I do appreciate you both being on here. It's late for me, so I know it's late for both of you here. But we're coming to a conclusion, to the end here, as far as all of this.
This is the interesting part.
Lies, confidentiality, and shady dealings. Yeah, at the Crowley case. And that's the other thing. Why don't they just say, we believe David Crowley is guilty? That's the name of their group. That's what it should be. David Crowley is guilty. David Crowley murdered everybody and killed himself. I mean, the name just gives it away that they're just trick people.
Would people seeking the truth join a group saying David Crowley's guilty? Join us.
Nope.
We can hate on everybody who thinks he's innocent.
Nope. But if these people really thought that David Crowley was guilty, they would use a name that backed that up, and they don't.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is they lure these people in, and they bait them.
Mm-hmm.
Share your opinions on the case. We welcome all views. And the minute that they start talking about the case, they get attacked. And then boot it. And then they sit there and they talk shit about them when they can't even respond. So,
right.
Yep, that's the people that you deal with in that group. Okay. And, of course, we'll see it right here. And Tony backs it up, too.
Yep, says they like to claim that they're good people who would never disclose things told to them by the family and trust, hurt them, or play games with such a case. That's pretty much what they're all doing. Their entire stick is dragging out drama to virtual signal about how respectful and smart they are, saying that they are on the side of the families who likely only tolerate them, and while they, behind the scenes, share graphic photos and confidential information the family entrusted them with complete strangers. So they're still saying they're acting like they're getting all this stuff from the family. It's hard for me to believe, but maybe they are. Whatever. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Tony would definitely know more than me. I have no interest in this group. No interest in paying attention to anything that these people are doing because it is complete fiction. You know, if you really want to figure out what's happening here, I wouldn't spend too much time. I wouldn't spend too much time there. Just read what Tony says here. You'll get the kind of the whole bullet points of what it is. So save yourself a lot of time. All they're trying to really do is play games, and so that's really, really sad. But then we get to, so this is from April 25th, 2001, and Louise Gibson, I don't know who she is, but she said David was resentful of Rania, that he never wanted children. I've heard that many times. I've heard Sidra say that.
I have a feeling that she's speaking of Sidra.
Yeah.
Because there's even more intimate detail. And I want everybody to understand that this group, they are all middle-aged adults and older. So for them to be acting this way is just beyond shameful.
But Emmy said no signs of pregnancy or recent pregnancy or anything. So, yeah, and this is backwards, by the way. So, this is, you know, you can see that 1959, so it's kind of backwards, so it would be kind of better if we read it the other way, but just for time's sake here, no signs of pregnancy or anything. I mean, what does that have to do with anything?
Keep reading down and it'll go over that.
Okay, maybe I should start from the bottom then here? Is that what I should do here?
Well, it's where Sidra's telling her that Kamel wore the corset, and that's what I'm saying. Keep reading. It's down there in the corset when she was pregnant. Right there. You see it.
Okay, so this is April. I'm going to start right here then.
Sidra's friend said that David was being on mushrooms and got mad at
But that's in June.
Kamel and
yeah.
You know, and that's never mentioned. Yeah, he did take mushrooms later. Oh no, this is
does their basement
he did take
lock?
mushrooms like in June or something like that.
I don't think the basement locks from that side, but I mean we have the photo of the door, but I don't think it locks that way. I don't know.
Ooh, that gave me an idea. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so starting here, I'm going to start at April 25th, 1956. I'm just going to read up. So she said she was staying at their old apartment and they had another dog, and that something happened and David threw the dog against the wall. Okay, I mean, it's all just reaching, right? Everything we're seeing here is just games. This is all just games.
Word of mouth.
Yeah, just try to get people, oh, this is why David did it. None of this shows why David did it. This is just attacking his character. This has nothing to do with the actual case of, you know, all of this is just reaching. It is completely reaching, which is completely different than what she was doing. Maybe, you know, I don't know what happened to this person. This is just like a completely different person. So I don't know who the real Gibson is. Was it the one that joined the group way back when? Or is this the real one? It can't be both. It can't be both. Also, that in his journal, there was something like 20 ways to kill a fetus. She said she contacted the inmate to make sure that Kamel wasn't or hadn't been pregnant. Is there anything about in his journal about 20 ways to kill a fetus?
No.
That is a flat-out lie.
So is Louise lying or is Sidra lying? Here we don't know.
Correct.
Well, if Louise had the journal back when she's talking about this, then she flat out lied. They said that they
read
had
it.
the journal for months. This is April.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
So
if
either she had it,
yeah,
and she never read it, or she did read it and she's just continuing to lie.
or she knows that it's not true and still telling lies.
And she's trying to pass the buck onto Sidra, which is what Louise has always done. She always passes the buck onto somebody else. And so here she's saying basically the implication, which we are now inferring, is that Sidra told her in David's journal there was something like 20 ways to kill a fetus. And we all know that's a load of crap.
There's not even searches like that on the computer. So where the hell did that come from?
Oh, God, with her, who knows?
Never mind.
She also says here a minute later. I mean, she's quick. Like every minute, she's like, boom, boom, boom. And these are all like just talking points, like a CNN talking point thing here. Had all sorts of things through her head that David had forced Kamel to get termination. And she also said because Kamel had the corset where she used to wear it after she had Rania, as she had a weak back, she thought if she was wearing it, she might have been pregnant. And these are probably all stuff that Sidra told Luis in confidence, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
This is all stuff that obviously, if there was any validity to it or anything like that, all of this would have come up. You know, this would be something to that you could definitely prove. Was she pregnant? Was she not pregnant? I mean, really, David killed everybody and himself because she was pregnant. That is a big reach, but Luis could be fed information here. So could Sidra, too. You don't know. We don't know at that point, because we don't know when Luis and Sidra talked. There were different times when I talked with Sidra, and she had a lot of questions, and she found the answers and then realized that that stuff was not, maybe accurate. But I don't know. Just from my dealings with Sidra, she had a lot of questions, not any answers.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that she had first contacted me when I first started this case because someone with a fake name, and if it was Sidra, this person, she was very, it was like an honest digging, so to speak. I know digging might be the wrong word, but here, and I think this is the perfect example of what Tony's saying, that throwing people under the bus. Louise is throwing Sidra under the bus. Now, whether or not Sidra said this stuff, that's, to me, neither here nor there, although it's a lie. We know it's not true, that these things did not happen. But the fact is that if Sidra had said this, why is Louise putting this out to everybody? She should be keeping her mouth shut. That has nothing to do with the case.
Yeah, only if she's
but
trying to
this is how she is proving David's guilt to all the unsuspecting people. And see, now that we have the journal, we know for a fact that David did not talk to Kamel about quitting her job. She just up and quit it one day, and David was shocked.
Yeah.
He writes about it. He's like, oh my gosh, she quit her job. It wasn't, oh my gosh, she quit her job. I can't believe she did it. It worked. No, it was just out of the blue.
It took him by surprise.
And see, everybody in the documentary was saying that he coerced her to do it. And then he was happy about it because he won. And that's an absolute lie.
Yeah,
he had no idea.
Yeah, he in fact, he talks about supporting her and not, making sure that there will be enough money for the family and that he wanted to support whatever it was his wife wanted to do. But that doesn't bode well for the narrative.
Yeah. And then she started doing, I believe, online counseling and, I guess, personal sessions. But I'm not exactly sure because I had assumed that she quit, like, early fall. But this was back in, like, May, late May, when she quit the practice, and then so I know that she kept leaving for appointments and stuff like that, but I'm not exactly sure if she was just on her own at that time. I don't have very much information. So, just going off what was a journal, I'd say. And the corset thing, I've always thought that was weird. So, anyway. Craig?
I know. Did we lose him? His microphone is muted. Or no,
Oh, he might.
No, the other thing is maybe he's there now.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I just had to step out. I was listening.
Starting to get dead air.
No, I was listening there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The corset thing, like you said, yeah, I think that is kind of strange too. Have you guys ever heard of something called Spanx?
Yeah.
So maybe it's like an early version of that. You know, women just kind of use it to kind of keep their body in shape or something, or you know what I mean? I don't know. So.
Well, she might have been having back pain, and if she had used it before while she was pregnant with Rania, and maybe she tweaked her back or something with all the exercises that they were always doing because they loved to exercise together, you know, maybe it helped her. I mean, we're just kind of, you know, grabbing at things here, but, you know, it makes sense.
Sure. I mean, that's, and I think that's what this group is really trying to do, is they're trying to plant those seeds. And Tony has proof of that later here, too. They're trying to plant those seeds to get you to go down false trails.
Yeah.
And I don't, you know, anyone that has happened to, I don't want you to feel, you know, don't feel bad, man. People fall for that stuff. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's about what you do with it once you realize that it's not true, that it's all fake, that people have been lying to you. You know, I said this years ago, you know, people don't like to be lied to. If you lied to them, these are the consequences. You get a guy like Tony and you know, he doesn't agree with us, probably doesn't like us, I don't know. But these are the type of things that happen. This is why you just need to be honest, be truthful. You know, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey man, I think David Crowley is guilty. You know, I can't prove it, but I think it. You know, we get that stuff, you know, I totally get that. I understand that point. You know, I was there. You know, I wanted to believe it, but when I looked, I was like, wait a minute, why? Why do I believe it? Oh, because of the, you know, the FEMA thing, the police, here we go again, you know, the conspiracies, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, take all that stuff out of it. Take all of this stuff out of it and just kind of just like look at the facts, not the fiction. Look at the documents. Look at what all of these documents say, and I know that it takes time. You know, even have a guy here like Tony, you know, he's read my book. The purpose of my book was so that people would understand why David is not guilty. With Tony, I totally failed. He still read my book. He took the time to read the book, and he still believes David Crowley is guilty. I can't do anything. I can't help him anymore. There's no need for me to bash him or for me to talk smack about him or to go after him or call him a clown or do anything that these people did that Tony obviously trusted with certain documents and certain stuff that he didn't trust us with, you know. So it's just, these are the type of things that can happen. Just be a good person. Just tell people what you believe, stand by those beliefs, and don't play any games. Yeah, there's really no need to it. So, this whole thing where she said David was resentful of Rania, that he never wanted children. Now, those are the type of things that I believe Sidra, I believe Sidra was fed a lot of false stuff. I don't believe Sidra looked at a lot of things, because when I conversed with her, it didn't sound like she really knew a lot, and she didn't really want to know about certain things. But on other things, she was very curious about. So she was fishing for certain stuff. But I always felt like some of the Gray State goons were kind of feeding her a lot of false stuff, and they were sheltering her and kind of like a gatekeeper, right? Pretty much doing what this group does to these people. Hey man, we're here to help. We're with the family. This Sean Wright, Mason, Hendricks, these guys, they told us it's the same script. It's the exact same script. Hey, we're just trying to help this family, blah, blah, blah. Look at their public posts. If you go back and look at I know this is going to be in a long podcast, way, way in the future. One of my last chapters of my book, covers a lot of that. Hopefully it covers a lot of that stuff. But it's like, they were pretty much trying to tell us, look, the family is grieving. You guys, if you want to be respectful towards this family, don't bring up any of this stuff. Don't talk about this stuff. And I think Sidra kind of fell into that line too. I think a lot of people did. And I think at some point, just like with Tony here, man, everybody is going to realize these people are full of crap. They are not your friends. They do not care about you. They do not care about this family. They are there to play games. They are there to make sure that you don't look at the facts. They are the fiction. And that's it.
I would like to add something about the journal.
Yes.
That I found extremely interesting. Even though David did discuss working on the script, he didn't really discuss any conspiracy theories or the collapse of society. Nothing like that, really. He focused on researching and writing and setting goals for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of self-help. Lots of talking about he and Camille and his struggles as a parent. A soldier who had left, was stop-lost, which when he refers to himself being kidnapped and having PTSD, it's in reference to the stop-loss. He says he wasn't injured on duty and he didn't see things that made him have PTSD on duty. It was the fact that they held him over there against his will. And that's what he's referring to, because I think it's April or early May that he starts to talk about it. But then later in June, he explains it in detail. And once you read it, you're like, oh, that makes complete sense.
Right.
So, I mean, the guy had things he was working on.
Yeah.
And he wasn't perfect, but they said earlier, neither of us are. None of us are.
That's right. That's right. And we're not trying to be. I think that's the whole difference. There's no, oh, well, we're just going to, our whole group is going to just be calling people out on, things that they get wrong or things that we don't like or blah, blah, blah. It's like, wait a minute, the purpose here is to either prove David Crowley did it or he didn't. That's what it really should be. Any group or any people that take the focus off of that, it's like, well, you're kind of distracting from what the real goal is here. Why would you do that? If you really care about this family, if you really care about this case, that doesn't make sense, and it's going to raise red flags. There are people out there that are watching this, that are listening to this. Maybe they don't, maybe not live, but they will hear this, that know David, that know Kamel. And the other thing that we keep hearing is that there's some type of pact that not only did David do this, but Kamel did this too.
Yeah, and there's no proof of that. But, Greg, let's just finish what
Okay.
he has on the website because we're all getting excited.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so Louise Gibson, yeah, so we said Cidra's friend said something about David being on mushrooms once and being mad. We already talked about that. So Louise Gibson thinks Jason Allen leaked the scripts to Dan Hinnon. She says Jason Allen is a douchebag. Does she know Jason Allen? Does she know something we don't know? Danny Mason rides off others' talents. David didn't like wing
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
All I hear is Catherine typing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, talk a little louder, please, Greg. Or move your mic closer.
I would, but there are people here sleeping too, so it's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I will move the mic. Is this any better? I'm gonna move the mic right up to here. Okay. David didn't like Wing distracting from his plans. I don't know what that. She mean Rania? I don't know what that means. Who's Wing? I would assume that means Rania. It seems like all this is like she's basically trying to show Tony why David didn't like Rania. She's pretty much trying to say David did not like his own daughter and killed her. When we have, if you look at the sloppymentary, if you watch only one part of that piece of crap documentary, watch where David and his daughter are on a tire swing and watch their interaction right there, okay? That is a father who loves his daughter. That's
and a little girl who loves her dad.
That's
She's
right.
Like,
Amen.
Daddy.
Amen.
You know, it's like.
Yep. That should have been at the end of the film. That's how I would have closed the film out, right there.
Yep.
And there's a part in the journal that really melted my heart. Basically, David says he wants to track down his lineage and Camel's lineage. And I guess do like a tree and write the story of him and Camel and their families and give it to Ronnie when she graduates. And so, I mean, that's extremely special.
And that doesn't sound like a father who doesn't like his child.
Yeah, he is being extremely thoughtful, trying to do something for her for the future.
Right.
I know that this was either June or July, but it doesn't matter.
No, that's a big. No, that's a big thing where you can see he's not only planning for his future, he's planning for her future too.
Mm-hmm.
For her 18th birthday, and then you're going to tell us a couple months later he decides to kill her? No. I mean, all of the evidence that you see in this Day One journal proves that David didn't do this. I mean, if there's nothing in here, if you read the Day One journal and you think that David did it, you obviously already have some preconceived stuff that you already want to believe that David Crowley is guilty there. There's nothing in there. The cops also say that too. So anyone who reads the Day One journal and thinks that, that proves David did it, I don't personally understand that. I just don't understand. Everyone is free to believe whatever they want. This is the greatest country ever. We have freedom. Believe whatever you want, but don't try to tell me that because that's not going to work on me. Definitely.
It's like they're going to warp David's worst days ever into the actual reason why he snapped in December. Some of these worst days that he had were in July and June.
Right.
And yes, he's down sometimes. Who doesn't get down? And he does admit that he deals with mood swings. But, I don't know him personally. So it just seemed like he had a lot of stress. And he and Kamal were trying to work through things. And obviously through the journal, they were definitely working through things. And they seem to be in sync. He writes that numerous times. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've never come across any soldier that served for this country that has not had stress and things that they will carry for the rest of their life. But what I read in the Day One journal is David trying to first of all, to recognize those problems and then to get over them. And that's what I see when I read the full journal.
And that was the old Dave, that he was trying to shed
right
those feelings, those emotions, so he could be a better person. And you see that with all his searches and the different things that he was doing with yoga and meditation. He's trying to help himself become a better father, husband, in person.
Right. And that's the first step, is admitting your faults. Most people don't do that on paper. They don't do that, they don't type that stuff out, so it takes a really strong person, first of all, to really do that. And you can tell reading the journal, David planned on doing something with this journal too. I think he was, once he made it big and made it famous and got rich and all that stuff, I think he was going to go back and use this journal as a documentary, or maybe have Rania use it. I think there was a lot of reason why he was doing this Day One journal, to document everything. It's more planning for his future. You're not going to do all this stuff and then kill yourself all of a sudden. And if you do, you're going to delete I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. That's all guessing. But Tony also says about Louise Gibson that Louise said that David didn't want any more kids. Rania was a little slow. I don't know where that came from either. I mean,
I did not get that from any of the journal stuff.
Yeah, I didn't really get that either. Kamel was David's #1 fan. Kamel was more upset with her parents for not listening to her views, getting chemo, the dietary things. Yeah, I think that's definitely evident in the Day One journals. Felt offended that they wouldn't listen to her views. So, I mean, it's like she can speculate on all of this different stuff here, but nobody else can. Oh, there's something wrong. We're disrespecting the families and everything if we even talk about all this stuff. Like, screw you. Whatever. Everybody, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about, believe whatever you want to, but man, I mean, when it really comes down to, if you're going to try to act like you have facts, you better have them. And if you don't have them, don't be shocked when people call you out, which is exactly what's happening here. She says, he says, this is Tony now, getting back to it. They told Sean at the time, but he didn't think it was odd. If someone isn't prepared to hear you out, why bother with them? Well, consider the source with that. I mean, the fact that they have Sean in the group at all is like the biggest thing that discredits anything that they have, anything that they do. If they don't know who this guy is, they're just not looking. They're not researchers. Research this guy. Run a background check on this guy. Find what you'll find what you need to know about Sean Wright. David and Kamel nearly split in early 2014. Again, speculation. We don't have anything like that. We know that there's been things said in news articles. So this is all just repeating what all of those hit pieces said. Whether it's true or not, we know that they stayed together and they were working it out. And David talks about that in his day one journal. So it's just really odd, the things that they want to make sure that you understand. It's all a mind fuck. It's just subconsciously just, get you to just, oh, this, that, oh, okay, well, maybe he's guilty. I mean, these are just zombies, and they just want to turn you into a zombie too. Don't fall for it, people. Please don't fall for this crap. Do your own research. Come to your own conclusion. If you come to the same conclusion like Tony did, Tony came to the exact same conclusion that these fiction groups did, but at least he did his own research. He's articulate. He has, he hasn't really expressed why he thinks David Crowley is guilty or anything. He just says that he agrees with him. But at least he's done all of that, and it doesn't sound like he's playing any of the games that this fiction group is playing. So that's something. There's something to be said about that. David makes an effort to be more empathetic and understand. They pull closer. All stuff from the whole journal, everything. I mean, this is all stuff people read it for yourself. Read the journal. Just David's dark places was in June-ish. He thought he was a god. I didn't see anything like that. But here's the main thing. When you're going to tell... Go ahead.
There was one part, I think, in July, and I believe that he was euphoric over the whole getting to speak with the producers and everything. And so he kind of mentions at that point that he could do anything, that he's a god.
He's a god, okay.
And I think, if you just got called out to LA to speak with producers about something you worked extremely hard about, and you had all types of other spin-offs for this idea, and you literally could see it all in front of you, everything laid out of how your future is going to be, you would feel a little invincible too.
Mm-hmm. Tom, I mean, anyone who thinks Tom Lydon is a decent person, I definitely gotta question that one, because if you look at just the way Tom Lydon reported on this case, man, I don't know. I'm just not seeing it. Like, we're living in two parallel worlds, if that's the case.
I have to do the mommy voice, Greg.
Okay.
Now we have to ask Tom Lydon's kitty cat how he feels. I think a kitty cat would think he's decent.
That guy, somebody better call PETA or somebody. That guy should not have any cats at all. He should not be allowed to be anywhere near any cats.
Anybody look at his Twitter page, you'll see he's a slime.
Oh, he's so gross.
Well, let's just talk about that. Let's talk about what tweet are you guys specifically talking about here? Tom Lydon said he wanted to F a cat. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Is that what we're going for? Okay. So I know we have people listening, watching this that have cats. So imagine if Tom Lydon said he wanted to do that to your cat. Okay.
And this is a real tweet, people, and it's still on his Twitter account, so you can still find it.
And he's still with Fox 9 News for some reason. He's still there, and he's still reporting. And of course, he just happens to be the guy who was able to lob a bunch of softball questions to the Apple Valley police. Sean wanted him to report real news. I mean, to me, that tells me that Sean was trying to tell him, hey, you're not reporting real news. Can you report real news? I mean, I don't understand this. What does this mean? Like, what does that mean to report real news? I think what Sean really wanted was for Tom Lydon to agree with them that David was guilty and make sure that you don't stray from that, which is very similar to what Sean Wright had told me too. Report real news. Sean Wright's version of real news is that David Crowley is guilty. He killed everybody and himself. He went into a dark place, and Kamel did this too. In Sean Wright's view, that is the real news, that there was a pact. Well, to everybody else, maybe not so much. Eric Nelson is a good man. Again, here we have another thing. If you watch Eric Nelson's documentary, you can decide for yourself what you believe about Eric Nelson. And this is the whole thing. It's all about character, right? It's not about, well, what do they do that proves. It's all about the character. Tom Lydon is a decent person. Eric Nelson is a good man. I don't give a shit about any of that. What did they say about this case?
I need to interject.
Okay.
Eric Nelson took recordings and edited them. He cut and pasted to make these two sound like they were insane. He picked and chose which journal entries would be taken out of context throughout the whole journey of the documentary. and manipulate the viewers. This is not a decent person. A decent person would have done everything. They would have revealed everything about this family instead of making them the villains. I mean, when the dad is sitting there reading some of those journal entries, they are highly out of context.
Right. And now we have that proof.
And yeah, and it's very sickening. And then, like I said about the so-called rapture video or whatever, if you put headphones on or you listen it with earbuds, you will hear every time they stop the tape and sliced. It's there. You can hear the clicking. But, you know, he's a decent person.
He's a decent person. Well, we know that he didn't do right by the family because if he did, then Kamel's family would not have had all of their footage taken out. So he did not do right by the family. So I don't know what that means exactly, but I don't see anywhere where he did right by this family. He accused the family's son, if you're talking about David's side, he accused their son of being this crazy person who killed everybody and himself, and then he also tried to throw Kamel under the bus too. So he didn't do right by their side of the family. So to say that he did right by the family, I don't know what that means. I really don't. He did not make anybody look good. Nobody looks good in that film, except me, maybe. I'd say me, maybe Dan too. Maybe Dan. But, we're the only ones who really look good in that film because we're the only ones who are telling the truth in that film. I would say David did too, but they've taken a lot of his stuff out of context. They had, we gave, Dan and I we gave them as much data as we had at that time. We didn't have much, but we had enough for them to put in there. If they really wanted to give the other side, they would have put everything we told them about the bullet hole, item 57, which I believe is this one of the smoking guns. They would have put a lot of things that we were talking about, the facts. There's a reason why there's only 2 or 3 minutes of our footage in there when they recorded over 1 hour, not including our live broadcast that Dan and I did that same day, live, no edits, while they recorded that too. And they put like 2 or 3 minutes in there. But yet they put Joseph Seaton, Sean Wright, all these losers, all these guys who David was trying to distance himself from. They put all of them in there. And these are all these people that thought David was guilty. There was no balance in there. He didn't do right by anybody. Not even himself. I'm glad he lost $40,000. He should have lost more.
And what he did to you and Dan was he took you, highly edited your interviews, and then twisted what you guys were saying, taking it out of context.
Right.
It was like almost gotcha moments to make you guys sound insane.
Yes. So they had looked at what Sean Wright, they had looked at what I had said about Sean Wright. Obviously, they had the text message is between Sean and I because they were very focused on that. They wanted me to talk more about him. They wanted the quote that I gave to Sean, which was the credibility quote, where I told him point blank, I don't care, because he was telling me, don't do this, don't keep going forward because of your credibility. And I told him, I do not care about my credibility. That's the quote that they wanted. That's the quote that they got. That's the quote that they used. And that's fine, because I know that real people are going to not take that out of context. They're going to realize that what that really means. That if you're really serious about this case, and if you are a real journalist, if you really want to find the truth, if you're a researcher, you don't care about your credibility. You don't withhold stuff. You don't hold back because of your credibility, because somebody threatens you, that they will sabotage your credibility. You go forward because that's what the truth tells you to do. You go where the truth is. The credibility means nothing to me, and it still doesn't. What matters to me is getting to the truth. And that's where we are. That's why we've gotten this far, and that's why we will continue to keep going on. 3 hours later, even though I really only wanted to go 1 hour here, but we've gone very, very long here. So I really appreciate everybody who has hung in there. I know both of you, it's 12 a.m. here.
Fairly late.
Yeah, it's one here, two
The
for
sun is
her,
coming
three
up.
for everybody on the East Coast.
Well, at least all of our British people are, they're just waking up, and, it's like 7 a.m., 8 a.m., so it's a morning show for them.
Well, there's not much to go, right? You can just read through the rest of this real quick.
I believe so.
Please.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just not, relevant. Unless you guys...
Could be a plot. Is that it? Did you already get through that?
Which part?
That David could be a twat.
David could be a twat. Tension with David and Kamel.
The garage sale.
Oh, the garage sale, yeah.
He could be kind.
Yeah, they focused a lot on the garage sale. The early news reports focused a lot on that, and I didn't really think there was too much to that garage sale, but apparently that was a big deal. I don't really know what that was about. David would go to the garage and smoke weed, MD smoke, and tell her to fuck herself, go look after the kid. I don't know where that's coming from, so... I mean, unless it's coming from Kamel or from David, who knows?
This is just hearsay.
It's all hearsay, and it could be things that people are fed. That's it, So I don't know. I don't know what relevance any of that would really have, but you can see what she's trying to do. She's just trying to get people to think that there is some distance, that there is something here when there really isn't. There's nothing there,
She's trying to show emotional abuse.
Right. And then ignoring all of the facts, ignoring all of the documents. There's nothing in here about the documents. There's nothing in here about the BCA reports, about the DNA evidence. I haven't seen anything so far here.
It's all hearsay.
Yeah, I
mean,
I was hoping to see, well, hey, they've, David did it, blah, 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 but it's nothing like that. It's all just rumors, speculation, all things to just cast doubt, and it sounds like Tony realized, man, you guys are full of crap. Now here's an interesting one, where she says Sean, Hendricks, Peck, and Adam Schaubauer all got taken under David's dad's wing, had TV series planned, and documentary took Sean 2 years to convince David to do a supporting documentary, The Rise. This is why Sean Wright did not want The Rise put out there. They rough cut because they wanted to make money off of it. And eventually they realized you can't do that because we have it in David's own words not to do that. This was damage control. And what this Gibson person is doing, what some of these other people are doing, is trying to ride the coattails of damage control. So while they may say that Danny August Mason is riding the coattails of David Crowley, they're doing something even worse. They're riding the coattails of people that are riding the coattails of David Crowley. And they don't even realize that. They're right there with them. Except Danny August Mason was actually there. These people are just riding coattails, adding things that they cannot prove. But here's where she says, this is a big one here. So you tell me which Joe she's talking about here, because it's Joe was tampering with, and this is a direct quote from Gibson too. Joe was tampering with stuff and found something about the Gun Plus store. Okay, first of all, tampering with stuff. I mean, why would you need to be tampering with anything? There's no need to be tampering with anything. Sounds like a crime to me.
I believe it was Joe T.
And found something about the Gun Plus store. I mean, is that the Gun Plus store? Is that the one document that the police gave us that shows that she purchased the gun? We don't really know what it means. She doesn't even know what it means, if anything. We haven't got anything with the Celebrate. We're just sending the group. We're just sending the Justice group into a spin. So it's there's their goal. So everybody that is in our group, in the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, if you've joined that group for whatever reason, that is their goal. It's not to find the truth. It is to send you into a spin. Why would you want to join a group like that?
I honestly don't care what they have. I'm working on my own to get my own stuff. So they can sit there and pretend to have whatever.
I mean, she pretty much, she's admitting they don't have anything, but they're trying to send the group into a spin, and it's not working, though. That's the other thing. It's not working. But they get off on trying to send people into a spin. It's just like, well, why don't you try to get people to understand why you believe David Crowley is guilty? Focus your efforts there. That's why you're frauds. That's why you're phonies. That's why nobody takes you seriously. That's why you fail. Because you're not focused on that. You're focused on a spin. You're focused on these lies. You're not focused on truth. That's why nobody takes you seriously. They may act like they do. They may be fishing you. So then there's something here about the disclosure. It all depends as to what you want to disclosure. Then you come up with multiple scenarios. Most involve having to tell white lies. So, I mean, they're admitting they tell lies. They call them white lies. You guys have heard that before. Santa Claus, that's a white lie.
Why are they telling lies?
I mean, yeah, why tell lies?
What was the point of that?
I don't know.
Are they telling their group members lies?
I don't know. And sending them on a wild goose. Yeah, I mean, why? They want to send their members on a wild goose chase. It's right there. Or coming up with the backstory to send them off the scent. Here's the other thing, to send them off the scent, because they know that we are on the right track. They know David Crowley is not guilty. Here it is right here. They want to send people off of the scent that, oh, okay, David Crowley is innocent. That's the scent that they're talking about here, that she's talking about. That's the purpose of their group. That's why nobody should join them. That's why nobody should entertain. I mean, I get it. You know, people join groups, you know, they want to see what's going on. That's why they can't maintain people in their group. You know, that's why this group continues to grow and theirs doesn't. Their group is toxic. I mean, if this is what they do...
Yeah. You're right. It is toxic. And Tony just proved it.
Yeah.
They have no information. They lie to their members. And... anybody who's within this group, you need to confront your admins and demand the truth. Because you've been lied to. They've withheld information from you. And they're lying to you about information that they say that they have. So...
they have no problem sending you on a wild goose chase. And coming up with the backstory to send you off of the scent. Powerful words right there. Man, it doesn't get any more clearer right there. You got burned. You got burned. Yeah. And with your own words, and there it is. That is the truth. What you're seeing here, Tony presented you the truth. Okay. Final thoughts, final words. Everybody's still with us. Wow, somehow we still have 9 people in the chat, in the live chat. I don't know how. I'm really sorry. I did not expect for us to go this long. But, I mean, just this last sentence, just read this paragraph here. I mean, this pretty much this is why nobody pays attention to them.
It's all distractions.
Catherine,
any final words?
No, I'm sorry. I have mentally dropped off this
okay.
a while ago.
You've been killing it in the chat room there too.
I know. We're all talking. It's just silly because I just can't keep going. It's just I guess my final thoughts is that I think Tony did an amazing job. I think he called them out. He laid it out. He showed his proof, and they can't backpedal out of this. So, I just hope everybody goes to the website and looks up or downloads these files and reads them for themselves.
Okay.
I second that. I'm tired. Can you wrap this up, please?
All right, I'm going to shut this down. Thank you all for joining us. I really appreciate that. You can always watch the replay, and until next time, and there will be a next time.
Thank you.
Until then.
Thank you, everybody in the chat.
Hey, everyone. We got some more updates here about the Crowley case, and I'm just going to read some of these things here and then discuss it a little bit. We'll see where this goes. This is regarding some of the data requests that we have put in regarding the David Crowley case, and still some more questions even with this, right? There's still some questions about the public data, and obviously we feel everybody in the public should all get the same data, and so that's what we kind of contacted the AVPD. And September 20th, 2021, which would be yesterday, got a response from Christine J. Caselius, and she is the Apple Valley City Attorney. So this is very important here, and I'm just going to read some of this stuff, but hope everybody is doing good. And another day here on Rumble, of course, we're going to always try to put the latest stuff here on Rumble first, so appreciate everybody joining me here. And then it will be uploaded to YouTube and to the Gray Stage podcast, probably as a bonus show, most likely. So, but hope everyone's doing good. It's a beautiful day here, and no complaints on my end. As I sip this nice little white wine that we have here, that will accompany us here. So this was sent to me yesterday, as we said. This is in regards to the recent requests for data in the Crowley investigation. Now the attorneys are actually at the top here too. So it's Doherty, Molina attorneys. Doherty, Molina, Solfest, Hills, and Bauer, PA. So pretty official. And once again, I found the whole thing, we are going to read this here, I found the whole thing to be very professional and respectful. It's just about all of my dealings with the Apple Valley Police Department, the BCA, and anyone else, any other law enforcement that has been involved in this. I found all of them to be very respectful, truthful, and willing to admit their mistakes when they do make them. So I do appreciate that. So go ahead and read a little bit here. Dear David, dear Crowley data requester, here's what she writes. In 2015, the Apple Valley Police Department, AVPD, assembled a packet of public data once the AVPD determined there was no one to charge at that time. The public data included the police reports, investigator observations, and photos of the scene, all data which had been created by the investigating team. Release of this data complied with Minnesota Statute 13.82, sub 7. The AVPD released data to a variety of requesters, including appropriate family members of the decedents. In January/February 2021, the AVPD responded to a request for a few very specific photographs. So I don't know if they're talking about some of the stuff that we have requested, or maybe it was, because they're talking to me. I'm assuming, right? So, but they're not very specific in that, and we can follow up on that. There's lots of stuff we can follow up with them on. It goes on. The AVPD received additional data requests between the dates July 26, 2021 through September 6, 2021. From a total of 4 requesters, all of whom have previously received the aforementioned data from the AVPD. These requests included the digital reports of data the AVPD extracted from the decedent's private electronic devices. Data on individuals' private electronic devices is protected by Article 1, Amendment 10 of the Minnesota State Constitution. The right of the people to be secure, quote, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. Also see State versus Barajas, 817 NW 2nd 204, 215-216, Minnesota CT APP 2012, REV.denied. The AVPD was required to obtain a search warrant before examining the family's electronic devices. We will make sure that you can read this whole thing fully, and if you have any thoughts, any comments on that, please feel free to go ahead and add those too. It goes on. The Constitution protected the Crowleys' personal electronic data from collection by the AVPD while the Crowleys were alive. Thus, their personal electronic data would have been classified as private while they were alive. I mean, we're talking about dead people here, but they're very thorough. So, remember, they're lawyers. I'm not, so they know what they're talking about. I'm just trying to understand what they're saying here. The AVPD will not be releasing any data from the decedent's devices because it is private data on decedents. So even though they say it's private data while they are live, it still sounds like, based on those cases, it's still private data even though they're no longer with us. She goes on to say, we are reviewing the remainder of the recent requests to determine whether there is any additional data the AVPD can release. So that's good. So we've, they told us that this would take time, the data that we've asked for, et cetera, would take time. So they're still looking at what they can release, if there's any additional data that they can release, which should be the stuff that Tony Floyd got, the stuff that Tony Floyd posted. That stuff should be part of the data that we should be able to get if other people have it and it's all public stuff. If it was released to the public legally, then obviously we should have access to it too. If it's not released, if it wasn't released legally, that's a whole nother legal issue that this lawyer, this attorney, and the Apple Valley City attorney may want to think about. Goes on. Also, a document entitled Examination Report, which was allegedly written by AVPD Detective Shane Klokonis, was provided to the AVPD by one of the recent requesters. Thank you for bringing this absolutely false document to our attention. I'm going to read that again. Thank you for bringing this absolutely false document to our attention. Enclosed, please find an affidavit by Detective Klokonis affirming this is a fraudulent document. Yours, very truly yours, Christine J. Caselius. So we will be following up with her. The AVPD was also CC'd on that as well. But so I was like, okay, what are they talking about? Okay, the examination report, remember, that's the 5-page report that we have on our website, on the Gray Stage website. It's the same one that Tony Floyd also posted, and I didn't notice a difference looking at it again. It was pointed out to me to look at it a second time, and the one that is on Tony Floyd's website is different than the one that we got from the Apple Valley Police. So this is the 5-page one here now. Let me just go to my website so I can, if anyone wants to quickly find it and kind of look at it. But this is where it gets a little interesting here. So I'm on my website, take a look at that. But this is what was confusing to me. So I'm glad they're still looking into it, so that's great. Data requests, all that. sounds like anything that is from their phone, you know, like the actual text messages, things like that, it sounds like we won't be getting that. Anything that is from their devices, the actual stuff, even though we got the day one journal, so that's was from the device, I believe, but because David even said he's doing this all from his phone, so we were able to get that one, but apparently not any of this other stuff that's on there, which is also kind of curious, but okay, whatever. I mean, we know that there's nothing on these devices that helps prove their case. They've made that very clear, so it's not the biggest deal that we do or that we don't get it, except for some of the questions about calls that people said that were made, and then calls that cannot be verified that were made. So it's things like that that kind of that's, you know, that's the reason to get some of the data. So even if it's just timestamps or just, you know, some of this stuff that will help us get a better idea of, okay, well, like you have, you know, Klein, or you have Chris Peck, who said, you know, there's this call was made, and then we have what the phone records that we have show that call was never made. Things like that, you know, David Crowley's father, same thing. And so that's the type of stuff that, you know, it's the clarification on it to say, okay, well, yeah, you know, if the police never followed up on it to see if that was actually true, maybe they should have, you know, maybe that would help their investigation, or their, I guess, I don't want to call it lack of investigation, but I can't think of a better word for it. Anyways, but that's the reason why we've been trying to get a lot of these documents. The Day One Journal just happened to be kind of one of the things that they gave to us that is from his electronic device, and I don't know, but now we're told that we're not allowed to get that, so I don't understand that, because we have it. They gave it to us. Anyways, so the search history, things like that are good, you know, and that's all that I would really want to look for at this point, when they've already proven that, you know, there's nothing that they found in this to help prove their case. So they made that very clear. So anyways, if you go to my website, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, it's the fourth one down. It's titled Examination Report, Dakota County Sheriff's Office Electronic Crime Unit. And so when you open that up, you'll see it's a 5-page document. Look at the very first page. And right under the big box where it says examination report to, and then report prepared by, so it's like, well, here's a document, this is a 5-page thing, that if this is fraudulent, where'd you guys get this from? So we are going to have to kind of follow up on that, because this was given to us by the ABPD. That's why I was a little confused, like, wait a minute, so who made this? Did a superior make this, or somebody else made this? If Detective Klokonos said he didn't make this, then why is it here? Why is it part of all of this? So that was very confusing in the beginning there, but and we'll kind of read through some of that here too, but that was the big question. And then it was pointed out to me that if you go to Tony Floyd's website and you look at the same 5-page document, there's an extra paragraph in there. So I'm going to open up that. So the affidavit, we do have the affidavit by Detective Shane Klokonos. I'll read a little bit from that. Shane Klokonos, being duly sworn on oath, states and deposes as following. So this is an affidavit from him. I am MN Post licensed peace officer and have been employed by the Apple Valley, Minnesota Police Department since 2004. I have been a member of the Dakota County Electronics Crime Scene Task Force since it was created in early 2015, so it's pretty new there. In 2014-2015, I participated in investigating the deaths of 3 persons whose bodies were found in a single-family residence at 1051 Ramsdale Drive in the city of Apple Valley. My investigative responsibilities consisted of forensic examinations of digital evidence. I'm going to pause for a second here. Let that go by. If it will, hopefully it will. Or else I may have to move to a quieter location, which may not be a bad idea. Okay, so then it goes on. I have reviewed the attached document entitled Examination Report, placed upon alleged letterhead dated October 5th, 2015, and states that I prepared the report. Prior to seeing this document during August 2021, I had never seen this document. I am absolutely not the creator of that document. Further, I have reviewed the applicable case file 150000303 maintained by the Apple Valley Police Department, and I did not locate this document. But again, this was one of the documents that they gave to us. So I'll go back and verify that one too. But then it goes on, prior to seeing this document during August 2021, I had never seen this document. I am absolutely not the creator of that document. Further, I have reviewed the applicable case file. Okay, and he says, and I do not locate this document. So, further, your offense saith not, dated the 20th of September. So that, I mean, the same day they had him sign this and include this in what they sent to us the exact same day. And he signs it right there with the notary. And then, so this is a 2-page thing here. No, I don't know how bad that is in the background or not. If you guys, it's pretty bad. I apologize for that. So then, what you see here is, you look at page number 2, and it looks almost exactly like what we have here. There are some differences though, and so I see what he's saying here, because they've only given him, so he's only talking about this one page. It looks very similar to the 5-page document that we have, but it is a little bit different, and so you'll be able to compare those two documents to kind of see how different it really is. So in the fraudulent one, you know, it has the header, the letterhead, everything like that, Dakota County Sheriff's Office, Electronic Crime Unit, like examination report, that all looks right, that all looks good. This is what happens when you record live, folks, out in public. I mean, yeah, it's just, apologize for that again, but kind of just got to roll with it here. And it says, to Detective Tommy Booth and Brian Bone, Apple Valley Police Department. That's the fraudulent one. You look at the real one, to Detective Tommy Booth and Brian Bone, Apple Valley Police Department. I mean, it looks very, very, very same, very much the same. I guess, you know, even the report prepared by Detective Shane Klokonis, Dakota County ECU, it's got the address of them regarding the incident. So all of that stuff in the top paragraph there looks legit. It looks the same. It all looks kind of the same there. So Hastings, Minnesota. Yeah, I mean, all of that right there. But he says he didn't do this. So when he says he didn't recreate this document, it's hard to believe he's talking about this 5-page document here. He may just be talking about the one that is in the PDF, the affidavit PDF, which is just one page. There's just one page here. And I will try to read the fake one. I'll try to read the fake one here if I can. So this is, it says not for public release, right? That's how it starts at the top. You look at the one, the real one that they sent us, the 5-pager, and it starts on January 17th, 2015. Two completely separate things, two different things here. So I believe I am going to, I apologize for this. I'm just gonna, okay, maybe they're gonna stop now. Let's see. If they don't stop, I'm gonna take a little move around here somewhere. Okay, we'll give it one more shot. If it doesn't work, then I will move into my garage and we'll continue on. Yeah, so the fake document, not for public release, and it starts, Tommy. Attached is the full examination report regarding 1051 Ramsdale Drive, Crowley family. It's very hard to read. As you can tell from the photo and the journal entries, there was widespread, yeah, it's really hard to read, and drug use by the perpetrator, but not slept in many days. So this is all fraudulent here, and I know it's really hard to read. Maybe we can get a better copy, or whoever got this, whoever obtained this, wherever this came from. Maybe we can get some more, but he's like, I didn't write this. Somebody fraudulent. Somebody forged this document here. This is not an active document. The top head, the letterhead, the top part is all legit, but when it starts with Tommy, and then it's talking about widespread, use of drugs, illegal drugs, had not slept in many days. From the evidence we were able to obtain, we believe he was substance awake, and the journal entries show him becoming increasingly agitated. Somebody wrote this. This is not, somebody forged a police document here. Why? Why would somebody do that? So you have to ask yourself, what would motivate someone to actually do that? How bad do some people really want David Crowley to be guilty that they're willing to fake documents, police documents? This is a big deal here. This is criminal stuff. Whoever did this needs to be punished for this, for sure. Why would you do this? So now it makes sense, because I'm reading this for maybe the second time. I am having a hard time reading exactly what is written here. I'll try to get a better transcript for you, and maybe we can get a copy that has that is not so blurred. It's just, I'm sorry, the one in the affidavit is very blurry. So I'm glad they saw it, but it's really hard for me. It looks like they may have just scanned it and added it to this. So this is a big deal. So let me see if I can read anything else. We believe the actual incident occurred at either December 24th or December 25th, and that substances as well as sleep deprivation contributed. Shane Klokonos didn't say any of this. He's not saying that. He's not saying that. It's the same cast of characters saying this. Who faked this document, and why? Why would you fake this document? This is a huge, huge deal here. Someone is desperate, very desperate. In order to go this far, forge a police document just because you have no evidence that David Crowley is guilty? Why would you do that? What is the motivation for that? So I hope the police do follow up on this, and we are going to try to see if they need help following up on this, where this came from. In the coming days, we'll have more information about that, about who created this document, where did this come from. And actually, I think it's on Tony Floyd's website, so we can kind of take a look at that there. Let's see. Again, we're all live, or not live. We're live to tape is what they call it here. There will be no edits in this one, just for time's sake and everything. But I just felt this was really important to kind of get out there. Let's see, where can I go? I mean, this is really crazy. Why would somebody do this? Why would you add all this? And you can see what they're talking about here. It's all this stuff that kind of contributes to David's death. How many people have they shared this with and tried to fool people? Why would you do that? If you really cared about this case, if you really cared about getting to the truth, if you cared about the facts, you wouldn't do that. You would not create something like this. This is ridiculous. I mean, they basically, whoever created this in Shane Klokonos' name, why would it not be for public release? I mean, there's so many weird questions about that, but I will try to get the transcript of this paragraph and add this into the description. I just have not had the time to really do that, just with a lot of other things going on. I just have not had the time, but I felt that this was very important to kind of get out. So let me see if I can. So sleep deprivation contributed. As I discussed, our evidence coupled with BCA's co-investigation cornered with your findings. Who used the word cornered? That the adult female was shot first from a short distance. The minor child was then shot at close range and placed near the adult female, and at some point the male perpetrator took the weapon on himself and then discharged it, causing his subsequent death. I mean, Shane Klokonos is saying, I didn't say any of this. And this is the first time I'm reading this here, folks. This is troublesome. This is very troublesome. But it shows the length that some people will try to go to in order to just trick you, to trick people. It's not about getting to the truth. You know, we are the ones getting to the truth here. This is how we do it. This is how we do it here. We just look at the documents, we post them, we crowdsource the documents. From what my friend Ross is saying, it's pretty much what we're doing, just crowdsourcing all this stuff here so everybody can have it. And hey, do your own research, do your own investigation. We'd love to have you a part of what we're doing here too, but don't feel like, you know, you have to just do whatever we're doing, or even have to agree with us. You know, you can hate us, you can not like me, you can be one of the people that I've blocked. It does not matter to me. You have the documents. The documents are not blocked. So you always will have access to any of that stuff. If you go to my website, it's all there. So but that's how you do it. Creating a fake document is not how you do it. That just exposes yourself. That really shows who you are, what your motivation is, and that you're full of garbage, you're full of crap. So this is interesting. I did not send the lawyer this. I did not send this to them. This is the first time that I'm reading this. Now, I probably had skimmed through this on Tony's website. I need to go to Tony's website. We need to read more about where this came from. And of course, I can't remember what his website is. I think it's like Strange Investigation. No, that's William Rowe. I'm gonna have to go to my YouTube channel and try to pull that up. But that's all that is on the fake document. So we will be closing our case file to reflect the same. Please let me know if we care to be of any further assistance. And then it just ends with Shane. I mean, it's really weird, Tommy and Shane. But Shane Kokonis is saying he didn't write this. Who wrote this then? The date is October 5th, 2015. It's the same letterhead. They use the exact same letterhead to try to trick people. Is that what it's really come to? Because people are so desperate to want to believe David Crowley is guilty that they resort to these games? And we know the cast of characters that have been caught doing this, that are still doing this, right? It's nothing new, but it's just like, you just keep doing it. You just keep exposing yourself. And now you may have some legal issues. Big legal issues. But whoever did this, whoever did send it in to them, thank you for that. And now let's track it. Now let's see where the source. What is the source of this information? This false information here. Okay, so let me see if I can go there. Back to my channel. I gotta find what Tony's channel is. Then we'll kind of go to there. Nothing like a little white wine on a hot summer day. Alright, so the Ballad of Tony Floyd. Then I'm gonna go crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. So let's look at that. Where is that image? Because that image came from here. Okay, here it is. That's the spreadsheet. Okay, electronics report. So it's a little ways down. And they have the... Okay, this one I can read a lot better from his website. Let me see if I can reread that. Okay, from Tommy to Shane. Is this one going to... Oh, even better. Okay, here we go. So here's the falsified document. This is not a legit document. And then we're going to see what Tony says about where he got this from, where this came from. This is not for public release. Tommy, comma. Attached is the full examination report regarding 1051 Ramsdale Drive / Crowley family. As you can tell from the photos and journal entries, there was widespread drug use to include a plethora of illicit drugs, and the perpetrator, David Crowley, has not slept in many days. None of that is true. From the evidence we were able to obtain, we believe that he was using substances to remain awake, and the journal entries show him becoming increasingly agitated. Really. Although we cannot say with 100% certainty what set the wheels in motion. We believe the actual incident occurred on either December 24th, 2014 or December 25th, 2014, and that the substances as well as sleep deprivation contributed. The police have never said any of this stuff, really. They just say he snapped, right? And that's only one or two cops who said that one. So interesting. Okay, as discussed, our evidence coupled with BCA's co-investigation concur with your findings that the adult female was shot first from a short distance. The minor child was then shot at close range and placed near the adult female. And at some point later, the male perpetrator turned the weapon on himself and discharged it, causing his subsequent death. We will be closing our case file to reflect the same. This is October 5th again. Please let us know if we can be of any further assistance. I mean, all lies, all just blatant lies. None of that. Whoever created that is in some serious trouble. And whoever created that, shame on you. Shame on you for that, for making this false document, trying to use the police headline, the header for it. And thanks to the police for calling them out on it too. Maybe we'll see what other documents the police want to call people out on too next. So look for that in the future. Let's see what Tony says about this one. Okay, this page was obtained through Joe Tommaso at the Crowley case -fact versus fiction. As you can see, it clearly reads not for public release and was redacted from the copy of the full report that I have provided below, which was obtained via a records request. Okay, so that's the same one that we have too, the 5-pager. And he says, this is more evidence of shady, less than legal methods to obtain materials. And he's right, not only is it shady and less than legal methods to obtain materials, they created a material. So if this was really obtained through Joe Tommaso, then he created this fake document. Something needs to happen to him for that, legally. I hope the police follow up on that. I hope the investigators follow up on that. And I hope whoever has a drill back here will follow up on that. Just kidding. I don't know. And there it is. There it is. I'll let the drillers drill for a second. You know, we've been drilling for information for such a long time. Everybody's drilling for something, right? And, wow. I did not expect that, you know. So thank you again to whoever sent that to the Apple Valley Police to let them know that there was a fraudulent document out there. And it does make me wonder if there are any other fraudulent documents out there that the police are not aware of. And if there are, whoever you are, please get that to them too. And, you know, it's not surprising to me that it is Joe Tomato. Not surprising at all. Not at all. So, according to what Tony says here, if he obtained it through Joe Tomato has got some rotten tomatoes that he needs to clean up. Clean up your act. You know, stop tricking people. Stop trying to fool people. Stop trying to get them. Sincere people. Sincere people. You know, why? Why would you do this? Why would you create this? Why would you put this on this fake group, on this phony group? This is why nobody takes them seriously. It's all fiction and no fact. I mean, that's pretty clear to me from the little that I've seen that people have sent to me. You know, it's pretty clear. I have all of them blocked, so I don't look at this fake group or anything like that, but here it is, you know, and this is not the first time that I've been sent, or I've looked at some things that other people have sent to me, and it's like, man, do you know what these guys are doing? You know, they're slandering and this and that. And it's like, man, let them do what they want, you know. But it's a free country. Everybody has the right to say whatever they want about me or do whatever they want, you know. But when you start doing something criminal, when you start to create false documents, you are the fiction here. And again, we know that because we got the facts. So the facts are on our side. So the only real group that you really need to be concerned about is the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. That's the only real group that's out there that is focused on this case, focused on getting justice for this family, not lying to people and playing games like you see here on Tony's website, where he calls all these people out for different things, for different reasons. So it's not surprising to me that Joe Tomato would have this and would try to spread this fake document. And there's no need for it. There's no need for it. If he really believes David Crowley is guilty, there's no need to spread any of this fake documents. Just show people what proves David Crowley guilty, and that should be it. You know, we've pretty much done the same thing. We're going to show you what proves him not guilty, and we're going to talk about it. That's what real people should be doing. That's what common sense people should be doing. That's what we do. That's what we have done. That's what we have continued to do, and what we will continue to do until we can get the case reopened, at least. Just run to that. So again, it's so ridiculous. I mean, the desperation and clinging to this false stuff, all these false reports, false documents, instead of just examining what the truth is. So, I guess thanks to Tony. I don't know if Tony is the one that reached out to them and let them know about it, but whoever did, thank you for that. And if there's any other false documents that this fake group is putting out there, or anyone is putting out there, make sure that you report that to the police. They need to know that. It does not help their case. It does not help the family. This hurts the family. Creating fake documents like this hurts the family. It disrespects the family. It disrespects the real friends of David Crowley. It disrespects David Crowley. It should not be done. It does not need to be done. There's no reason for it to be done unless you know David Crowley is innocent and you just want to trick people. And that's what's going on here. That's exactly what is going on here. Here is more proof here. So that's why I don't waste my time with trolls, with anything like that. Hey, you guys have freedom of speech. You want to say whatever you want. You want to slander me. Doesn't matter. It's freedom. You have the freedom to do that. But, this is what happened. This is how God works. You get caught. So just be honest. Be sincere. Do the right thing. And that's it. That's it. And you won't run into these problems. And this guy is not someone who is new to any problems either. So he's got tons of problems. Don't we all, right? But I mean, this is just taken it to another level. This is taken to a retarded level. This is just very, very dumb. And you have to account for that. You will have to account for that. So we'll see what the police do. You may get a knock on your door one day saying, hey, we'd like to talk to you about something here. Don't be surprised. So look out your window. You may hear that knock coming. You never know. It won't be me. It'll be the police, if anything. Okay. Okay. So let's write this quickly. Okay, I guess I can read, clear my throat a little bit, but I guess I can read the real one. It's 5 pages. So I don't know if you all want to sit here through that. I'm tired of my voice yet here. But I'll take one more sip of wine and then I'll kind of read through this. This is the real one here. This is the 5-pager. Same one that Tony has. So, but Joe Tomato apparently gave Tony that fake one. Why? I mean, why? So, thanks again, Tony. Tony's helping us more. keeps helping us. It really, I mean, he doesn't believe David Crowley is innocent either. He thinks David Crowley's guilty, but it just shows that, you know, we can work with people. We be respectful, decent human beings. I don't have time for trolls. I don't have time for games. I don't have time for retards. I don't have time for idiots. So, you know, and that's it. We can read through some of this stuff here. It's only a few pages. As long as my battery on my phone doesn't die, we're good to go. But support your local winery too. Okay, on January 17th, and this is the real one from Shane Klokonos. This is a 5-page one. We're just gonna make sure to verify that this is really from him. I believe it is. I don't think we have to worry about anything like that. I think this is this. I mean, the fact that it's the same date, it's the exact same header, and all this at the very top. So make sure you go to my website and check that out. And, I'll try to post the link to the actual 5-page document, the real one, and then I'll post the link to Tony's website, where you can scroll down a little bit and you will see this same photo, or the same header, but it's different. That's what threw me off. I thought the same header, it must be the same thing, but it's not. Okay, here's what it says. This is to Detective Tommy Booth and Brian Bone. This is a report prepared by Detective Shane Klokonis. On January 17, 2015, this detective, along with detectives Thomas Jacobson and Ryan Olson from the Dakota County Electronic Crime Unit, ECU, assisted the Apple Valley Police Department with a search warrant at 1051 Ramsdale Drive in the city of Apple Valley. This search warrant was the result of multiple deceased bodies being found in the residence. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension was also present and processed the scene for physical evidence. Many electronic devices were taken as evidence from the residence. Those items are listed below. An iMac computer was located in an office-type room on the southeast side of the house. This computer was powered on and had several external hard drives connected to it. The power cord was removed from the rear of the computer without shutting it down. A MacBook Pro was located in the kitchen. This device was found to be powered on and active. After the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension had completed processing it for physical evidence, I turned the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth off. There was a text document on the desktop of this device titled Myth, and that had the words, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." Later examination of this device showed this text document had last been saved on December 14, 2014 at 4:10 p.m. But an autosave version of this document, the open document, had been last saved on December 25, 2014 at 1:18 p.m. Testing on a different Apple MacBook found that the text documents created, then saved, and opened at a later time and had changes made to the document will be autosaved after 60 seconds of inactivity. Photographs of the above described were taken and added to this report. This computer was kept in its awake state and transported to the ECU by Detective Olson for forensic examination. So it was created on December 14th, and then there was an autosave that happened on, the last autosave was on December 25th, 2014. So it really makes no sense. December 14th, I mean, you look at what happened. December 14th is a pretty important date, but we know that everybody's still alive. There's nothing really crazy on December 14th. David and Kamel, Ranya's still in school. David and Kamel go and meet Chris Peck, a few days later. When David and Kamel pick up Ranya for the last day of school, the police, or the school says they don't notice anything weird or anything strange. They were kind of normal, so everything here looks kind of normal there. I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything odd, so there's no way, if this was created, had last been saved on December 14th, it's not a suicide note. It's more evidence that this is not a suicide note. That was the typed up note. It also kind of shows that maybe this was David that actually wrote that. I mean, that would be the best evidence that David wrote it, is because it was written on December 14th, right? That he wrote that. It doesn't make it a typed, or sorry, it doesn't make it a suicide note. And because it was last saved on December 25th, 2014, it looks like somebody reopened it and purposely set it on the computer open in an open text box, staging the crime scene once again. That's something that apparently, from what I'm reading here, it looks like that stood out to the police, because it was, or to the investigators, to the people that were able to look at the electronic documentation and when it was last saved. So this is what they do here. So that makes it staged, right? And it doesn't look like it's an autosave, so it's not like there was anything changed, and it was titled Myth. That's why you can clearly see there's nothing that would show that this would be anything related to a suicide note or anything, or David going crazy, any of that stuff. I mean, I think that's very clear. But I do believe that this is the best evidence that shows David Crowley did write that on December 14th, but still. Okay. Let's see here. Where was I? Okay. MacBook photos. Okay, MacBook photos. Detective Tommy Booth with the Apple Valley Police Department submitted an examination request for digital evidence gathered at 1051 Ramsdale Drive. The examination request was pursuant to a search warrant. Detective Booth provided the Dakota County ECU with a copy of the examination request form and search warrant. Use the following links to view the search warrant and examination request, which I do believe we have. We have the search warrant, the examination request form. I'm not sure about that, but good to follow up on that. So we're now on page 2, by the way, if you're following along, if you're reading along with this. And again, the title of that document on my website is Electronic Crimes Examination, so make sure that you go and you can check that out. Examination report, Dakota County Electronic Crime Unit. And then it has an item number, item 1, the description. So item 1 is a black Apple iPhone. Item 2 is a AT&T micro SIM card from the iPhone. Item 3 is a white Apple iPhone. Item 4 is the AT&T Nano SIM card. So there's a SIM card that was there, but the white one is most likely Kamel's. But when I talked with Kamel's sister, she said that when they got the iPhone back, it didn't have the SIM card in it. That's what she told me. That's what she first told me. Item 5 then is a Apple MacBook Pro, and then 6 is a 16 gig blue USB drive. Item 7 is an Apple iMac computer with a keyboard and mouse. Item 8, Western Digital 640 gig hard drive, external hard drive that was in item 7. Item 9, Western Digital MyBook Studio external hard drive. There's lots of external hard drives that they took here, and we've covered that, but this just gives us a little more detail about those external hard drives, and they're labeled differently here. You can see they're itemized here, but it has all of those. The Kindle Fire that you see on the kitchen island is there. The Camel Surface Pro, which is item 15, so that is there, 128 gig Microsoft Surface Pro. More external hard drives. Item 17 is a passwordless GS/GSTR passwordless with a yellow post-it note. So that's pretty interesting because obviously, well, who could get into there? Anybody with the password list. He's got a written password list here. Anyone could get into this stuff. 18 is another hard drive. 19 is another hard drive. These are big hard drives. 20 is another password list. So there's 2 password lists here that are mentioned. 21 is another external hard drive with the words Iron Enema on it. 22 is a SD card reader. SD card readers, 22. 23 is a 16 gig SanDisk compact flash card mounted inside item 22. So it's mounted inside of the Lexar SD card reader. 24 is miscellaneous power cords. They took the power cords for some reason. Well, I guess to power, keep powered in or whatever. 25, Sima Mini, another SD card reader. 26 is a SD adapter inside of 25. 27 is a 64 gig SD card inside of item 26. So 25, 26, 27 all related. 28, a Toshiba 500 gig external hard drive with quote-unquote family pictures on the case. 29 is a USB 2 card reader. 30 is another external hard drive. 31 is a USB thumb drive. 32 is another USB thumb drive. 33, a Western Digital 3 terabyte internal hard drive. Interesting. 34 is another internal hard drive. Doesn't say where they're internal from, but okay. 35, Black Pelican case with the words Hothead Production on it and Heil written on the outside, containing 6 3 terabyte external hard drives. I mean, this is massive stuff. Backing up, lots of digital data. They went through all of that stuff. Didn't find anything, nothing that would help them understand why David Crowley would be guilty. Nothing. Okay, we're now at the bottom of page 3. Pre-examination procedures were collected, including documenting and photographing the items, the iMac photos, the scene photos, and the miscellaneous photos. Cellular phone forensic software / hardware from Cellebrite was used to extract data from item 1, the iPhone. When conducting the extraction, precautions were taken to make sure the device was not allowed to connect to the network. Specifically, a cellular disruption device was powered on prior to the phone being powered on. This prevented the phone from connecting to the cellular network. Once powered on, the phone was placed in airplane mode. The cellular disruption device was then powered off and the data was extracted. The extraction was conducted with item 01 iPhone containing item 02, the nano SIM card. Data extracted including phone book, SMS, MMS, email, IM, calendar, apps data, pictures, auto music, videos, ringtones, call logs, and browsing data. Let's go to page 4. Data from the application titled quote-unquote Day 1 was found. Some of the actual entries were still on the phone. These journal entries were exported into a readable form. This device appears to have been owned and used by Mr. Crowley. The text messages found on the device and Day 1 entries indicated illegal drug use by the Crowleys. This information was forwarded to detectives at the Apple Valley Police Department for further follow-up. When they say illegal drug use, they're talking about weed, probably shrooms. I think shrooms too. I think he mentioned shrooms. I'm not sure. But we know that he does talk about using shrooms once. I think that was it. Tried it, compared it to weed, which is weird, but and that was really it. So Mr. Crowley also indicated in his journaling he would stay up for many hours screenwriting for a movie he was working on. A review of the timeline on this device showed it was last used on 12/25/2014. Use the following links to view the Cellebrite report. So they have the Cellebrite reports in HTML, PDF, and UFDR formats. The Cellebrite Logical, Cellebrite File System, the Day 1 Spreadsheet, Day 1 PDF exports, and the Day 1 zip exports. So we'll see what we can get from that. Item 3, an Apple iPhone 5S was found to be locked with a 4-digit code that was not known, and no data was able to be extracted from this device. They couldn't get anything from item 3, which was Kamel's phone, which is what Kamel's sister said. They couldn't get anything from it. So that's consistent with what she was saying there too. Even though I think later on she said that they were able to get, her dad told her that they were able to get data from it. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong. Item 5 and item 7, which were found to be the main devices used by David Crowley. And again, item 5 is the Apple, the MacBook Pro, and 7 is the MacBook. So item 5 is the MacBook Pro that was found in the kitchen. Item 7 is the iMac computer that was found in David's office room. So Looking at those, item 5 and item 7, which were found to be the main devices used by David Crowley, the hard drive contained within item 7, which is item 8, was removed from item 7 by Detective Jacobson. These items were examined by Detective Vaughn. See the following links for the reports pertaining to items 5 and 8. So item 5, the blacklight report, item 8, the blacklight report, and Detective Vaughn narrative, which we do have on the website, so you should have access to all of those as well. Item 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 were external hard drives connected to item 7. These drives, and so that they were all connected to the to David's computer in the office bedroom. These drives were in a RAID configuration specific to item 07. Because of the RAID configuration, an individual forensic image of each device could not be achieved. It was determined the drives could be connected to item 7 as they were discovered in the Crowley home on January 17, 2015 to preview the contents. This computer and hard drives contain data relating to movie production and editing. Nothing further was done with these items. Forensic software/hardware from Cellebrite was used to extract the data contained within item 14. No information relating to the deaths of the Crowley family was found on this item. So again, item 14 is that's the Kindle Fire. Okay, so nothing in the Kindle Fire. And let's go last page here. Page 5, the contents of items 6, 15, and 18 were examined by creating a forensic image of the data contained within them using Access Data FTK Imager. Item 15 was found to be locked. This is Kamel's Surface Pro. Item 15 was found to be locked with the passcode with the device was powered on. Using a list of passwords collected at the Crowley residence on January 17, 2015, the proper password was found and used to unlock this device. Okay, so maybe I confused with what Kamel's sister was telling me. It sounds like they were never able to get into Kamel's phone, but eventually they were able to get into Kamel's laptop, so I may have confused some of that. Let's see, so they were able to get in there, unlock it. Because the internal drive cannot be removed from this device, Access Data FTK Imager Lite was used to create a forensic image of the data. So they were able to get all the data from Kamel's. Forensic software from Get Data's Forensic Explorer was used to examine the forensic images of items 6, 15, and 18. No information relating to the deaths of the Crowley was found. No information relating to the deaths of the Crowley family was found. Period. FEX report. Many other devices were previewed using physical write blockers, which protect the devices being previewed from having any data written to or deleted from them. No information relating to the deaths of the Crowley family was discovered. Again, no information related to the Crowley family deaths was discovered. All these electronics. The items that were labeled or appeared to be related to the movie production were not previewed. Conclusion. After reviewing all pertinent pieces of evidence, and that's pretty important. Let me go back to that last sentence. The items that were labeled or appeared to be related to movie production were not previewed. So they didn't even need to look at those. They just figured, so they're not looking at anything. They're not making any ties between the murders and all the stuff to what David was making, what he was doing. Even though in the Tom Lydon report, that's exactly what the police chief does. He makes those ties when you're talking about this movie and you're taking you to a dark place, and if you're just focused on that, it's going to take you to this dark place. But when we look at here, the people who are actually doing the actual work, who are looking at all of this stuff, looking for anything, motive, all that stuff, they didn't even bother with that because it had nothing to do with the case. That's not what you do. They're looking for evidence. They're looking for real stuff. They can't find it, so their police chief just makes it up. He just says it is tied to it, even though in here they don't even look at the document. They don't even look at that stuff because they know it's not going to be tied to it. A movie is not going to make you kill your family. It's ridiculous. Here's the conclusion. After reviewing all pertinent pieces of evidence, no information was found specifically related to the deaths of the Crowley family. Information was found that pointed to drug use between Mr. and Mrs. Crowley, and journal entries found on Mr. Crowley's phone indicated many sleep-deprived days for Mr. Crowley. So this conclusion here, if you look at what was written on Tony's website, that fake document, they're really twisting things here. I mean, they're really trying to twist all this, and they couldn't even get that right. They couldn't even get that right, and they had to pretty much create this fake document written from Detective Shane Klokonis to Detective Tommy Booth. Big error right there. Big problem. You're in big trouble for that. Believe me, you are in trouble for that. Wait for the knock. Okay, evidence logged into the ECU was released and transported to the Apple Valley Police Department by this detective. That's the real document. That is what Detective Shane Klokonis really wrote. Not that fake thing that was given to Tony by Joe Tomato. So, there it is, folks. God bless you all. More to come, I promise. Much more to come on this. And thank you to the Apple Valley Police Department for following through, for being professional, for making this very clear, and for providing an actual affidavit. That shows how serious they are really taking this fake document. It is not cool. I'm sure they do not appreciate people creating any type of fake documents. Not cool at all. I don't think that they would care if it's someone who thought David was innocent or guilty. We know that if it was written by Joe Tomato, if he's the one who really did this, he was passing it around, definitely. But if he created this fake document, the police are not going to care just because you also believe he's guilty. They're not going to pay that any mind. So there you go. Keep knocking, but you can't come in. Until next time, thank you all for joining me here. God bless you all, and make sure you check out the group Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, and check out everything else that we're doing. Trust me, more to come on this. Much more to come on this. God bless. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are, what city, what state. Just turn this radio down a little bit. I just figured I would invite everybody to once again join us. We will be live. The plan is, if everything goes according to plan, we will be live tomorrow, which will be Thursday at about 12:15 p.m. Pacific time. So make sure you set your reminder, and that will let you know exactly what time it is in your time zone, in your country too, since we have been reaching lots of different countries just with the podcast. I don't know what the YouTube numbers are or the Rumble numbers are or anything like that, but just with the podcast, we're reaching many different countries. So it's always interesting to see that. But tomorrow we are going to continue the discussion, and I want to hear some other people's views on this fake police document. So that will be the goal. I feel like I've kind of said everything that I wanted to say so far, but it will be good to get other people's views and see what they think about this fake document that is tied to the case. And there are people that don't know. Let me try to summarize it as best I can. It does, it takes a little while to kind of process it. It took me a little while to try to process exactly what the heck I'm looking at. So on Tony Floyd's website, there is a one-page document. It's only one page, and it's meant to look like it was created by Apple Valley Police Detective Shane Klokonis. Shane Klokonis has stated in an affidavit that he did not create that document. So then the question obviously is, well, who created it then? Somebody created it, obviously. So if you look on Tony Floyd's website, I think it's crowleycasemurders.neocities.org. I could be wrong, but it's something like that. But if you look on his website, he says that it came from Joe Tomato. So that is the source as far as we know. And So again, that is where we're basically at, is trying to figure out, okay, who created this fake document, acting like they were Detective Shane Klokonos? And then, of course, the other question is why? This was brought to our attention, to my attention, and Sophia too. This was brought to our attention through a letter from the Apple Valley City Attorney. Now, prior to this letter from the Apple Valley City Attorney, Christine Caselius, I really didn't pay any attention to this one-page fraudulent document because it looks so much like the real 5-page examination report. I thought we were looking at the same thing, but apparently no. Apparently, what it looks like somebody did is they took the top half of the real document and created this letter from Shane Klokonos to Tommy Booth. So that will be interesting too. It'll be, it would be good, and maybe we can, thinking of things to kind of what do we do to follow up on it. Now that Detective Shane Klokonos has stated that he didn't write it, I don't know, maybe it's not even relevant, maybe it's not worth it, or worth Apple Valley's time, but maybe get Tommy Booth to also say that I didn't receive it. So anyways, but that was pretty fascinating information that we just got yesterday. So yesterday morning, the affidavit, it's dated September 20th. And it was sent to us on that same day. At the same time, Sophia and I received it at the same time. So, pretty interesting stuff there. We'll see how all of that pans out. That's where we are with that one. But tomorrow, I'm hoping to have Sophia on, to have Catherine on, to have William Rail on. Maybe Eric Spitfire Wilkinson might join us too. But if anybody else wants to join us, send me a message to thegraystage@gmail.com. If you're part of the group, I'll be more than happy to send you the information. But we are planning to do it live. Sometimes the live thing doesn't work out, but the goal is to do it live. It will be recorded, so if something goes wrong and we're not able to do it live, then we'll just do it kind of what I did with the video that I made, where it's pretty much live to tape, so there won't be any edits or anything like that. But I think this show will be a little bit better because I've had time to kind of process what I'm reading here. Not only that, but we'll have some visuals up on the screen, so we'll be able to go through the actual documents, and we'll talk about it. I felt like that was one of the things that was lacking in my videos, that you couldn't, I didn't do any screen shares just because of time's sake and everything. So we'll definitely do that this time, and it'll be interesting to see what people think about it. But it just goes to show, it never pays to be shady. It never pays to play games, anything like that. And so I hope Joe Tommaso has learned his lesson. Now, I don't know if he actually created it, but again, according to Tony Floyd, he is the source. Tommaso is the source. And it seems to be verified. It seems to be verified there. And I think that's all I wanted to say about that for now, obviously. But I'll be curious to get other people's views and thoughts, and we'll kind of discuss that. But the other thing is, we do have a source that has been able to kind of shed some clarifications on certain things related to the Crowley case. The source does not want to be named, does not want to be out in public. Is not worried about anything, just doesn't want, this person does not want their name out there. But this source was talking about January 19th and when Chris Klein's truck was spotted at David Crowley's residence. Now, what the source says is that Chris Klein's car or truck, right, the camo truck, drove by slowly a couple times back and forth by David's house before actually stopping at David's house. I thought that was kind of curious. I thought that was very curious as to why, if you're just there to just do whatever, why kind of slowly drive by a couple times. You just would go there. It was like he was staking it out. The source was not sure if there was multiple people in the car or if it was just Klein. So, but that was one that really stuck out. The source also claimed that on Halloween, David, Kamel, and Rania were at their house. I don't know if they were trick-or-treating or passing out candy, but the source talked to them and was able to, said nothing. There was nothing weird, nothing strange or anything like that. And it kind of goes against, I was talking with Dan Hinnon about this, and he was like, it kind of goes against the theory that Kamel was a hostage in her own home. It doesn't. This is one more thing. It doesn't appear like there's any truth to that. She was a hostage in her own home. They're walking around freely. They're outside, and they're just acting normal. So that was another thing that the source said. I'm trying to think if there was anything else there. There was a couple other things. I don't have my notes with me, but we'll be covering a little bit more on that. But there's just some more stuff to it, I guess. I wish I could remember off the top of my head some of the other things, but some of the things about David's behavior that is mentioned in the police reports, some of that, there's other sides to it, I guess. It's not really that big of a deal with some of these things. So, but we'll be going over that a little bit more in depth too at some point. But I thought that those were, there was a few other things that stuck out to me, but I can't remember exactly what they were right now, of course. But that was the big one, was that Chris Klein, was kind of driving by slowly, very suspiciously. Maybe that's not the correct word, but it was just kind of, the source found it strange that they would, kind of driving by a couple times before actually stopping there. So that was another thing there, but that's probably all that I can share for right now from that source. There is some more, but again, it's just all background stuff, just kind of some clarifications on certain things of how David was. Nothing abnormal, but he kept to himself, seemingly. And I'll try to pull up those notes here, because I know I'm not really doing a good job at relaying that, but nothing strange, nothing out of the ordinary. Kamel was a very outgoing person, very outgoing, very friendly. Other than that, not too much strange stuff, but we'll go over some of that at a later point. But with this whole thing, this fraudulent document, it's just, it's very troublesome that someone would create that and pass it to anybody, whether you're passing it to just Tony Floyd or to Tony Floyd and other people too, and there's documentation that backs up what Tony is saying too, so don't forget that. So the letter from the Apple Valley City Attorney, again, thank you to whoever did send that in to them, because they didn't know about it. So it was good, whoever sent that in, so that now they do know, and we'll see if they're going to take any other steps towards that. Is this impersonating a police officer? Is one of the questions that came up. Would that qualify as impersonating a police officer? I mean, morally, yes, definitely. Legally, I would also think so, yes. mean, that's a big deal, right? You don't. Why would you even do that, first of all? But what would be the punishment for that? So that'll be another thing that I hope that the city attorney kind of follows up on, because if they don't, then this could happen a second, third time. We don't know. This is the only one that we know about too, and it's only because Tony Floyd has put it on his website, shown the actual document there. So we don't know if there's other documents floating that have been passed around to try to make David look guilty. And that's the thing. That's what the document is there for, right? It is worded very, very weird. First of all, it's to Tommy from Shane. That's kind of weird. Like that's how detectives talk. I don't know. I mean, I guess I have no idea. But and maybe because we do have some other email exchanges between the detectives and the BCA, et cetera, so maybe that's how they talk. But for someone to put in that much effort to fake a document just shows the desperation that some people have in trying to trick people into thinking David Crowley is guilty. But we know it's a phony document. Apple Valley City Attorney has confirmed that. And they seem to leave the door open. They haven't said we're no longer discussing this or anything. So that's all public stuff, and anybody can contact the Apple Valley City Attorney. In the document on my website, I believe it does have Christine's name, and only do it if you're really serious about it too. But it's definitely something that I plan on following up on. Hopefully, maybe we can get them on. Maybe we can get the city attorney on to give a couple statements, a couple quotes or something like that. I think that would be good too. But I'd be willing to help. I don't know how I could help, but if I can, I definitely will. But I do hope that they follow through on that, and that they figure out, and more so to just make sure that people stop. They stop the games. They stop these, the trickery that we continually see from the same cast of characters. So, Joe Tomato needs to respond to it. He needs to say where he got this document from and why he was passing it out. But the fake document itself you could totally tell it's just meant to make, oh yeah, David's guilty. He had extensive drug use, he wasn't sleeping, etc. So I mean, it's just crazy. But it's not like it's not like any of that proves anything to say, okay, this is what happened. David Crowley, did this. He did the actual killing. It's not there in this. The real document, the 5-page document, you can compare that to that 1-pager, and you can see the big difference. So, it's too bad. It's too bad that someone wanted to create that fake document and then kind of spread that out there. But again, we're thankful to Mr. Tony Floyd for making that available to the public on his website. That's where I first saw it, and I'm sure that's where many of you first saw it too. I glazed at it, didn't even recognize it until the Apple Valley City attorney sent me that letter. If they wouldn't have, I probably wouldn't have even noticed that there were 2 documents with the same date, the same header, the same everything at the top. But I would have just thought, okay, maybe that was part that was taken out or something. I don't know. But so again, Tony helps expose these frauds, and we'll see where it goes from there. But I hope they learn their lesson. Don't create the fake documents. Your time is better spent on just proving David Crowley guilty. And if you can't do that, then I get it. I understand why you're doing all this trickery and all these games, because that's all you got, and it's an act of desperation. It's what desperate people do. Not people that are really searching for truth, that really want to find out what the truth is. That is just making things more corrupted. It's corrupting this investigation. It's corrupting this case, and it's needless, and it's disrespectful to David Crowley. It's disrespectful to the family, disrespectful to his real friends, disrespectful to everyone who really cares about this case and wants to find out what the truth is. So they got busted. It happens. You have to admit that, admit what you did, and then suffer the legal consequences of it. So that's pretty much it. So Joe Tomato, if you didn't create it, you know, you should go to the Apple Valley Police and let them know where you got this from. Simple as that. Simple as that. But it was created, it is out there, it is verified that it is a fraudulent document, and of course it's not surprising at all to many people. You know, it's just it's so unnecessary. Some of these things are just so unnecessary, but again, it's time that is spent in the wrong area. You know, the time with the case should be spent on the case, okay, not on creating fake documents or playing games or distractions, which again, Tony Floyd's website shows that's exactly what these cast of characters are doing. That's their goal. That's what they do, is to create the distractions to play games, white lies, whatever you want to call it. It has nothing to do with truth. So that's why the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, you know, we are the ones who are seeking truth and getting to the truth, and each day that goes by, there's a little more truth that comes out. So, you know, it's not a big focus for me. You know, the fraudulent document, it is a big deal, but it's not my primary focus. Obviously, the primary focus is still getting the case reopened. If that helps get the case reopened, awesome. I mean, maybe it will. Maybe it'll lead us down that path too, which would be great, because that is the real goal here. But I do believe it's going to show more and more people that, man, you know, there really is a fake group out there who is just playing all of these games and is not really interested in providing, you know, a comprehensive video or an explanation, something to explain why David Crowley is guilty. I've made 3 now. One was 2 minutes, one was 3 minutes, another one was 17 minutes, and it all pretty much shows you why David Crowley is not guilty. So, and it can't be debated. It just can't. So if you're going to debate something, debate that video. That's all I got for you. You know, I don't have time for haters. I don't have time for trolls. For years I've been stating that I block people. It's not anything new. If you don't know that I block people, then you're not paying attention. I put it in my last video. I put it in many videos. I've shared screenshots of people that have created fake accounts, and I've blocked all of those too, and I will continue to, because their purpose is to distract and to get people to react, and that's, you know, okay, fine. If that's what you want to do, that's how you want to spend your life, you know, wasting your time. Nothing off my shoulder. I'll respond to whatever I want to, but, you know, I'm not really interested in feeding trolls. So let the trolls eat cake and they can figure it out for themselves. But really, it only brings more eyes to us. So I would not concern myself too much with it. It would be laughable if it wasn't so sad, you know, just sad human beings, miserable people. That's what they do, you know. People with no real moral compass, no positivity in life. So, whatever. That's what happens. God's gonna get you. And you see it. We saw it firsthand here. Busted. Right, completely busted with the fake document, and hopefully it's the last. Hopefully people have learned their lesson and they won't do it again, or else, you know, there's always going to be legal consequences to things like that, and not just legal consequences, but it's just more. It just shows a lot of people the shadiness of people who are trying to desperately prove to you that David Crowley is guilty without any evidence or anything like that. They know they can't prove it, and so they just play all these weird games and stuff to just kind of, I don't know, to cast doubt, I guess. I think I was like, why would somebody do this? Why? That's why, we were discussing the document, and hopefully we'll discuss the why. We can theorize on it. I don't know why. I don't understand why. I don't understand why somebody would do that. But again, it just shows the level of stupidity in some people to do that, to take a document like that. And, I don't get it. I don't get it, folks. But again, join us tomorrow, and that will be Thursday. Go to the channel. Well, if you're watching this, you're probably already on the channel. So set the reminder. I will put the notification up there soon, so make sure that you do that. And join us live. Join us live in the live chat room. And like I said, if you want to call in, if you want to be a part of the show, we'll make that a part of it too. So I think there's a few people that did want to be a part of it. So I will reach out to those people hopefully today, and let them know that, hey, we are going to go live tomorrow, and if you want to join in and give your thoughts on this or thoughts on anything else related to the case, great. Happy to have you. So God bless you all, and until then, until tomorrow around 12:15 p.m. Pacific time, I'm Greg Fernandez Jr., and God bless you all.
Something wrong?
Nope.
Oh,
Once
okay.
I hit this go live right now.
Okay, just in other words, Catherine, be patient and be quiet. Gotcha.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I think we have a winner. Hopefully everybody can hear us okay here on YouTube. If you do have any audio issues with YouTube, please make sure to let us know. Otherwise, we're going to go through this, and I want to welcome everyone who is in our chat room and everyone who has joined the call. We have Sophia is here, Catherine is here, William is here, and Crip Rick is joining us for the very first time here too. And we may have one or two other people kind of jumping in. Ross may jump on during his break, so he may come on at some point. And
Already here, my guy. Already here.
Good. Right on, Ross. Very good to see you, man. Wasn't sure.
Yes, sir.
Cool.
Yes.
All right. The gang is all here then. All right. So we're going to go ahead and start. I don't know if anyone has their YouTube stream up right now, but again, if you notice any issues on YouTube, any sound quality issues, please make sure to let us know. We are recording this. We are live, so anything can happen here, and we'll just keep rocking and rolling as far as we can go. So we are going to discuss some more about who created a fake police document and why. And so this is presented by us, by the group, the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. Many of the members here, everyone here is a member. And we're going to do a little roundtable discussion. And so we're going to be talking about the fraudulent document. And I was hoping that Sophia could kind of give us, everybody, there's probably a lot of people that have no idea what we're talking about, what this is. So maybe, Sophia, if you could give us just a little summary of why we're all here today.
This last Monday, I received an email, and you also did too, I just didn't know it at the time, from an Apple Valley city attorney. And I was confused by why I was receiving it. It had been a chaotic day already, and we were in the car, and I wasn't driving, by the way. And I'm like reading it, and I see, that she mentions, numerous FOIAs, FOIA requests, and I'm like, oh gosh, maybe they're just telling me to shut up already about this. Stop sending, harassing them. And
thank you. Sorry about that. Oh man, I totally thought
just
Cough button. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Then I downloaded the affidavit and totally gave up on reading the letter and was reading the affidavit, and I was like, wait, what? What just happened? You know, why? What? Somebody faked a document? And I was confused by everything. But the kids were yelling in the back seat, so that was just adding to everything. And by the time I got home, I was able to look at everything all together, and it's still it's the ECU paperwork. And then I realized it was also it's supposed to be an ECU memo or report that is on a website that came to our attention back in late July.
Mm-hmm.
And Greg, I can't remember the name of the website, but that paperwork had on there attention to Tommy. And at the very end, it was signed Shane. And it was one of the detectives from the ECU in Apple Valley who had done the electronics devices and had taken the information off of there. But this document stood out to me because it had personal opinions about this case. Yes, there was illicit drug use. We know this because it's right there in the journal. We know this because there's pot in the household. But what really caught my attention was near the bottom when they're talking about how who died when. Not once has anybody ever mentioned that in any of the police reports. Who died when? Except for, I mean, it's assumed that David died last because he supposedly killed himself. But, you know, nobody has ever assumed that Kamel was first, then Ronnie, or that Ronnie was first and then Kamel. That was never even touched upon in any of the reports. And then, I lost my train of thought. So that really stood out to me. But there was nothing on the electronic devices to give this detective that information. So why was he even writing that in his report? So that really started sending off red flags to me. And I sent that to Steph in Apple Valley, who has been helping us with getting FOIA requests fulfilled. And I questioned this document, and I was like, why are they discussing the order of death when none of the other police officers had assumed this in the report? They had all been very, very professional. And I didn't hear back. But that's not unusual, because usually I will not hear back from Apple Valley until they're ready to give me information. So I was waiting and waiting, and in the meantime, I sent off a couple more FOIA requests for information on, like, CAD reports and other things like that. And then that's when I got the email from the attorney on Monday. And they were referring to that particular document that was on the website. And it was a fraudulent document. The detective never wrote that to Tommy Booth, Detective Tommy Booth. So, and that's what we're going to cover today in this roundtable discussion. And we believe we know exactly who created that document. And we have proof of that, screenshots of that. So we'll be showing that too.
Excellent.
But that's the backstory.
All right. All right, so let's jump right into this then. I'm going to crash right into some of this stuff here. So again, this is what Sophia was talking about here. This is the page from crowleyfamilydeaths.neocities.org. This is where I saw it. This is where we all saw it, and you can see it was
kind of troublesome because we didn't know, okay, what is the source of this? Now, I had mistakenly thought that this was the 5-page ECU report that we all got. That is not the case here. And so that's what we're going to look at. And talking about the source, it's right here on this website. Now, according to Tony Floyd, this page was obtained through Joe Tommaso at the Crowley case - fact versus fiction. As you can see, it clearly reads not for public release and was redacted from the copy of the full report I have provided below, which was obtained via a records request. This is more evidence of shady, less than legal methods to obtain these materials. So that's why I didn't really pay too much attention to this. I thought, okay, well, this is just the first page. And for whatever reason, this was, like he says, this was redacted. We now know that that is not the case at all. Fly away, little birdie. So what we're looking at right here is side by side. On the left-hand side, you see the fake police report, and on the left-hand side, you see the fake police report. On the right-hand side, you see the real police report. Now, note the similarities in that box there. Everything at the top is exactly the same. Exactly the same. So somebody would have taken just that top portion and then added everything where it says not for public release. They added all of that in there. All of that from Shane to Tommy. And like you just said, it kind of says, yeah, these are two. I mean, you can read the real one on the right-hand side. That one is 5 pages. What we're seeing on the left-hand side is not something that was redacted. This is something that was falsified. Somebody was posing as a police officer, posing as Detective Shane Klokanos, and wrote this and then spread this. And we know that that's what we know so far here. So those are the two ones. You can see those. You can go to Tony's website and find the one on the left-hand side. You can go to thegraystage.wordpress.com and you can read the full one. You can see how different they sound. Very, very different. One is accurate. One is a bunch of BS. Okay. Now we're going to read from the bottom up, by the way, here. So there was something that Joe Tommaso was trying to share with Tony. And Tony is like, what, what's up? And then Joe Tommaso says, and this is on June 4th, 2021, 1724, that they need to share something with you that was slipped to us. So Joe Tommaso here is talking to Tony Floyd, according to this this document that we have received from Tony Floyd, that Joe Tommaso, something was slipped to them. And he says, I'm going to get it now. Tony says, all right, sure. Luis says, the journal stuff, what do you want to do with it? Joe Tommaso says, it confirms what you have. Let's read on. Joe Tommaso, reading in the upper left-hand corner of June 4th, 2021 at 1727. I got that with my ECU report. So here you have Joe Tommaso telling Tony Floyd that he got this image on the right-hand side. The image on the right-hand side is from Joe, apparently, taken from Joe and given to Tony. And it's that same falsified document. And here you have Joe Tommaso saying that he got it with my ECU report. We have the Apple Valley City attorney saying this is a falsified document. So there's no way that Joe Tommaso would have gotten this with his ECU report. So I hope that he goes and explains that to the Apple Valley City attorney where he got this from. Or if he created it, he needs to also let them know that too. Because there is this false fake document now floating out there that is confirmed to be fake. I don't know if Joe Tommaso actually created this, but if you read this right here, this is what he's saying. I got that with my ECU. And we know that there's no way that he could have gotten that unless he got it from somebody else, that if it was given to him. But that's not what he says here on June 4th. All right, let's pull back the curtains a little bit here. And if you haven't seen this by now, like Sophia was saying, we were both sent this at the exact same day, at the exact same time. And I was really confused by it because some of the stuff that we're going to look at here, especially that document, I had no idea about that document. I did not send them that document. But the response that we get here from Christine J. Caselius, and so I'm sure we've kind of gone through that here. We'll be talking more about that. I just want to kind of briefly kind of cover this. And so they go through all of the different data, what we can get, what we can't get, which is all good. All right, everything sounds kind of normal here. Nothing too strange there. And they're very thorough in letting us know about who has requested data. People have requested data. These requests have come in. I was a little confused because they're talking about when people are not dead, which really has nothing to do with the case. We're really just talking about people that are dead here. So they just kind of go through that and they're very thorough about exactly what is going on. Everything sounds kind of normal, right? Nothing really stood out to me. They have this number 1. They talk about what that means when they say a person, a natural person, and the data. So they're very, very thorough. And it's just like, okay, we're expecting data, and we finally, because I was going to wait until October 1st to contact them and see, okay, we've put in these data requests. You guys said you don't know how long that's going to take. Is there any update? But they beat me to that punch. I wasn't expecting it to come from the city attorney, which was kind of weird. So I kind of thought that too. I kind of thought, well, okay, maybe they're just going to say, you guys got everything and we're not going to give you anything else, which that still may be true. That still may be true, that maybe they won't. Maybe they'll come back and say, hey, this is all that we're going to give you and that's it. Now they're going to have some problems if they try that. So we'll see about that. But here's what they said. Let's see. Also, a document entitled, quote, examination report, which was allegedly written by AVPD Detective Shane Klakanos, was provided to the AVPD by one of the recent requesters. Thank you for bringing this absolutely false document to our attention. Enclosed, please find the affidavit by Detective Klakanos affirming this is a fraudulent document. And so it's like, okay, wait a minute. Are they talking about the whole 5-page thing? But no, they're just talking about that one page that says not for public release, that starts with Tommy, ends with Shane. That is a falsified document. That is the falsified document that we're talking about here. Moving on a little bit. Then we have Shane Klakanos, who has the actual affidavit. It's signed. This is all legal. You can clearly see this. I've seen a couple of these. So this one just looks good. And he just makes it clear. I did not do this. I have reviewed the attached document. Let's see, where is it? Prior to seeing this document during August 2021, according to Detective Shane Klakanos in the affidavit, I had never seen this document. So he didn't even know about this until August 2021, which a lot of us also didn't know about it. But we know that it was being passed around from Joe Tommaso to Tony Floyd, as far as we know, as far as the document that we've seen here. And Detective Shane Klakanos says, I am absolutely not the creator of that document. Further, I have reviewed the applicable case file maintained by the Apple Valley Police Department and did not locate this document. So that document was not even there. So who slipped it to Joe Tommaso, if that is what really happened? Or is he making it up? There is an answer. There is an answer, but he's the one who would know that. Now, the affidavit, if you don't know what this is, it's a verified statement or showing. In other words, it contains a verification, which means that it is made under oath on penalty of perjury. And this serves as evidence for its veracity and is required in court proceedings. That last part is very important. It is required in court proceedings. All right. Now, we also have some quotes here from Tony Floyd. And let's see what he says here. Fabricated documents. I will preface this by saying that I think these circumstances are ridiculous on the part of Joe Tommaso, Louise Gibson, and other vocal members of the Crowley case - fact versus fiction. I am writing this as they are continuing to lie and portray themselves as infallible after committing an extremely shady and potentially illegal offense. So here's what he says. I obtained David's Day One Journal via records request on June 4th, 2021. After quickly reviewing the document, I began sending screenshots of entries primarily pertaining to drug use to Louise Gibson and Joe Tommaso. That's where this started from. Okay, according to what Tony is saying here. While discussing the journal entries, I shared with them the sensitivity of the document and the potential of respectfully sharing portions of it. They approached me with something to show me. This was the something that was slipped to him. He says, I believe that they tried to pass this document off as a legitimate document because they wished to portray themselves as having the upper hand regarding information and of already being aware of what I was sending them, dictated by pride and insecurity. I specifically mentioned pride and insecurity as Joe Tommaso has an inflated ego, which he feeds by repeatedly reminding people of his qualifications when he is not the quote-unquote top dog, as someone would put it. This is notable and not just a smear, as this same pride later led him confronting me when I offered to share the Item 05 Black Light report with them to assist them. So he's making it sound like, you know, he shares this information with them and they act like they already have it. And then they have this extra paper that nobody has, including the police, because it's not a real document tied to this case. It's a falsified document. This confrontation consisted of him telling me that I should keep my files to myself as I previously redacted non-public / private material from the Day One Journal before sending it to them, and that they would get these files themselves as I lack credibility. Wow, where have we heard that one before? And would not share the original download links for files I received. To break all of this down, Tony continues, I will state that my copy of the Day One Journal was the original file without redaction. Contained within this file were many intimate portions and at least one photograph containing the nudity. I immediately informed ABPD of this in the event of future requests, as such material should not be public, nor should I have received it. For this reason, I sent Gibson and Tommaso a redacted copy of the Day One Journal. And we have that, Tony, it's also on Tony's website. It's also on my website, too, if you're looking for it. I believe it's in the group files, too. Regarding lacking credibility and being in the wrong for not sharing the original download links, I can see no concrete basis for either of these, especially the former. At any point, they could have requested a screenshot of the requested emails or the files, checksum, including in many of the emails to verify the files were not tampered with, but they did not. I was handing them dozens of new photos pertaining to the bodies, the Day One Journal, the backlight reports for item 0508, Vaughn report, etc. I assumed that they began falsifying documents, backpedaling, and turning me away as their only thing to bring to the table was the gun photo and very irrelevant documents such as the Crowleys, their mortgage. I do not say any of this to boast. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just another citizen, as we all are. And as is why being insecure about obtaining public records to the point of fabricating them to quote-unquote keep up or stay on top is ridiculous. Powerful stuff. So there on the on the left-hand side, kind of covered that. And looking at the stuff over on the right-hand side, you can see this is more of the conversation. Now, whereas the first one was June 4th on the left-hand side, it continues on through July 21st, 2021. And Louise Gibson, it's not that big of a deal, but we don't know what it is. We're waiting for stuff to come back. And when it does, we will go through it and release what we feel is acceptable and not disrespectful, but proves that whatever is in the report as being fact or present was indeed fact and present, and that David wasn't the David that he publicly presented. Talk about a clear bias. I mean, they're desperately hunting for this stuff here. Tony says...
And they were going to manipulate their group members to believing what they wanted them to believe.
Sure. Nothing new. Wow. Tony says, couldn't releasing things be detrimental because it could give the quote-unquote justice group things to request, not really speaking against it, just thinking out loud. And Joe Tommaso, about 24 minutes later, says, this is exactly why I refrained from commenting at Louise Gibson. Was not stating she would release stuff. She was saying she'd consider releasing. I have further requests in both officially and through the higher ups. I like the indirect calling of hypocrite, though. Okay. Not to sound like an asshole, but keep what you get. I don't need it. Besides the fact that I can only use stuff from other sources, from official sources. But he's not using stuff from official sources. There's a falsified document that is not from an official source. And who is he talking about with these quote-unquote higher-ups? Or is he just making all of this stuff up, as Tony says, to sound like something that he isn't? When I give stuff, it's in its entirety. Also, when I ask for things under my legal name and only my legal name. When I first got involved here, I was like, okay, we have someone getting stuff, sometimes the same, sometimes different, but with the same goal of stopping the harassment of individuals or innocent people, which is what they do to us, harassing individuals and innocent people. The hypocrisy here is just laughable. But redactions and screening, etc., whatever. I'm almost 60 years old and have experienced more things than a lot of individuals. Yeah, he feels very highly of himself, doesn't he? As for members of justice requesting stuff, that's been working really well for them, hasn't it? Take a good look at any FOIA law, state, federal, and if they can show you are using that info for improper purposes, request away because they do not have to give you anything. File a complaint and it will get laughed out of the hearing. Also, we have been working on stuff with the case for over 6 years and have never screwed anyone over. Yeah, right. Feel free to ask Judy or Sean, as I even went as far as to go legal on their and their family's behalf. What is said or shared here has stayed here to the extent that if there's something that would benefit anyone, including the family, it can't even be put out there. So exactly what good does that do? And Tony kind of echoes what I was thinking. What are you even talking about, is what Tony Floyd says. About 1 minute later, she said you would release what you feel is acceptable. And I didn't call anyone a hypocrite, even indirectly. Yeah, more of what are you talking about, dude? So then he says, this is ridiculous. I was trying to offer you, we're reading from down up. This is ridiculous. I was trying to offer you the file to make things easier for you. And now this? And 1 minute later, Joe Tommaso, as for the sexual stuff, it's not like it's getting put out there. I get you have morals, which is more than a lot that I can say for some people. Also realize that when I forwarded you what you sent me a copy of, I sent bulk. I scanned right then and there, which is why I didn't click and send. Also, there is a reason I do things the way I do. When I share things with Louise, for instance, I will usually forward her the emails and she can click the link and download from the source, not from me. This is also why when I post stuff in the group, I usually post something supporting this statement. It's not like he's really mad that he just, he's not being given everything so that he can act like he already has it. Tony at the bottom says, I didn't legally deserve the unredacted file, so nor do you, especially when it adds virtually nothing to a broader understanding of the case. For someone who boasts about legality and credibility, you falsified a police document. Boom. Right there. And then I think we included this to just kind of show, and Tony probably included this to just kind of show what this group, what these people are really doing. And here's what she says. They admit it. Joe is tampering with stuff. They're tampering with stuff. Now, you wouldn't do that if you're just looking for the truth, right? That doesn't make any sense. We found something about the Gun Plus store. We don't really know what it means. If anything, we haven't gotten anything with the Celebrite. We're just sending the group into a spin. How are they sending us into a spin? I don't really understand that either, but whatever. And then here's another quote that she says, it all depends as to what you want to disclose. When you come up with multiple scenarios, most involving having to tell white lies, admitting they have no issues lying, playing games, or sending them on a wild goose chase, or coming up with a backstory to send them off of the scent. Well, I'm not sure exactly what scent they're talking about, but you know, the scent that we're on is to find the truth. So if they're trying to send us off of that scent, that just further shows that they really don't care about this family. They really don't care about justice. They really don't care about truth. They really just care about creating fiction, telling fiction, and spreading fiction. And there it is. That is the full presentation. I want to hear everybody's thoughts here. Ross, I don't know if you're still with us. Hopefully you're still with us. I don't know if you're, if your time is limited. Maybe we'll have you kind of go first. And or else we'll go back through this, and I want to hear everybody's thoughts on this stuff. It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'm still here, brother.
All right. Well, this may be the first time, Ross, that you've kind of looked at some of this stuff, I'm guessing. What are your first thoughts on this? What do you think about somebody falsifying a police report?
Yeah, it's pretty insane, man. I know, you and I spoke about it a little bit about it previously, and I was trying to catch up on some of your recent posted videos on the Gray Stage channel, which I did. Quite an interesting development, I would say. It's rather confusing, but I think you guys did a good job of explaining it, even to someone who's catching up to speed on it myself. I'm driving, guys, so my bad on the little bit of wind in the background. And it's wild, man. I'd say it's kind of on par with the falsified check that we've seen earlier on in the case, or whatever you want to call it, sure. Deposit or the whole bank statement thing. But I'd say it's quite a bit worse, given that it's a police document. So, yeah. It's pretty odd. I mean, go ahead.
I was saying, any ideas why you think somebody would do that? Any thoughts on
that? I mean, nothing directly. I'd kind of have to deep dive it to come up with anything of substance. But certainly, my first thought would be, I think this definitely leads credence to a cover up. I mean, I can't think of any other reason. I don't know which way the rest of you guys are leaning on it.
Seems pretty desperate to me. That's
I'd agree.
Well, let's get some other thoughts on this. Anyone else have any thoughts on this? Let's go. This is a round table, so let's go around the table. And let's start with Catherine.
To me, it's like it shows some serious balls. Anybody who would go to this extent to try to prove anything, or even to make themselves look important, it's from, in my mind and in my opinion, it has to be one of two reasons. Either their ego is that big, or they are absolute idiots. This is a huge crime. You don't go around faking a police document, because now they're presenting themselves on paper as an officer. So not only are they falsifying a legal document, but they're pretending to be a police officer, which is a crime. And the fact that they admit that they do stuff to try to throw others, either our group or anyone else, off of quote unquote the scent, is reprehensible. I mean, like you were saying, how is this being helpful to the family? How is this being helpful even to their point? It can't be. It's appalling. So I'll stop there for now.
All right, Crip Rick, what do you think about all of this?
I'm still catching up on a lot of it. I just recently learned about this a few days ago, so I'm playing catch up a little.
Sure.
But Catherine definitely answered my question in this. I'm just wondering how illegal it is to put out a report like this and pretending to be an officer. And I can't wrap my head around whoever did this, what their intentions are, or what they're hoping to gain from it. There's so much evidence out there and information that I would assume that they're going to know that groups like ours are going to pick through this and eventually pick it up. And so I'm really struggling with, I don't understand what their intentions are behind this. To me, there's no benefit for what they're doing in the long run. It just, if anything, it's going to make everything look worse for them in the long run.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope that doesn't sound like I'm hoping that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, it makes great
Yeah,
sense.
it does. Yeah.
I just don't see the benefit. That's where I'm struggling with. I don't, like, maybe it's like Catherine said, they're trying to get popular. Maybe they're trying to get some clout out of this, but it's definitely not the type of clout that I'd be going for or popularity I'd be looking for, falsifying a document. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, it seems like it's like what Sean Wright did, where it was kind of like they have this secret knowledge that they can't share with us yet, right? That's what he was telling us from day one. Yeah, we have the fact, we know that David Crowley was guilty. Can't share it with you yet, but if you guys just stop talking about it and stop questioning it, then one day we'll be able to share it with you. And this kind of falls in line, for me, it falls in that same type of pattern, that it's just the secret stuff that only certain people can know. And if you go along with this theory that David Crowley is guilty, then they kind of make it seem like maybe one day they'll be able to share some of this stuff, and it will never come. This stuff never comes because there is no evidence, there is nothing to prove David Crowley guilty. So William.
Okay. So I missed out on Ross's what he was saying because my internet completely cut out. I don't know if you guys saw. I dropped out a call, didn't mean to or anything, but yeah, it dropped. So also for my Twitch streamers, yeah, that's what happened. Sorry. I feel pretty much the same way. I also noticed Sean was being brought up in this conversation with Joe and Luis and Tony. So that I found a little disturbing. So Sean's obviously got to be in this inner circle here, which once again, I mean, I just streamed about this. Yeah, this guy is he's known for his narrative control. He wants to go and really control the narrative, and I feel like that's really what's going on here. Is they're just trying to get this narrative pushed, and they just want the narrative there, and that's it. And anything else is, it's wrong. But we know for a fact, I mean, the narrative is wrong. So why are they still pushing for this? Why is it so crucial to push the narrative when we know it's wrong? Yeah, I don't understand. And then on top of that, this whole falsifying thing, there's nothing good to go and gain from this. I mean, once we've found out, I mean, it's basically over. You guys already emailed it out to, or rather, Sophia emailed it out to Steph, and this is all, it's going to unfold for him. It's just going to go and fall apart. And I think there's definitely some illegal activity going on here, but what's going to happen is kind of up in there. I don't know. Just hopefully the city attorney looks into it. Hopefully the AVP decides they want to go do something about that. Do apologize for that part. But yeah, that's basically how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, because at some point, I was
going to say earlier that this particular document, it hurts the surviving family members. Right. It hurts the friends. because it's talking personal details that nobody supposedly knows.
Mm-hmm.
Because, anyway, it's reprehensible.
It is.
That somebody would do that.
Well, I mean, we can see from the other document too that it's also not, when it comes to these documents, there's no opinion on here. It's nothing. There's no bias. This is just fact, right? We got to see this from the other internal document there. We know that's how this operates. So that just further clarifies this is fake. Not to mention we got the affidavit of this as well, of him admitting this is fake. That wasn't him. So, the thing is, it's weird the fact that they thought this would pass.
Well, and I think what bothers me the most is, out of all the documents that I've read in this case, I've always kind of held Detective K, and I don't know what else. I'm not being rude. I just don't know how to pronounce his last name. But I've always held him to a higher regard because of how professional he has always been. He has always just stated what, like you were stating, it's a fact. It's just a fact. And here on the left, it is pure supposition. It looks like it's character slamming. So it's making this detective look like he's a petty individual who's just trying to, undermine the case and somebody that they're investigating to another fellow officer. It makes him look like a kind of a disgusting human, but we know that's not who he is. And so when an officer has to go to the length of signing an affidavit and stating, I didn't do this, that means he's taking his character very seriously, because it's like they're assassinating or attempting to assassinate this detective's character. And to me, that is just another step in such a very bad direction.
Right. Well, another thing I want to just note is I just noticed this too. This initially says to detectives Tommy Booth and Brian Bone, right? Well, we know that's on both of them like that. However, what we do see is it's only to Tommy. Mm-hmm. Why is it only to Tommy? Why? It doesn't make sense. Further, just adding to this. So, but even then, we also see, what does Shane do? He handles just the electronics. That's his expertise. That's where he's going to be handling. Why does he have any say in this? He wouldn't be even saying anything about this. There's no reason for it.
Great point.
And that's what was raising the red flags.
Mm-hmm.
And when and I'm sorry, Sophia, but when Detective K, again, I'm sorry, I really need to find out how to say his name, but when he states in his final report that they could find nothing in the devices that would prove a motivation or what led to this event to have occurred, but then in this falsified one, they have it saying, we believe the actual incident occurred on either the 24th or 25th, and I'm paraphrasing, and that the substances as well as sleep deprivation contributed. Right. So now they're embellishing, and they're making this basically is trying to void out everything he actually stated in his original document.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like I said, just follows the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, what I would like to know is, other than the detective saying, this wasn't me, I didn't do this report, is what is their policy on people falsifying documents and then it being released publicly, which it is now. You would think that type of thing would warrant an investigation. If this was the Kurt Cobain case or any other case with any kind of visibility, Greg, you think there'd be like a very rapid and swift response to this type of thing. That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah,
I totally agree.
Well, is it possible? Because this was a question that one of our other group members had brought up. That is it possible that Joe Tommaso really did receive this, and we know that that Detective Shane Klokanos did not create it. Is it possible maybe another officer created it? Are we open to that?
No.
Why not?
Because it states that the report is prepared by Detective Shane K. and then it's written, and then it's to Tommy Booth and Brian Bone. It's addressed to Tommy. It is signed Shane. Everything there is to lead the reader that this is from the Detective K. Now, there is no other Shane on this entire case that I could find.
Right.
And so to assume that this could have been by somebody else, no, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the letter. Yeah, I see what you're saying. And just reading the letter by the Apple Valley City attorney, thank you for bringing this quote-unquote absolutely false document to our attention. So by them saying it's absolutely false document, that kind of what they're saying, and it would be nice to have them clarify this, but it sounds like what they're saying is that this is, this is a falsified document. It's not created by the Apple Valley Police or anyone associated with the Apple Valley Police. Is that the way you guys read it?
Yeah, the detective went through all of, his reports, and this is supposedly coming from his department. And it says he went through the reports and he found nothing there, and he's saying, I didn't do it, and it's not in our case files.
There you go.
Right.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Yeah, not in the case file sounds like it didn't come from anyone else. But again, let's say they got the name wrong. Again, is that the type of thing that warrants a public statement of, okay, it's written as this, but it actually came from this other person? You think it would be like a relatively quick response.
Yeah, well, they were quick to have the detective sign this on September 20th, just a couple days ago, and mail it out or send it out to Sophia and to myself at the same time. Even though I had nothing, I did not send them this, they still sent me the exact same response that they sent her. So it sounds like they're taking this very, very seriously. So yeah, I don't know. It's just curious to see. I didn't expect them to go this far with it. And I'm just wondering if they're doing that because it may lead to some other legal issues, maybe.
Quick question.
Oh,
so,
yeah, definitely.
I figure I might as well get this one out of the way. So, Sophia, when you sent it out, did you request that going to both you and Greg, or did they do this on their own?
No, I had no idea that they even sent it to Greg.
I'm curious. Why would they do that then? That's my question.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. And Greg didn't even know that I had sent the email to Steph. I wasn't going to say anything until I got a response. And, I had sent a couple other FOIAs out that I didn't tell Greg about either. And I wasn't going to say anything until I got something back. And then usually Greg will follow up with asking for the same exact thing. And maybe that's why, because
that makes
he was
sense.
requesting the same stuff that I had been requesting after I received information. I don't know. It's very confusing why he received it, but he did too.
Yeah.
So do you know why you received that, Greg?
I don't know why I received that. I'm glad that I did. The only thing that I can think of is pretty much what Sophia said is, it wasn't word for word what I asked for, but definitely, they know, they've dealt with both of us, so they know we're asking for these same things. They didn't have to send. It's more of a courtesy on their part. And so that's really cool. I'm really glad that they did that. And it's also because they also say, where is it? A document entitled Examination Report, which was allegedly written by AVPD Detective Shane Klakonos, was provided to the AVPD by one of the recent requesters. So it's not saying was provided by me. And I think, Sophia, they don't say, this was, by, when they say one of the recent requesters, your document also says that too, right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
everything is exactly the same.
It's exactly the same, yeah. And then they say, thank you for bringing this absolutely false document to our attention. It's like, so that, it's like, well, I didn't, but okay.
Right.
So yeah, so it's more of it's a template because everything is exactly the same except for who they sent it to. That's really it. And that's why they're and this could also be there. If somebody else were to send them that same document, you'd probably get this same thing here, this same template. That's my guess.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, so it just has that thank you statement, but it doesn't have any explanation of like you're getting it sent to you for this reason, other than it was requested.
Pretty much, yeah. Just I'm getting it because one of the recent requesters had sent it to them, and then they thank me for that, but really they're thanking whoever sent it to them, and I thank whoever sent it to them too. And up until probably the beginning of this show, I didn't know that it was Sophia who had sent it to them, and there's no reason for me to need to know that. And like I said, I'm glad that the sender came forward and did that. But again, to me, it's not that big of a deal who sent it, but this document, this information that we have here is great, and this is another great reason why people should be sending things to them, because you may get a professional, responsible response like this, which is what we want from our cops, from our police, from our law enforcement. What they did here is an A++.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Oh yeah.
Above and beyond. Go ahead.
I gotta wonder. I don't know if this is jumping to conclusions, but given this is such a fishy scenario, I gotta wonder if this is somehow related to what Greg mentioned in the recent video post on the channel. Your current, most recent witness that came out about the Chris Klein vehicle driving back and forth in front of the Crowley house before entering on that night. It's starting to paint a picture that some of this stuff could be possibly related.
Interesting. I never thought of that. Yeah, maybe.
Good point.
Maybe. And I do hope to cover some more of that stuff too, because there is some more from that new source that we have here too.
Definitely want to hear that. But on that note, I got to jet, guys. I'm about to go into a very loud room, so you wouldn't want to hear me anyway. But
thanks,
I
Ross.
will.
Ross, tell us. Tell us where people can catch all of your stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I'm on Twitter under my name, Ross Tracy PXF, and then YouTube.com/PlanetXFilmworks. That's where me and Greg are on there with the 2 script deep dives, both versions now, 2013 and 2014 of the Gray State, I guess, unreleased, unfinished scripts, whatever you call it. I think pretty much we're the only ones on there covering that. So check that out. Hope to be back with you guys soon.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, guys. Good show.
Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, we covered a lot here. Maybe we can kind of look through some of these messages here. But anybody have any thoughts while I pull up some of this stuff here from Tony Floyd?
No, you're good. You're good. Well, I mean, I do want to just say one thing real quick. We did cover the scripts on my stream as well. Just saying.
Okay, but that was on Twitch, right? On Twitch.
Yeah, it was on Twitch. Yeah, so it's already long gone. So.
Okay. Get those up on YouTube.
I did not get the downloads on those, as they were quite large.
We'll have to do that over again. It sounds like.
Oh no, that's all good.
There's so much to go through, and it's so great to have everybody here. Everybody here on this call has really helped so much, and we look forward to that too. And we know Crip Rick. We know that you're starting a podcast. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I just started it. It's something I've been working on, planning for the last couple of years to do, and I just very overwhelming to learn all the OBS and different stuff I needed to learn to actually make it possible. But I did start one on YouTube.
Nice.
And it is called Crypt Rick. Well, actually, Crypt Ricks, I've been thinking. And I will be, as of today, I'm going to be posting my first episode and first interview that I've ever done, and that was with Catherine, who's on with us right now, and it was an amazing interview. She's an amazing guest to have on. It's I've been wanting to interview her for a couple years now, because I've basically been following her channel, and I really want to get her thoughts on this case, and that, because I know her, and along with a lot of other people, have put a lot of work into this. And so it was an amazing interview, and I hope everyone checks it out. And I just want to, on my personal note, I just want to say that the deeper I get into this case, I've been really going deep for the last about month, and it's so disturbing. I mean, I can't imagine what that family went through. I've never actually lost sleep over stuff like this, and I actually am losing sleep over it, because it's so upsetting, and I just cannot get my head around, with all the evidence that we and other people have came up with, that the police can't even take the time to just open it up and have another look, because I don't want to see David's name always having this attached to it, because I myself fully believe that he's innocent, and I'd like to see his name cleared. That's just what I would like to see.
Absolutely.
Amen to that. Well, I hope that you post the show that you did with Catherine. Make sure you post that into the group, and we'll try to spread that out there too.
Yep, and like I said, I'll be uploading it today. As soon as we're done here, I'm going to be uploading it. And yeah, if you guys want to share it around and help me get a few views on it, that would be amazing.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And right here, Rick, you have lots. I mean, you have Greg, Sophia, William. I mean, and then Dan Hennon when he comes back. You have so many people to interview that'll give you so much great information. So thank you again. Thank you for doing this for David and his family.
Thank you for having me. I mean, it's at least I feel like I'm not doing enough, and it's very disturbing. I like I said, the deeper you go into it, it just keeps going into it deeper and deeper. It just seems like it never ends. You're just going into a deeper hole, and it's really disturbing. For me, it's very disturbing.
Yeah. It is.
And I think that's. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I do that to everybody. Go ahead.
It's all good. I do it too, so I totally get you. I mean, the thing is just be careful when looking at this case too. Is there's a ton of rabbit holes. And you can easily just go down one of those, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, but this and it changes everything sometimes about the case, just kind of like how you look at it. But in all honesty, I mean, we know he's innocent. Just got to remember a few things here. We know the bullet holes don't line up. We know that, the amount of damage that was done, that doesn't really even add up. The lack of blood, rather. I mean, that doesn't add up. Nothing in this case adds up.
Yeah.
So really, anything that strays away from the narrative might actually be something that's useful, because the narrative is completely wrong. So
I agree. And as I was laughing when I did the interview with Catherine, we were joking that this poor dog Paleo, he's like Super Dog. He's basically been accused of doing everything but pulling the trigger, and I'm surprised they haven't tried to link that to it.
Right. At this point.
Yeah, and for me, it's like. And I've heard this reported from other people. I've heard this reported from people who've worked within law enforcement, but I have seen it in other realms, like the medical field and even in regular business, that if they come upon something, and sometimes it's just easier to say, hey, let's just say this happened, because holy cow. And that's kind of how it feels like this is. I'm still not convinced that at the beginning that the AVPD did this out of malice. My true feeling is they were overwhelmed. I think right now they backpedal and they don't want to say anything, because they would have to say, well, we kind of just said, hey, let's pick something and stick with it. And because look how long it's taken all of us. 5, 6, 7 years, however long it's been, 6 years, 6.5 years for this family. And we've all just been, delving in, and we're still finding stuff. And police don't have that luxury. They kind of have a real huge time constraint. I mean, and so, but at the same time, I feel that they should be able to say, okay, at this time, this is what we thought, this is what we were dealing with, but now here's where we are, and we may have to step back. But I don't know why that's so difficult, and I think that's what's frustrating.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Chief Reitzigal, didn't he also say this case is closed and it's not going to be open again?
Yes, that is what Detective Gummert said to me, speaking on behalf of the chief. And I specifically asked him, I said, what if we hand you solid evidence that proves David is innocent? And he flat out said, I mean, it's online. You can hear it for yourself. Or he says, it doesn't matter. It's closed. We're not going to reopen it. We don't care what you give us.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And that right there tells you that this case was never based on facts, but based on something else.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And what's most disturbing, Catherine, I know the interview that, if you're speaking of the one that's on your channel,
Mm-hmm.
I actually just listened to that video a few days ago. And during that whole interview, as I pointed out in our interview, he never straightly answers one of your questions with a yes or no. It's always a deflect on
Correct.
everything you ask him. I've never seen anything like that, where every question he's just deflecting. There's no yes or no answer.
Correct. And I'm glad that you caught that, because I asked questions specifically in that way because, as you and I were talking about it, it was very noticeable and you could pick it up right away what was really happening. And, and again, I credit my base knowledge now on my past employers. When I worked not only as an EMT, but I also was a legal secretary for a few years, and I worked for some they weren't good attorneys. Let's just say they were criminals, but still, I mean, they taught me how to do stuff, how to research. And one of my very first jobs when I was still in high school was working for the Governor's Office of Planning and Research when Ridiculous Brown was in for the first time. So I had some jobs that really taught me how to approach things in how to question, how to search. And when you hear a response, what does that response really tell you? And it's sad because on one hand, you understand that that's their job and that's what they're taught. And on the other hand, it's like, come on, guys, people are a little more knowledgeable these days than what they used to be. And we kind of know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, that's the thing is, I mean, they screwed up big time, especially when asking specific questions that there should be a yes or no to. And they can't even do that. Like, I'll be honest, I haven't watched that one yet, so I do plan on doing that. So,
And I definitely, preface this every time, because here in Colorado, the law is only one person on the conversation has to know it's being recorded, and it is legal. Doesn't matter if it's a police department, it could be the FBI, it could be anybody, but as long, and I knew. And so, and the reason why, and this is what I told Rick too, and the reason why I recorded this was because of the ridiculous fiasco that happened with Kelly. Now, I had someone with me, with Dr. Kelly, and so, and I still believe that their so-called text, going back and forth saying where Dr. Kelly threw me under the bus, I believe that was all fabricated as well. It doesn't even sound like the Dr. Kelly I spoke with at the ME's office, but that's neither here nor there. But it was very legal, and I didn't break any laws, and I did not have to tell him that I was recording. The only thing I would have had to legally have done is if he had said, if you're recording this, don't record it, then I would have had to have turned it off. Mm-hmm. And anything after that, I would have been breaking law, but that never happened.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and the thing is, I mean, we know that this group has done some little shady stuff, like, I mean, posting something like, for instance, like a text message, something about like it was something like along the lines like win, wear, ombre or something like this. It doesn't say who it's from. It doesn't say who it's to. It doesn't say anything, and they're just posting this. And, once again, that doesn't give you anything solid proof. Once again, that doesn't sound like, the Dr. Kelly with that message or whatever. So it's like I said, there's a lot of things going into this that, once again, these people that are looking at this, they could find themselves in a heap of trouble if they, once again, are found to be falsifying documents here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That particular information was also sent to Apple Valley to be verified.
Which one?
The text message.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Hell yes. Thank you.
And the photo with the gun in it.
Yes.
Yes.
That's awesome. Well, because I mean,
just waiting to.
I'm sorry, but due to that photo, I took down my video on the gun because as of right now, and that's why I made the other one saying, hey, I made a mistake. But if it turns out that we really didn't make a mistake and that truly is a fake photo, I'm putting those back up, and I'll take down the other apology video.
Well, I mean, I can assure you this. I mean, I can tell you right now it's not a fake. That one's not faked.
Okay.
Absolutely, that one's not. Because once again, we can see that once again you can go through the video and I believe you see it in there as well. So
it'll be good to have them confirm.
Absolutely,
what
absolutely
it is, and that's really, and that's really our focus here.
It'll solidify things even further.
Yeah, to have them do it, and like we have here with this thing, we need more of this type of stuff. We need more of these statements where they're like, hey, no, we didn't do this, and we're swearing to it. So it's I'd like to see some more of that. And maybe it's just because, we haven't been pressing them, or, we're not reaching out to them as much as maybe we should have. I know that I haven't reached out to them as much as I wanted to, as much as I have hoped to. And, and that's why it is a group effort.
Right.
And it looks like that's what Tony was trying to do with these people. He was trying to make it a group effort. He was sharing things he didn't have to share with them.
Well, this Tony person, whoever they are, I mean, they do appear to have made the general effort to not only do that, but also just trying to, regardless of them believing the opposite side, thinking that, he's guilty, it's still the whole thing that this person's trying to gather the actual evidence to prove this and went through legal means and all this. So, I mean, they're on the right side of things, I would say, for that, that they're doing things legally. But, I mean, obviously we know that that's, he's innocent, so.
And he tried to do right by David and Kamel by redacting the things. And it was the ungratefulness of Joe and Louise demanding. And then so they were like, no, we don't want what you have to offer us. We're going to get it ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to be the gatekeepers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, it's like we got the information from Apple Valley also around that same exact time, and it was redacted. Well, most of it was.
Yeah, and I think you did too, Sophia, but I knew as soon as I saw that, I could read through it, and it took me, I'm telling you, it just sent me into such shock, like, holy cow, I did not need to read this. That the next day, I wrote them, I think it was Steph, I wrote Steph an email, and I said, hey, I'm taking a lot of crap from people because I'm saying you don't need to read. None of us needed to read that, but it's still visible. So you might want to know, because people are going to come for you because they just want to read the titillation. And that's a paraphrasing, but to get angry at Tony because he doesn't want to put out there something so personal. Forget the fact that he was willing to give them the information that they felt they wanted, minus the personal information. That wasn't good enough. No, they were focusing on just that. And then they're going to get angry with Tony because Tony's like, no, I didn't need to read that. You don't need to read that. It's mind-boggling.
So I do got to go here in a second, but I want to add one thing real quick. So thing is, I do think some of the personal stuff in there, I think it could have been edited out a bit, but to show that there was that level of intimacy still, and it was obviously a mutual thing, at least it appears to be, based from David's journal and everything, that's a healthier relationship. We can see this. Well, why the hell would he kill his wife then? Once again, I mean, I'm not trying to say an unhealthy relationship, go kill your wife. No, I'm not saying that at all. But it's the whole thing. We can see there's a healthy relationship when they're trying to say that the narrative is, oh no, they didn't really have a healthy relationship. They had a very healthy relationship. She was very supportive of him.
And I hear you. However, a lot of, and this is my opinion, but a lot of what he does cover and how he talks about how he's supporting Camille when she decided she was going to quit her job, and how he supported her when she was arguing with her family, as people do. And I'm not saying that's good, bad, or indifferent. We all argue with our families, but he was supporting her. And that is very indicative of a very good relationship. And not saying they were perfect. Oh my gosh, nobody's perfect.
Bingo.
Yeah.
That's the good thing here is, I mean, that's why I'm saying, I mean, it could have been edited out a bit, but I mean, to leave that in there, you can see that they're in a healthy, I would argue a rather healthy relationship. Things were getting better. You could see this gradually for David and Renee especially. Things were getting much better at a decent pace, especially towards the end. Everything was just going, it seemed like everything was wonderful.
Yes.
But we also got to see directly in there that we're seeing family being cut out. It was planned. They're going to cut their families up because, well, they just didn't want them. For whatever reason, either they don't want them around because they're toxic. They're trying to break free of, basically having those types of toxic people in their life. We're not really sure exactly what all of it is that led to the full separation, why they're trying to go get away from it entirely. But we do know that they were actively trying to get themselves away from all that. And we know throughout the journal too, how many of these people that were supposed to be David's friends are actually considered to be friends by David. Most of them were.
None. Yeah. Other than Mitch, I think he really thought highly of Mitch Heil, but the rest, nope.
I think he really did too. Up until, I mean, once again, the only thing I have to add to that is, I mean, once again, Mitch did say he wouldn't let him inside. This he was obviously trying to distance himself from him too, but I think he was just kind of trying to go and keep an eye on everybody to see how they all react. And Mitch didn't react like the rest of them did. You had Seaton, who was just like, it was good making music with you, David, or whatever, but it's goodbye, or whatever. And just like David, was just like, that's cool. I was trying to do that anyways, so. It's like, get the memo, buddy. And then you got Danny August Mason, which you can see he clearly didn't like the guy at all. He saw him as shady, and that's what I'm hoping to go and fully uncover with the phone records too. Is once we can see directly where he really stops talking to Danny August Mason, because they're talking pretty frequently. Adam Shambor and David, they talk pretty frequently. Once again, where did this dip off and where did it return? Was it one-sided in the end? Things like this. I want to have all the answers there for everybody to see. But these are the things that, once again, we can see this. He was trying to get a lot of his friends out there. Now, the one thing I do want to mention, though, is Mason Hendricks is not even mentioned at all in the journal.
Right.
And, I mean, for this guy being one of, a good friend of David's, why isn't he mentioned? He mentions the rest of them. Chris Klein wasn't really mentioned. Obviously, he wasn't a great friend. He was probably an acquaintance. The thing is, that's what I'm saying. It's the friendships, really. How many did he actually have in the end? I don't think he had many. I think he was keeping everybody on the outs because he didn't know who to trust. He didn't know where all this is coming from, and I think he felt a lot of people were trying to betray him. Once again, the reason he mentions the Garden of Gethsemane, it's the same reason. He's he feels like he was going to be betrayed. And once again, we know not 100% for a fact, per se, with proof, but we do know that, it does, we know the crime scene doesn't add up. It does not look like a double homicide and then a suicide. It looks more like a triple homicide.
Yep.
So I would argue, does appear there could have easily been betrayal, because who else has motive to do this? Who else? I would love to hear. I would love to have a debate with anybody on who wants to tell me who has more motive than some of these other guys right here. Once again, not making an accusation. I'm just saying they have, there's more motive there, because there is like potential financial loss. There is,
prison time, arguments with family. Yep.
Right. There's a lot of different things, but once again, I can't make the accusation. I don't have any proof. All we know is there's pure speculation. So. I gotta bounce, guys. So thank you guys for having me.
Thanks,
Will.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, of course.
All right.
I will.
Until next time, there goes William Rail. Catch him on Twitch. He does a lot of live shows, strange investigations. Make sure that you check him out there. Crip Rick, since we have you here, have you gone through the Day One Journal, David's Day One Journal? Have you looked at any of that stuff?
Yes, I have, and I've been watching the videos on the Gray Stage on YouTube.
Nice.
I've been watching that too, and I find his journals, to me, those journals are just amazing because it's really giving you a look into what David was thinking at that time on those days that he was writing them. And I have to agree with Will when he was saying that you can really see, at least for me, from what I've read and I've seen so far, David was really, he was on a spiritual journey, in my opinion. He was searching, and you could see that he was searching, and he was also very human and struggling. I could tell with being a father at first, he really didn't, he couldn't grasp being a father. At least that's what I could tell. He was having a hard time with it. But as the journal goes on, you can really see him where he just kind of has an aha moment where it just seems, at least from what I read, that it seems like everything was starting to click with him, as like what his role was as a father, as a supporting husband, and also with that, also trying to manage this big project, the Gray State, and all of these people around him. I really think that, like, I don't know what these people, I don't know what to call them. Like, for me, I think he felt like they were almost like a vulture or something. They were there to just pick at him, and from what the journals tell, I can understand, is that that's what he was kind of, I think he kind of cut himself off from everybody to see who he could, who he needed, who he could trust, and who he could have a true friendship with. I think there was a lot of people pulling at him, and it was weighing on him. That's what I could tell so far.
Yeah.
We haven't heard from Sophia about what your thoughts are. Sorry, Sophia, I didn't mean to exclude you in that, but I'd love to hear your thoughts just pretty much on everything here that we've covered.
Well, I just know that I have questions in regards to whatever supposed information or new information that that group receives. So from now on, anything that they post is being sent directly to Apple Valley to be verified.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really disappointed that somebody had to fake that document.
Mm-hmm.
Just, we have so much information when it comes to this case. And to see them sit there and discuss how they're lying to people and manipulating the evidence and picking and choosing what they're going to post, that's extremely dishonest. It's not only dishonest to your members, but dishonest to everybody. Just if you have a document, you post the whole thing, just like we do.
Right.
Because we don't want to hide information from our group members. The only thing that we were doing with the Day One Journal was just redacting what Apple Valley should have done correctly the first time. And
yeah, we're just making,
that was the only reason why it didn't go up immediately. But we had the searches go up. We had the ECU report that eventually went up. And it's like we don't hide our information from our group members. So anyway, I'm just annoyed. There's no reason to be faking information. It's so juvenile.
Yep.
And underhanded. Whoever that group, I'm speaking directly to those members and anybody who looks at that group. If you believe anything that they say from now on, you're idiots. Because they are manipulating you. to believe what they want you to believe. And they are manipulating the evidence, and they're lying to you. So you need to get your own documents, send your own FOIAs, and get it directly from Apple Valley if you want to learn the truth about this case. Until then, if you continue to follow these people, follow them blindly, then I have no hope for you. You guys will never find the truth.
So, Sophia, what do you think about the fact that Tony posted and sent you the text messages back and forth between him and them, where they're saying, "Oh yeah, we make things up and we do this to send them off the scent"? What was your thought when you saw that?
I was shocked. But Tony and I, he first came to me. You sent him my way, and he asked for the journal, my copy of the journal that I received from Apple Valley, and I sent it directly to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I never heard, well, I didn't hear another word until this week after I posted the information about the affidavit. And he asked to see some more information, and he asked me a couple questions, and I answered them, and I sent him the information. There was no hesitation on my part.
Mm-hmm.
And in return, I was like, do you have proof? Because on his website, it says that it was Joe who gave it to him. And I was like, do you have any text message proof that I can send to Apple Valley to back up their investigation? And he sent it to me within a few hours, and I forwarded it on to the detective on the case. I still need to send it to the attorney, though.
Yeah, excellent.
And so, and I've asked him a few questions, and he asked me to see he asked for the letter from the attorney. And so I sent him the one from Greg and the one from mine, I think. But I sent him the whole thing and told him I've been open to listening to him and sharing what he asked, and he sends me information that I asked for, and it's been very symbiotic. Is that the right word to use?
Yeah.
He has nothing to hide, so there's that. He just wants the truth. And he was rather disappointed in the other group when he found out that document was actually falsified. And he was very supportive in the fact that we are all working together to get to the truth and to help Apple Valley in finding the perpetrator who did this. So that's why he's been extremely helpful.
Yeah, and I think wasn't it William that just said too that, and that's the one thing I have to agree that, especially where Tony is concerned, is that even though he believes David is guilty, this person still is saying, hey, let's still share. We have different viewpoints, but let's be open and honest with what we get. And I think that's how it should always be.
He treats me like a human. I treat him like a human, and we are able to work together.
Yeah.
He knows exactly where I stand on this case, and I know exactly where he stands because he's made it very, very clear.
Uh-huh.
And we continue to work together. We have a relationship that way, and that's great.
Yeah.
So, but all we want is just the truth and not shady behavior.
Seems fair. Seems fair to ask for that. I mean,
I'm extremely grateful to Tony.
Me too.
If it hadn't been for him, we wouldn't have discovered any of this.
Right.
So hopefully we can find out from Apple Valley exactly what's going to happen next. And for those who are saying that we made this all up and that we are lying and that, you know, feel free to contact Apple Valley. Feel free to go down there and show them that document. They'll tell you themselves. I'm extremely grateful.
Yeah, you can call them.
And on top of that, you guys need to ask Joe T some serious flipping questions.
Yeah. Yeah, you can call
because
him right
if he
here.
didn't create it, then whoever gave it to him did.
Yeah, and that's what's troublesome about what these messages are saying, where he says that he got this. He says it was quote unquote slipped to him. Then he says that he got this with the ECU report. So which one was it? Was it slipped to you, or did you get it from the data request? But either way, it shouldn't be too hard for this lawyer here to also say, hey, you know, no, we didn't slip anybody anything, and this was not part of any data request. And that's pretty much what they're saying here in legal terms here.
Right.
So it sounds like they're taking this very, very seriously. The more I read this, it's just like, wow, yeah, they're not kidding around here.
No, it's a very legal and a very professional email. They're quoting state statutes, and they're getting an affidavit in there, and then you have, and here's the thing, Joe Tommaso cannot backtrack now. It's in black and white. The conversation this, or I got this in my ECU or with my ECU report. With the ECU report. So he's saying he got it from the police department. So he's flat out lying. He's saying that the police did this. So I want to see him how to yeah, this is going to be fun.
That's what I thought too once I realized exactly what I was reading. I was like, oh, this is going to be fun to watch unfold.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, if anybody has doubts, pick up the phone, call Apple Valley, discuss that document with them, or go on down yourselves instead of sitting there in a Facebook group being keyboard warriors.
Yeah,
that's pretty lazy.
You can call Christine J. Caselius 952-953-8813 and ask them, is this a real document here? I know what she's going to tell you, but if you have any doubts, I don't know why you would, but if you have any doubts, go for it. It's all right there, people.
Yep.
It's all right there.
But yeah, Catherine, I think that you're right. I think that they did fake the information from Dr. Kelly. I think they faked the text message, and I mean, it's my personal opinion. Others can disagree that they faked the photo with the gun. I mean, that they added the bodies, but they created that photo altogether. But
yeah,
we'll find out because everything was sent to the detective to help verify.
Yeah, and so I can't wait to hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Yeah.
So, well, I also had sent everything that Tony had sent me as proof of the chain of custody for that document.
Nice.
So that should be interesting to see how that plays out too.
Yeah, and if it hasn't been sent to the attorney, that's probably the better place to send it to. Just kind of,
yeah,
yeah, because once they bring an attorney on board, nothing is handled by that particular person or department. It has to go through the attorney's office. And so, I mean, and the fact that they actually hired the city attorney to answer for that tells me they're taking this really serious.
Right.
So.
That's good. Good stuff. Let me see here. Any other thoughts here? I'm going to pull up some of this conversation. I think what Tony is saying here is really some of these messages. Some of the stuff that he's talking about, but it's just like, man, why don't these people like get their own documents and just do their own research? What's wrong with that? But it's all about hiding it, and they even make it clear here. It's like, we'll decide what we feel is acceptable. And it's like you don't get to decide that. I mean, if it's stuff that is legally obtained, then anybody should be able to legally obtain it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of the problem with some of the stuff that is on Tony's website. And it's like, wait a minute, where did this stuff come from? Why aren't we getting this? And like they said, they're still looking at stuff to release to us. So hint, hint to the Apple Valley City Attorney, there are things that we are still waiting for that I hope that we get, because they're out there. So, I mean, that's kind of what that's where I'm at, kind of waiting for it to see, okay, what else are we going to get? Or are they going to say, no, that's pretty much it? Well, then where's all this other stuff coming from? Is this legal stuff? Is this leak stuff? Is this stuff that was slipped to people? I mean, there's just a lot of problems there. And even the stuff that was slipped to people, even the stuff that was, that is out there, none of it proves David Crowley guilty. So it is kind of secondary. That's why it's not like that too important. It is troublesome, to think that we're not all getting the same data, which is why we filed the same data request, to make sure that we are getting the same data. And for the most part, I think that's happened. We put in requests years ago, and so why is this Day Journal 1 now just coming up? It sounds like, from what Tony is saying, he just got it too, which I didn't know that until reading some of the stuff here too. Is he just got it on June 4th, 2021. So, and then we get it a couple months later. But why didn't we get this years ago? And again, I'm happy that we have it. So that's also, it's not that big of a deal. I'm glad that we all have it now. But I mean, were there some legal things? Was there, why didn't we have this a long time ago, when all these people were making films, were writing news reports about this stuff? It's all stuff that would have probably helped to just more evidence to show that David Crowley is not guilty. And it's one of the main reasons why we stay on this case for so many years, because it seems like the more that we stay on it, the more information we get. So who knows, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, who knows what type of data? Maybe some data will turn up later too. But I'm very, very happy with all of the data that we have. And, all of it, again, shows exactly what we've been saying here for many, many years. There's nothing to show David Crowley guilty. And that really is what it all comes down to. It really is just about, okay, line it up. What proves him guilty against what proves that he didn't do this? And that's it. That's where everybody should start and should finish, I think.
And let the evidence guide you and not your opinion, that's what I think.
Oh, yeah, very true.
Hard,
Absolutely correct.
Which is very hard for me, because as I keep saying, it's very disturbing. And I just have a question, Catherine. I meant to ask it in our interview. I hope you don't mind if I ask it now, because I do know you have a medical background. So I remember when I watched a few videos on little Rania, and her arm was basically taken right out of socket, correct?
Yes.
Right. There is no way that a dog paleo size could do that at any point, correct? Like, I'm not sure. I don't know how tough people's joints are and for pulling them out of socket and stuff like that. Do you think there's any way that the dog could have done that at any point, or is it? Because in my opinion, he couldn't drag it. He couldn't have enough force to pop her arm out of socket without dragging her all over the room, kind of thing. Like,
I mean, right. And okay, to answer your question, if a body has been decomposing and it's getting to the skeletonization portion, which is advanced decomp, when the skeleton, everything starts coming off and now the skeleton is coming around, yeah, a dog could do that. But this little girl was, I don't mean to sound rude and crude, so I don't want anybody to misquote me, but this was a quote unquote fresh death. So within a few days, no, there's no way. I don't even know of a dog that could rip that arm out without, like you said, dragging her all over. It would be so evident. There would be claw marks, scratch marks, everything on the skin. It's just not going to come up, grab an arm, and then just walk away and it pops out. That's not how it works. It is solid. Your ligaments and your tendons and everything holds your bones to your muscles and your muscles to your muscles. And that's a really strong bind, and it doesn't just pop out. No, there's just no way, absolutely no way that little dog could have done that.
That's what I figured. Because I thought, like, if this dog did happen to do this, he, like as you said, the body would have been dragged all around the room. It just wouldn't have just popped out. Kind of thing. That's what I'm trying to. Yeah, that's what I figured. I just wanted to clarify, like, get some clarification on that.
Yeah, and then, to fracture her third rib under her arm, that little dog couldn't do that either. So, yeah, this was definitely an intentional injury to that little baby. So
I just can't, with all the evidence showing that David is innocent, I don't know what it's going to take the Apple Valley police to ever open the case, because, I mean, to me, there's so much warranting at them to open it again, just from everything that you guys have found out and what I've researched. You can basically throw a dart and hit all the inconsistencies, and it's enough to, in my opinion, at least to open up the case for a second look. And they just seem to have dug their heels in and don't want to budge.
Right.
It's a very odd case. It really is.
But and I hear you, and that's like, I've said all along, I came to this case thinking that he really probably was guilty. Like, he probably was. So let me just read this, and then as soon as you start reading stuff, you're like, wait a second, wait, and then you're like, oh, holy cow, this is a total mess. And then when I saw that, and for me, it's like all of us, I think we all have our smoking gun. And for me, the smoking gun for sure was seeing that piece of the scalp with the straight line edges of the skin that's still attached to the scalp with the multiple blunt force trauma indentations. Now, there's no way a dog could make straight cuts, straight lines on a skin. It's impossible. No way a human could do that. So that had to have been intentionally removed with something that would create a straight line. And a dead person can't do that to themselves. So who did it? And so for me, that was my smoking gun.
Right. Yeah.
So, Kripperick, how did you come about this case, and how did you kind of start taking a deeper dive into this?
Well, I basically I started following actually David Crowley on his YouTube channel when he was actually doing little updates and that, when he was actually doing filming for the Gray State. And then I was keeping track of that because it's a subject that I've these subjects that he was talking about, like all of the different elements that were going into his movie, is something I've been researching for years, been very interested in. And so it definitely caught my eye from the start. So that's how I kind of found it, stumbled upon it on YouTube. And then, as everyone knows, the murders happened, supposed murders and suicide and stuff. And then, which really disturbed me, because I just never, I can't see him being that way. I mean, I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm just saying I can't see that. So I definitely was looking for anybody that was kind of looking into to kind of explain to. I wanted somebody to kind of explain to me what they knew and what was going on, and that's how I came upon Catherine's channel, which what I found amazing because she broke down everything so easy to follow and just went with the evidence. There was never an opinion, which is what I like about it. I'd like to, you don't want to have your opinion on what happened. You want to let the evidence follow you. So that's how I stumbled into this case. And as I said, as I got deeper and deeper into it, which I'm still doing, it just gets more upsetting. I've never had a case like this that upsets me like this, because I just think that whoever did this, it was so brutal. To do this to any family, it's so violent and brutal. And I'm thinking they must have been trying to make some kind of put a message. They wanted a message out there or something. But yeah, that's how I came upon the Gray State. I was watching uploads from David Crowley and following them and stuff like that. And then as this happened, I kind of, like I said, reached out, trying to find different channels that would kind of break down the evidence and that. And that's how I found Catherine.
Nice.
She makes it very, very easy, and then, as well as your channel, I've, lots of other channels, but as the first person to find it was Catherine's channel that got me started on looking into what happened and stuff, and all the different pieces of evidence that pointed away from David doing this. It was just very extremely interesting to me, and let the evidence take you. That's what I like about the videos that I've been watching. They just let the evidence do the talking.
Yep, that's what I like about Catherine too.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think she has a whole playlist on her YouTube channel. So if anyone hasn't looked at Catherine's channel yet, it's Catherine, and then last name Michele, 1 L, and it'll pop right up. And you can watch all of her videos that she's done on this case and on other topics too. But yeah, I think there's some excellent stuff there, and it's so awesome to always hear how people kind of come to this case and what they brought into this case. And I was definitely a person who kind of started out with a clear bias, thinking that, like Catherine said, this guy's probably guilty. It's probably nothing, and take a look, and it shouldn't be too hard to figure out, especially since the police, within a couple of days, were saying that David was guilty. And for me, it was when when I started getting contacts, when I started getting phone calls from these Gray State goons, that it really started. I could really see, okay, there's something really strange here. There was a whole group of people who were allegedly David Crowley's friends and supporters and blah 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 and all this stuff, and they were going to have a big powwow, and they were going to make sure that we all got to the bottom of this. And then that got scratched quickly, and so that was another strange thing that happened really early on. And Dan Hinnon tells that story very, very well. And so that was another thing. I was like, wow. And then it just got weirder and weirder and weirder. And it's like, wait a minute, why is it getting so weird when it should just be, hey guys, David, this is why David did it. And we never got that answer. 6 years later, 7 years later, almost, no one's been able to really give that answer at all. And of course, it didn't matter if anybody else was, if Sean Wright wasn't able to. That's not a big thing. The guy, is not the brightest guy. But the fact that the police couldn't give that answer, that's when it became very, very clear that, okay, yeah, there's something else going on here. And again, it's not to say that all police are, all the same. There's definitely multiple layers, multiple levels of this whole thing. And it just seems like at the very top of the AVPD, the case got shut down, and the officers underneath were pretty much told, this is how it is. This is what we're going with, and that's it. And so that's not right either. That's not fair to this family. It's not fair to this case. It's not fair to the truth. It's not fair to our soldiers. You know, because sometimes people forget or they don't understand David Crowley was a soldier that served this country. So there are special circumstances to it. You know, there will be a little more effort put into this case because of that. From my point, you know, there's other cases that are similar, but this case is a little bit different because of the respect that I have for our soldiers. Whether I agree with whatever their views are, whether I agree with the trailer that David made, which I don't. You know, none of that really matters, but it's like, wow, you know, this guy fought for our country. He served our country. He died. He would have died for this country. Maybe he actually did die for this country. I don't know. But it just seems like he deserves better from the law enforcement. I don't care what the families say. I don't care what they think. I care about what the facts say. I care about that. And that's what it all comes down to. In the end, that's what really matters. People can have their own thoughts and have their own views and think that there was a pact theory between David and Kamel and create these wild theories, but we have to remember that this all started with the theory that David Crowley was guilty. That's where this started from. So if we're going to start there, and here we are 7 years later, no one can create any fact. They can't add any facts to why David Crowley is guilty, so they're falsifying documents, playing games, spreading quote-unquote white lies, leading people on false trails. I mean, that says a lot about those people. And it also just raises more questions because now it's like, okay, for all the people who really think that David Crowley is guilty and do want to sincerely find out the truth, what does it say to those people? How do they support a theory like that when it's based on so many lies and the propaganda and the games? And that's why I think a lot of those people are going to start turning, if they want to, you know. And if they don't, that's their choice. You know, we live in the greatest country here, and so you have that freedom, you have those rights to believe whatever you want. But to slander a dead man and just want to believe that he's guilty and to go to such lengths, and to not be able to provide any evidence that he's guilty just pretty much shows you everything that you need to know here. So that's my final rant. I don't know if anyone has any final words here or closing statements, closing arguments for now, but that's all I got. There's the...
No, I really don't. I just want to thank everybody for listening and tuning in today. I hope that we answered everybody's questions. And, you know, watch who you follow, please.
That's good advice. It really is.
Thank you.
Catherine, any final words here?
My internet, I don't know what they're doing with it, but yeah, they keep shutting it down. But yeah, I'm finally back. Are you guys wrapping it up?
She's back.
So, okay, are you just closing it down now?
Yeah, we're just trying to see if you have anything. I mean, I said I pretty much have ranted, and I have nothing else. But I mean, please feel free if you have.
No, I'm with you guys. I think I said all I needed to say, and now I need to go back and listen so I can hear what Rick had to say because it booted me. But yeah, like everybody else, I'm just grateful to people who are willing to look into the case, and welcome aboard, Rick. And we all look forward to hearing what you find in your viewpoint on things, and I hope people now see that, falsifying documents can get you into trouble. And I'm sorry, Rick, I didn't mean to cut you off. Again, I'm notorious for that.
No, that's fine. But no,
yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this all shakes out in the end.
Yeah, it's just more to show that, we're on the right side, we're on the right track, and if you want to focus on the facts, you've came to the right group here. That's our focus. That's going to continue to be our focus, and that's where we started, and that's how we're going to pretty much end up here. Someday, I do believe, as I've stated for years, I do believe the case will be reopened based on some of these simple facts here, that within 24 hours of finding the bodies, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating this incident as a double murder-suicide. The authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on a laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version, submit to Allah now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never conducted. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after finding the bodies. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty. Therefore, he is innocent.
That was amazing. That was said so well. Oh, wow.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate
it really
that,
was.
Rick.
It really was. That is amazing.
Thank you. I look forward, Rick, to having you back on here. We like doing these roundtable talks, and hopefully we'll be able to get you back on and have you on here.
I would love that, and I would also like to put an invitation out to anybody that if they would like to do an interview with me for my podcast, you're more than welcome. You can just send me an email at cryptrictattoos@yahoo.ca. And so it's CRYPTRICKTATTOOS @yahoo.ca. And I would love to do an interview with any of you. I would love to be to join in all these discussions because I'm very passionate about this. And I want to see David's name cleared. And I think it'd be great to do some interviews and explore this a lot further.
Awesome. I look forward to that. And we'll be back here on October 1st. We'll be releasing the next podcast. And Rick, I don't know if you've looked at Tom Leiden's news reports. Those are going to be some of the next podcast shows that we're going to talk about here.
Okay, perfect.
And then we're going to get into Detective Gummert and the 21 questions. So maybe we can have you back on when we talk about Gummert. And if you want to join in our podcast, we would love to have you part of that too.
Thank you so much. That would be amazing.
Awesome. All right, good peeps. Well, for now, we'll go ahead and shut this one down. I want to thank you all. Thank everybody for watching, for listening, for all of your help, for all of your patience, and for just trying to get to the truth here, to figure out what really happened. We know what didn't happen. We know what can't be proven. And so, therefore, we can only go with what the documents say, what the facts say. So steer clear from the fiction, and thank you all for joining us here to discuss the facts. That, I will go ahead and shut this one.
Hi YouTube, it's Catherine Michelle. Today we're kind of going to go over and do like one of those clarification videos. There seems to be some questions that some people are getting, or comments that some people are seeing from others. I have a lot of these people blocked, so other people come to me and they're like, well, what does this mean? Who seem to misunderstand the whole concept of the fake documents. So to help those who are asking the questions, so you guys can really understand what's happening here, I'm going to put on the screen the email from the attorney the affidavit from Dr. Detective Klokanos, and then the actual, then the fake document, and then the real ECU report. The misunderstanding is coming in where some people are confusing the fact that there is a real ECU report, and then someone took a header from that report and then blocked out the bottom and typed in a bunch of stuff. I mean, when you compare the two documents, you'll see how they're not the same. It's not the same wording. It's not even the same formula setup that all of their other documents follow, and you'll be able to see that. And what I mean by the actual real document, it has right justification, and the fake document does not. You never see in any of the real police reports where Detective Klokanos calls himself Shane. He's always very professional. This one is addressed to Tommy and signed Shane. And we know that by reading the police reports, these police officers don't behave in that way. It's never been consistent with any of the police reports or even emails. We have copies of their emails and communication they had back and forth with the BCA, and they never spoke to each other like this. So right away, it's evident that this is a fake document. And someone brought it to the attention of the Apple Valley Police Department. I'm not quite sure how. We only know that the city attorney states that someone brought it to their attention. Then they contacted the city attorney, because this is actually a huge felony. This is not an okay crime. Anybody who goes around faking, falsifying, creating police documents under the name and guise of a police officer, we have several felonies going on here. So I don't know what possessed the person who did this to do this. I'm not going to speculate who. Do I have a feeling who I think could be involved? Yeah, but I think so do you guys. But that's not my place to say, because I don't have anything solid and to say that, yes, for sure, I know they did this. But the point of this is to put to rest the misquoting of Sophia. Sophia states in the video with Greg, I think I was part of that too. Sorry, days are jumbling together. But she says, when the attorney and when Detective Klokanos states that he did not write this, he doesn't recognize this document, he couldn't find this document in any of the police records, they're not referring to the actual ECU report. And these are not one and the same, okay? Not at all. You have this fake one-page document supposedly from Detective Klokanos stating how they feel the bodies, who died when, and all this other stuff that's just pure bogus. It's all a lie. Some of it was taken out of an original document, another felony, and put into this fake document to make it kind of sort of sound legitimate. And that fake is a fake, but the actual document is the real document and is part of the police records that have been obtained. So they're not one and the same. They don't belong to the same. They are not even correlated or belong together at all. Someone had taken the header from the actual real ECU report, and like I said, then created this false document pretending to be in writing as if they are Detective Klokanos, addressing it to Tommy Booth. But yet the header, they didn't fix the header very well, because in the actual real header, which is exactly the same as the original document, but on the fake document, they kept the header. But that header is addressed to both Tommy and I can't remember if it's Brian Bone. I can't remember, but there's two different police officers. But in this section where it's typed out, it's only addressed to one. So again, lots of mistakes on this part. And I really, really hope that the city attorney is taking this seriously. They say they're investigating this, and they should, because like I said, these are there are several felonies involved here that can range anywhere up to 3, 5, 10 years in prison plus fines, financial fines. And that's, you can look it up online, Google forging documents, and Google, I think that's what I found it under. But you look up under the Minnesota state statutes for falsifying and forgery. Look up document forgery, especially where and how it relates to legal documents from the police department, courts, or anything like that. It's serious. It's really serious. So whoever created this document, they're in a world of hurt. As soon as, as long as the Apple Valley City Attorney, continues this, and the Apple Valley Police Department does continue to investigate this, it won't be hard for them to pinpoint where it came from. That's the reality. We know where we got it from. It was in a data file dump from Tony Floyd, and he received it from the facts versus fiction Crowley thing. That's the group of people who constantly harass myself and Greg and then Dan Hennon when Dan was on YouTube. I mean, we're talking constant bombardment and harassment. And this is where this fake document came from, was from their group. That is truth. It's backed up by email exchange, text exchange. Now, they're still trying to say that they received this from the Apple Valley Police Department, and Apple Valley Police Department saying this is fake. We don't even know what this is. And when to go so far as to have Detective Clocono sign an affidavit, a legal document stating he did not write that not for public release ECU report, to me, that tells me they're taking this very seriously. Because again, these are major felonies. This isn't something minor. But anyway, so Sophia was correct in saying that when and what she meant, and again, another thing that is constantly misconstrued by those who shall not be named. And again, these are people who are asking me, wanting clarification. But since there has been so many questions, I just decided to do a video so I can answer it all together. What she said was, when she's saying that she didn't, something about she didn't know. I'm not going to misquote this. I will be right back, and let me find that quote, what she said, okay? Be patient. Hold on. Okay. I had to go back and listen to the podcast that we did. Okay, so what Sophia is saying is that first, when she first saw this email pop up, she was out driving around and she was busy and she didn't quite understand what was going on. She's like, wait, what? What are they saying? So she was, so she went from trying to read the email from the attorney to looking at the affidavit. And she's like, okay, I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to wait till later. And then when she got home and actually had time to sit down and read it and take in what was going on without other distractions around her, is when she realized that this was referring to the fake memo, what she calls a memo, but we know it's a fake document, that Tony Floyd had uploaded and, made public. And so then she started to put it together and she's like, oh. And I remember when, we were discussing this back and forth, and before we even knew Greg had even received the same email. We did not know that at this time Greg had received the same email. So Sophia and I were talking back and forth, and about the email, and she's like, oh my goodness, are they being serious? And I go, well, yeah, you don't get a letter from a city attorney if they're not serious, let alone an affidavit. And she's like, oh no. Like, who would do this? And this was her first thought. Her first thought wasn't jumping to conclusions and starting to blame somebody. She's like, oh no, somebody's faking documents in the case. Has this happened before? So this type of conversation we're having, on and on and on. Again, just between the two of us. This isn't anything we're putting out. We're, just kind of brainstorming this whole email. in realizing the fact that, there's been this leaked document. Now, Sophia and I, this is we kept it to ourselves. When it first came out, we did in passing talk about this. And then she's like, oh my goodness, look, this sounds exactly like what some other people were saying. And is this where they got it from? Did they get it from Detective Klokanos? Because that's kind of where she thought at first. It was a brief flash in her head that, maybe Detective Klokanos had given them this information and had provided us with false information, or not all the information. And then we're like, well, that really doesn't sound like him. So we're just like, you know what, let's just leave this and let's just let it ride. Because, that's why I never addressed it. I never brought it up, because it didn't look right. But it's one of those situations where I didn't have enough information. I saw something that was questionable, but was it real or was it not real? I had my suspicions, but nothing to back up either way. So we just stepped back and said, let it go. And it wasn't until the city attorney then sent that email to both Sophia and to Greg, and letting them both know that that document was not correct. And that's only that one-paged memo that says not for public release. That is the only fake document. The actual ECU report is a valid and right report. So when Detective Klokanos is stating in his affidavit that, he searched he's looking through the files, it's not there. He's looking through his notes, it's not there. He doesn't recognize that. Again, he's referring to the one page, not his actual report. And so hopefully that will help explain this a little bit better. And again, I'll put this up at the end of this video. I will put up the slide showing the email, and then Detective Klokanos's affidavit, and then the fake document, and then the actual real report. All of those will be, in there, and you will be able to see the difference. Again, this fake document was not part of a real document and then one page taken out of 5 or 6. There are 5 pages to the actual real report, and you will see them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you have this fake one. And then nowhere is that part of this other real document. So again, I hope that clears it up. It's not the same, never was the same. Somebody created that document, and again, that is a felony. There's forgery going on here. There's impersonating an officer going on here. Yeah. Whoever did this, oh, I don't know. It's if they follow through on this, if the Apple Valley City attorney follows through on this, and they find you, and they will. I feel sorry for you. If nothing else, I really hope that this puts to rest the need to constantly create fake documents, fake email texts, fake everything. There's so many things that are put out by some people that are created on their own. They make stuff up. They have these elaborate, well, not so elaborate, but elaborate in the sense of where they go on and they carry it on and on and on. And you're like, wow, which is why we don't address this. Usually it's not worth our time, because we know it's a lie. They know it's a lie, but they present it as its truth. And those people who truly have been following the case, which a lot of you have, and you guys know, you guys are smart enough, and you guys see that, where it's fake and where the lies are coming in. And I really appreciate all of your support, both in comments and in private emails. I cannot express enough thank you to you guys for standing by not only us, because we're trying to do this the best we can. Oftentimes things can not be given a definite answer, but we kind of have to give it a best guess. Well, according to all what's being done here, said here, here's kind of where we think it's going. But, that's a far cry from going, creating an entire document and saying it's from a police officer and then presenting it to the public in any way, shape, or form. If you hand over that document to anybody, you've now made it public. And that person, then when they then release it, and what happened in this instance with Tony Floyd, guess what? That falls back on you. You created that document. You handed it over to Tony. Tony made it public because they knew it was fake. And now comes the legal repercussions. So please, if anything else, I really pray you guys have learned your lesson. Stop this. Just stop. It's okay. You don't have to agree with our stance. You truly don't. And there's no law that says you have to. And guess what? The world would be really boring if everybody agreed on everything. So let's keep this civil. Let's keep it polite, and no more dirty tricks. Sophia wasn't lying. She wasn't confused. It's not like, oh, she knew this, she didn't know that. No, when she first received the email, it was confusing. She was busy. There was things going on. She set it aside until she could get home and open it up. So when she's relating how she came across this document and how she processed it, there's no two sides to this. She's walking you through the steps it took her to realize that this was a real email from the actual city attorney, and holy Toledo cakes, someone faked a document that was not part of the original document. That is all she was saying. And again, for the umpteenth time, just to drill this home for those who I know will be listening, this is not part of the actual real police document by Detective Cloconos. Somebody took snippets from his actual document, inserted it into this fake, not for public release document, but that doesn't mean Detective Cloconos wrote it. He did not. He does not recognize that page. He knows his report. He does not know that report. So I hope hopefully that kind of clears it up and we can move forward from here. And if you guys have any more questions, you can email me, or you can find us on the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook page, or you can leave a comment down below. Hope you guys are having a great day and continue the fight. We'll keep fighting for justice. And thank you for joining us in that fight.